All right, we're back. Let's take off the text. All right, so it's a bit of a long VOD because remember, older. I should have worn this. I don't even know. I actually do have that shirt still. Anyway, this I can't take credit for this. This was Kiwi's idea, and I think it's kind of interesting. I would have not even realized it, but 10 years later, I'll give you guys a quick history on this run because it's probably a little weird. It's a relay, not race really, but a relay run between three of us. So back then, we pitched 2FM to GDQ, but at that point in time in GDQ, they were kind of anti-Kingdom Hearts because the run that was accepted years before that was kind of it was a mess, to put it lightly, I guess. So it kind of put them off from accepting Kingdom Hearts again. So we worked pretty hard to pitch a trio relay run to where we all got to finally get in and all get the experience running too, so that we didn't have to worry about. We basically, all three of us collectively agreed that it would have been not fun if we all pitched and only one of us got in, and obviously the one who got in would be like awesome, and then the other two of us, it would have been, salty or whatever. So I think it was a good idea, and it was well received at the end of the day. So I think it was a cool thing to do. Nowadays, it's Kingdom Hearts shows up at GDQs like every other year or like every other event or whatever. So yeah. I tried to crop it best I could. I'll get it started because it's a long run. I'll be skipping Gummy missions because they're singing during that, and I'm here to look at the run. It's regular crit. It's not level 1, so it's going to be a little different than what some of you might be used to seeing. But anyway, let's. I'm not going to talk all the time over it because I do want to hear the commentary, but I'll obviously throw my input. So yeah, it should be fun.
5, 4, 3,
you got Spike from left to right. You got
1,
Spike,
go.
J Hobbs, Riz. Behind Riz is Bloody, and then me on the right.
Yeah.
Woo!
All right, so yeah, as we said, this is Kingdom Hearts 2.
PS2
Final
load
mix,
times.
critical mode.
Let me know if the
I guess
volume's
I'll
terrible.
first hand it off to Biscuit on the inside of the couch.
That's me.
The opposite side of the couch for me. If you want to explain a little bit about what critical mode is.
Well, critical mode is the hardest difficulty in Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, which was originally exclusive only to Japan. That's why we are playing the Japanese version.
Okay.
The English version was only released recently over in
That's
the
so
States,
crazy.
and that version is slower, so we are playing the PS2 version.
God damn it, Square.
Critical mode, basically you do more damage than standard and proud, but less damage than beginner. You also take far more damage.
You think I was a teenager here?
And your HP capped, so we're going to be like, basically have less HP by half than usual near the end of the game.
So right there, Riz got the strength struggled at. It's pretty important, especially early on, to get as much strength as possible.
We tried our
well
best to
entire
split
run.
up the commentary. We didn't script it, but we wanted to make sure
One
we
of
all,
the general combat mechanics
had our
that kind
turn.
of follows over from Kingdom Hearts 1. You're going to be seeing a lot more aerial attacks used, and that's because ground attacks, you can kind of see here, the recovery time for them is kind of bad.
It's going to be so interesting seeing these ancient
aerial
strats.
hits, as soon as you hit the ground, your animation is canceled, so the recovery time's a lot better. Also, Bloody, do you want to explain what was going on in that fight right there and what it means?
I didn't say
Believe it
how
or
old
not,
I was.
The combos that it did right there is actually RNG manipulation.
I think you're
for the
hearing
next
things,
fight.
Oren.
This game doesn't really have, well, it uses multiple things such as like money count or experience and such to calculate RNG or luck. But basically, we're manipulating the luck or the behavior of this dusk.
I like how
right
you
here
can
with
hear the
combos
crappy
that you hit
game
on
audio,
Cypher. And
like
what it's going to do
static.
is it's going to give us an attack that will knock Roxas out. And that's the fastest way to get past this fight. It's kind of what we call death abusing. There are a lot of moments, since we're on critical mode, we take more damage. So
Yeah.
You're not going to see probably too much
situations where it's more favorable
variance
to
in
die
Roxas
because it's way
World other than
faster.
optimizations, I guess.
Yes, and the combo we're going to do on this Dusk also carries over to the next Dusk. We're going to get the same pattern for both of them.
Man, I'm so much quieter than the game audio
It's
here.
Like, just completely predictable, basically, up until after the next Dusk fight.
What's with the audio
Another
balance?
very basic concept when you're in fights there. You might have noticed he wasn't actually finishing his combos. It wasn't because he was dropping them or because he's bad, although he is bad.
Can't deny that.
Doing the finishers
It was so nice having
knocks
we
the
definitely
dust
pitched
in
hard for
particular
Spike to
very far
commentate during
away.
this
So
run.
it's basically just trapping him in a
Because
combo,
he's
doing
a
one,
very
two,
good
what we call
asset for
2 empty
commentary.
hits, then a single empty hit, and then a full combo. to
He's
finish
really
him
good
off.
at explaining what people
We don't
might
have
not
scan
know
yet, so we
from
kinda
Kingdom
just have
Hearts,
to
as
know
opposed
how
to
many
the
hits
other
are
3 of
left,
us that,
you know,
or
we
and
can just,
maybe even J-Hobbs too,
guess,
where it's
or
like
else we're never gonna know.
we might not think to explain the
Something
super
that a lot of
obvious
people
stuff
might
to
not
us.
know from their childhood. You only have to do one job on this day. A lot of people might remember like you had to get like a lot of money, and they spent a lot of time grinding this out. But
Sub 7,
in
nice.
fact, you get 150 money exactly from the first dusk, and in order to trigger the exit to day 3, all you need is 200 money, and finishing a job perfectly gets you 50 money, and the fastest.
We split up
and
the
easiest
run
way to do that is by
intentionally
doing
like
mail
this
delivery,
too,
so that's
to
why
be
Riz
Riz
chose that
first,
one.
me second,
There are
Bloody
other
third.
choices,
That's
they're
what we
just slower.
preferred.
Yeah, shoutouts actually to Demon 9.
Ironically, now I
mainly
wouldn't wanna do
Zelda Wind
mid-game,
Waker
but
fame.
I also
Back in
wouldn't
the
wanna
day
do
when
early
I was
game,
one of, like,
so.
3 people who ran this game. We would
Early game
normally
was
do,
scary. I'm kinda glad I
guess,
didn't
a
have to
safer
do
route
early
there
game.
that would take like about a second longer. And then like Demon 9 came around, I guess about the most he played of this game, and dropped a video where he did it in 6.5 seconds right there. Just showed kind of a different route, how you went through everything. So
Yeah.
random little piece of knowledge.
Shoutouts to Demon for actually
Spike did it too.
contributing
Yeah.
to KH2 speedrunning somehow.
That was the run that
Yeah, and just to kind of iterate on
I
that
think that was
fact,
the run that was the
there are
problem
going to be
run
a
for
lot of
us
points
back
throughout the
then.
run
To get,
where
yeah, that's
they
why it
do
was so
things
hard to
that
get
only
back at the
save,
GDQ.
you know, 1 second, 2 seconds, maybe only a half a second. But with such a long run, if you have multiple iterations of that, it adds up to being minutes by the end of it. So those tiny little optimizations, while they might seem like nothing in such a long run, actually add up really well.
All right, right here, Riz is getting the Dream Shield. Believe it or not, the shield or the Dream weapons.
So
in
level
general
1
do not
viewers
affect
are going to be like,
stats at all.
oh,
They only
this
affect
is crit.
what
This is
abilities
not
you
level
get,
1
and
crit. There was
shield
no
is more
level.
favorable,
Well,
mostly for
it took a while for
things
level
like
1 to
item
get
boost
into
and combo boost
GDQ.
early on. The big one towards the end at around level 25 or 26, I believe. You get the ability once more. It allows
Something
you
to keep in mind is this is
survive,
30 FPS
combo
because it's
hits at 1
PS2, so
HP.
those Roxas combos
So,
are a little harder to
later
do.
on, against
than they
certain
are
bosses,
now.
that's going to be huge. So
That's
why we
just
get
like
shield.
the life of Roxas World back then,
He's
really.
about to do a menu right now, and one of the greatest benefits of critical mode is that you start off with a bunch of abilities that you normally wouldn't have on any
Ooh,
other
I wonder
mode,
if
so it
we
kinda
probably
eases you into
put
the
Lucky
beginning of the
Luckies
game.
on back then?
So we will have stuff like finishing plus, reaction boost,
Yeah.
draw.
I almost had a
and
heart
of course,
attack
not equip
skipping the
that's only
EXP0.
one we don't equip, and that sets us up to have a pretty smooth beginning game. Not to say that we can't like die anywhere. So just like the Twilight.
Oh yeah,
Town,
level
just
1
a
was
few
over
minutes
4
beginning.
hours, yeah.
Speaking of the Twilight Thorn, he's the first boss, and he's coming up
Right?
right about
I don't
now.
know. I can't remember PS2 times as
He's
much.
pretty interesting. I would almost say he's like the boss, or probably the hardest part of the Roxas section in general.
So I'm gonna let my friend Spike do this part. He's good at it. He knows this part.
And we didn't agree on a camera config. We just changed our customized and cameras were all different. So we every time we took over, well, when we
yeah, you're gonna
when
see
we
that
took
on
over our
display
part,
right
we
here.
customized quickly. You'll see.
Okay. So this is gonna be frame perfect. Rear up and. Okay. Give me that. Give me that.
Fucking Spike.
More frame perfect. All right. Even more frame perfect. All right, here's the most important part.
What was
right here.
unfortunate about this run is it was
Jump
at
on
like
Kyrie, jump on Kyrie, jump on Kyrie.
Was it like
jump on
5 in the
Luke,
morning or
jump on
10? I
Luke,
can't remember. It was
jump
like
on Donald,
pretty
jump on
early.
Kyrie, run to the hand. Ha. Wait, what?
Yeah, Spike used to do that all the time.
Wow.
I forgot he does that.
Oh yeah, we are literally getting perfect RNG.
Do
for
I
the
say
rest of the
Rip
run.
Goffy? I probably don't.
For setting us up for that.
Thank you. Thank
World
you.
record is on its way.
I can't imagine he gets the extra hit
Riz
on
can get
PS2.
a max of 4 air combos there. He got 3 and maybe 1/3. It's still and really important to get in as many as you can. What's also extremely important is if you stay
I'm
right
surprised
in
that
front
we're
of Twilight
with
Thorn's
the
head,
creepers.
the thorns will, as you saw right there, they just kind of stop shooting. So this is kind of a safe zone where we can.
Yeah,
just combo
he's
right out of
obviously
his
being
head.
a little safe there to make sure, you know,
Yeah.
you don't die. We didn't want to die on, you know, Twilight Thorn.
Yeah, I know a problem with Roxas is he likes to stick to the ground. Okay,
Nice.
there we go.
Oh yeah, you get to hear the old
Yeah,
Roxas voice.
Roxas
Yeah.
is basically probably the worst character I've ever played as in a game. He falls.
Am I
like
over-exaggerating?
bricks, and doing an air
Who
combo with him
knows?
is extremely difficult, and that's pretty much what we
Funny
spam almost the
perspective, but
entire,
it
you know,
kind of
Roxas
isn't
section.
that inaccurate, I
And
think, for
sometimes
me.
you know you'll jump and not attack. It's really hard to control him in a speed run, so we all hate him.
Shoutouts to Muffin QT for dying in Twilight Thorn all the time.
Wow.
Damn, the random shout out to Muffin.
Shots fired, bro. All right, right here we're going to be doing struggle fights. The basic premise is you want to get more orbs than the other
Well,
person.
obviously
by
we're
hitting them,
there's
but
not going to be air
because of
combos
the
on
abilities that you get
Hainer
only in
here.
critical modes such as finishing plus and draw.
What happened to
you
that
can
guy? I
actually
think he
get
just
all
quit. I saw
200
him
orbs
streaming
to
somewhat
end the
recently,
fight
so he's
instantly.
still around, but he doesn't.
So,
he did it like once.
Anywhere between like maybe a 43 to like a 40 or maybe lower is what we normally
Oh,
get.
left
right around here, as
Roxas
you can see.
or Hainer strats. Interesting.
Yeah,
Aw.
having the draw makes us significantly
Hainer is
faster than any
very
of the other
annoying.
modes.
Sorry.
It's crazy because now in that situation you would have just did like an aerial
I equipped guard
finisher,
earlier in my menu, so it
like
comes in
like
handy
an
on the
aerial
second
combo
time.
rather with the finisher.
Yeah, so he
Is
went
this
like
going on
a
YouTube?
suicide,
I don't
usually
think
combo
so.
him,
I don't
it's-
know.
It's kind of hard to control that.
4-hour-long reaction video. I'm not sure. We'll see.
So,
if I
in this
feel like
game,
it.
There's actually a mechanic that's pretty prevalent throughout the entire run that is kind of first really seen here in these struggle fights, and that is something called revenge value. Revenge value is something that will allow your enemy to be able to retaliate if you try to just constantly hit him.
Probably
and I'm
important to
sure
explain the
Bloody and
revenge
Lucas
value.
would love to go into more detail about that, but basically it's why that they do these combos that don't necessarily all have finishers or some have two finishers. It's all very strict manipulation
this
of that
layout.
revenge value to force counters at certain times.
Yeah, but that was reviewing my own
So
specific
that looks
older
like
vid. I don't know.
it's
I guess it's a
pretty
little
much
different
100% consistent
than watching other
strategy,
people's
like,
run. Well, I mean, I was
As
part
you
of the
can
run,
see,
but you know what I mean.
He hit him once and then he guarded because he knew he was going to retaliate. So that's kind of what makes that fight incredibly consistent and fast.
Wow, no RC stars.
Oh,
Interesting.
yeah.
Consistency.
Consistent in fast fights. This one is definitely.
Yeah, so
Oh.
this is Roxas.
You could feel the Roxas pain.
So, okay. As far as fights go, that was pretty good.
Yeah, that was actually really.
One day I should
That's
run
one of the worst fights in
PS2
the
again just to
Roxas
remind
section,
myself
because,
how
like,
hard it is to
anytime
control
Roxas
Roxas
has
on
to jump and
PS2.
attack Dusks. It's bad news bears.
This next fight, we basically can skip his desperation attack if we constantly just keep comboing him at
Desperation
certain
attack,
times,
not
it'll
desperation
speak,
move?
It will speak for itself, probably.
Where'd I come up with that?
What Biz is talking about when he says desperation attack or desperation move, we
There we
abbreviate it
go.
as DM, and we call skipping those DM skips.
Good. Got it.
Nice.
Cool. Well, we didn't have the cooler strat back then to, do what we
Desperation
do now.
moves are, it's kind of like their limit break. When they're at low health, they'll become invincible, and the other visual cue is the screen becomes dark and stuff like that, and they'll kind of throw out their ultimate move. It wastes a lot of time, but for most bosses, we have a way to either get around it or just skip it entirely. So that's a lot of what this entire speedrun is based on, is DM skips.
True.
All right, so this fight basically.
Wow, this
we
was
actually
before the
use on
aerial hits,
purpose,
too,
And
jeez.
there are a couple of reasons. First of all, on critical, as you can see,
Oh,
it's really fast.
sad
and
sir.
the game will still progress if you
That's
lose,
why
of
we do the
course.
aerial hits
And
now,
the
is
second is if
to
you lose,
stop
you
that
get the
move.
medal, which is an accessory that gives you +1 strength. If
Yeah,
you win, you get the champion.
Bloody's
belt,
behind,
you don't really have
Riz
a
right
huge
now.
score in the speedrun,
The
but one
GDQ
strength
back
point
then,
is enough to,
not the best
affect,
camera work.
Many fights for the next pretty big
Audio
portion of
quality,
the game,
camera work
so
back then
we
were a little
definitely-
obviously
it's
lacking.
Very worth it.
They're obviously a lot more professional now.
One kind of subtle thing I'll throw out about there about Final Mix as opposed to the original. In addition to, it's honestly just a better version of Kingdom Hearts 2. What makes it also nice to speedrun is that we get 20 minutes less of load times. So these load times are actually super fast.
Which is so funny because now these are not fast at all, but this is all we had back then.
403.
403. Yeah. Whereas here, Bloody has the record at 343 on critical mode. To just give you an idea of how much faster and kind of better this game is.
So there on that menu, he equipped the medal we just got, set up a potion, and equipped scan finally.
Yeah, so we'll be able to see enemy health now, and for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
There's always going to be some people who are going to jump out there and say, oh, save the frames, don't equip scan. Do you really need that? I always get questions like that in my chat. Shoutouts to my chat.
I never get those questions.
Yeah, we definitely, it's too important to know precisely what the HP levels are for all the different bosses and fights.
Yeah, Cage 2 is very important to see health because the HP barriers are not as obvious as in Cage 1, like the transitions. So you just like die if you're not aware of the exact amount of HP.
In addition to what Spike was saying about the HP being pretty precise, a lot of the bosses in this
BB
game,
clones and
especially later
older
on,
30
actually
FPS
have
times.
Different phases, and they have what we call HP gates, which are points at their HP bar, at which they
went the wrong way.
traverse into another phase. So being able to know the precise amount of HP they have left, so we know when they're going to switch phases, is very important.
Man. It's wild seeing this because this is before the aerial VV stuff.
Very hard to control. We basically try our best.
It's just they're everywhere. They're all over the place.
As they spawn and such, but they're pretty elusive to Roxas combos.
I've done a scanless no menu like run, I guess, if that counts.
Yeah, we don't have a consistent strat for that fight.
Obviously, without being able to see the HP, it's pretty annoying to tell when they're going to DM you in your face.
Coming up in this next fight, you're going to see instant dividends paid off for us taking the medal from the Setzer fight for losing. Because that it cuts probably, what, a full combo off of this fight,
it does.
something like that.
This is where like a lot of people just don't understand that +1 strength.
It's kind of interesting how much you can talk about in only Roxas World.
+1 strength can be like the difference between a full combo.
Like there's just a lot. There's a lot to it.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Also, Roxas is good.
Oh no. It's so funny because small shit like that doesn't really matter in like a marathon run.
Also, I'd like to point out, one of our community members, the Mistmaster 1, has actually offered to donate, I believe, $1 for every whiff throughout this run.
Every
so
time
that's already
$2
right now.
Yeah, I've missed a couple times.
Technically more from the.
There's probably a lot more from back there.
Yeah.
I hope you're counting missed.
It's kind of just vibes and not scripted. Yeah. Well,
So,
do people usually script GDQ?
Oh, this is the greatest minigame.
Like commentary?
There's actually a soft.
We did sort of like a pre-run where we were thinking about what we should talk about, but I'm pretty certain we did not at all keep
I've seen
to
it
it.
less than 5 times. It's never happened to me.
You've seen it that many times? Oh my god. I've
We
never
have a
seen
save
this.
if it does.
It's,
soft log.
Yeah.
Other than that, this minigame is literally mashed.
Yeah, it existed back in PS2, but it was very rare. I don't know if we ever figured out how it triggers. I always suspected if you're moving the analog sticks, it could fuck it up.
For everything else the rest of the run.
Press triangle to win.
Yeah, this has data org in it.
so
If I have
gaming
time, I'll
crash.
do that.
Yay.
I'm gonna be skipping the Gummy missions.
All right, so this next stretch, they want you to walk up to one event and then walk to another event. So if we have any donations, this is a great time for some.
Thank you, Happy Cloud, for the sub gift.
$100.
Appreciate the support.
$100, more
you
like
for that.
$10. My next donation was going to be during Dark Souls 2, but since Jackson is on the mic, I just had
Dark
to
Souls
make him
2.
say, I'm Commander Jackson, and this is my favorite run on the Citadel. Have a great run. Happy to oblige. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, I think we sort of tried to plan when to do donations
$25
too.
from Ray of Speed. Ray of Speed here. That Kingdom Key is
We didn't
too
want
darn
to,
cool
you
to
gotta
not
let
bid
them
on, and I think
say
this
you
gets
gotta
me
let them
in for another bid on the PS4
announce
as
donations.
well.
You can't just
Put
talk the whole
this
run,
money
really.
towards Spike Vegeta's choice, but
You're not
only
supposed to,
if he
anyway.
gives his best. Kingdom Hearts is light. Otherwise, put it on Casey for Tifa's name for FF7. That's the name of a girl I love. Shoutouts to Casey.
Over this way, needs to be further this way. So like, where's the camera cut off?
It's a Phantom RC. That may, I think you're right, but I remember there was 2 different crashes too. There was like a soft lock and then a crash. So I wonder if it's the same thing or not.
Wow.
But I think both of them are only on the ports. I don't think both existed back on PS2. I think only one did. Nice.
$100 from. What? Speaking of butt fitting, $100 from Anonymous saying, I'm glad to be able to donate to a GDQ during a KH run. Hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. Good luck with the gameplay and singing to Rizzle, Biz, Other Biz, and Spike. Please have this donation be runner's choice.
Biz, Other Biz. Yeah, who's what?
From Anonymous. Hey there.
Oops, I didn't mean to smack the
my
mic.
favorite game of all time. Love all the runs I've managed to catch. Hope to see you
we
destroy this run.
win
Also
this
to hear
on
everyone's
credit.
lovely singing voices. Disney hype.
So this is the first time we see the assassin nobody enemy, and we have to be very careful with them because basically if you do damage to them and don't keep staggering them, they go into the ground and then they may just come back up and kill themselves. And that loses us EXP and could potentially kill us later in the run, so we have to handle them very carefully.
He also just fought out that fight for the EXP. You actually can do a death
Is this
abuse there and
pre-Biz
save
Brothers
some
bid?
time,
I think
but,
so, yeah.
The EXP is well worth it
Probably.
later on in the run, so we pick it up here.
Yeah, we kind of have to pick and choose which fights we death abuse in for EXP. Some are just not really worth it.
In general, I mean, people probably throw out this term quite a bit in speedrunning, but this community has really optimized this category to an incredible extent, including also the beginner mode category for this run. A lot of similar strats with a few
The forest
differences
is
here
so
and there.
dark.
Some of
Can't
them having
even
to
see.
do with the abilities you get at the beginning of the run. But I remember when people were blown away by a Hirun's old, like, he had like a 418 at one point, and then Rupa came along. These are a couple of Japanese
Oh my God, I forgot
RTAs
about Rupa.
of Kingdom Hearts games.
I remember a
Rupa
Hirun.
had a
He has
401,
some good tech
and
videos
it's
still
amazing that they've
that hold
shaved
up really
18
well.
minutes off that time since then, because we thought that Rupa run was like the ultimate YOLO, just going for everything, didn't care, and
I like how that
shout
kinda
outs,
still
I
is the
know,
way
to
people
Rizzle,
look at
the current
runs.
runner of the game. He has found a lot of the strategies.
You mean
for
every
this game.
strat?
Yes. And
That's funny because it's
literally
kind of
every
true.
single
Riz
found every strat
does what like KBM does now, pretty much.
Whenever we have a problem with a fight and we're like, why isn't this consistent? This dude just tests everything and finds a strat that's at least better.
Exactly like KBM.
Yeah, not just for KH2 FM either. He's found strats for 1.5.
Like I'm sure,
which is
like
the
you know,
other game in
Nintendo
this
and
bid war,
VG Master
and
kind of
I'm
do
sure
that now
other stuff
still.
as well. I don't even know.
But it's just funny.
Also, this
It's so
fight
true.
sucks balls. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna throw that out
This is
there.
one of the worst
Oh my.
fights.
Yeah, you do not want Roxas to whiff in this fight.
And he will, unfortunately.
Yeah, probably.
So he wants to kill 3 Dusks because that'll spawn the next wave of enemies. And since they are assassins, you want to kill assassins as quickly as possible. So
I mean,
he'll
for
kill
PS2,
3
this
and
feels
go
like it's
after the
going
assassins
okay.
and then, clean up from there, basically.
Nice.
Yeah, you're noticing in this fight, he's just constantly having to react
Dusk
to
is
how
probably
the
upside
Dusks
down
are
walking behind him.
being kind of
Oh
flown
no, he's not.
around.
All right.
Because all those attacks deal heavy
Damn.
damage.
Oh, he got the
So-
freebie too.
That
Damn.
is some
Good,
charity right
good
there.
PS2 fight. I
That
don't know.
is really good. Oh man, unbelievable fight.
Shoutouts to assassins for the charity.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, you see that fight and it might not look... Actually, I'm going to hold off on that until after this fight because I'm sure there's explanation that Biscuit and Bloody want to do.
Well,
I'm like,
basically
okay, I
gonna
guess I'll
just
say
combo
it.
him to a certain point and hit his revenge.
I was like,
dice,
no, you
goes
keep
into the wall,
talking.
Comes out. We do his RC, which is reaction command, by the way.
Oh man,
And
this
then we just get a
strat.
quick kill on him.
Reaction boost kind of shreds through his health, like right there.
As you can see, yes, lots of damage on it.
All right, we out of Roxas World. I don't remember what a good Roxas World time was back then, but it's way faster now.
So
For
to kinda
PS2
go into,
especially.
About that a little bit more, Roxas actually does behave differently from Sora. As Biscuit mentioned earlier, he doesn't like to jump very well, but also his air
the
combos
mics
come
are
out
probably
slower,
picking up
as well as
the-
a few other factors. So everybody
the
pretty
game.
much prefers playing as Sora since he just has a much
So I don't
cleaner
think-
gameplay.
It seems like they were
We didn't have a
designed
headset
and
back
they
then,
play
yeah.
like 2 completely different characters. Like they aren't just like clones or different textures. Roxas is literally like has different it just feels different.
Different physics.
Yeah, a lot of people allude playing Roxas as playing.
Remember,
Sora
GDQ
from
wasn't
Kingdom Hearts
as
1,
efficient
and that
back
might
then.
have been kind of a transition that they wanted to have.
Because I remember
on
after this,
purpose,
when
but
I
nobody's
was back
really
there,
sure.
I
It would've been
remember
kinda
we
cool, but
started having
It's
like
actually
headsets and
worse than,
stuff where you could
Sora
actually
and
hear the
Kingdom when it
game
comes to
audio and
combos.
whatever.
It's just really slow and it's hard to
Or
match up
or
those
just the
combos.
other people. I can't remember, but it
Yeah,
was
and so just
better.
that one thing I want to mention earlier is that some
Picking
of
up
these
the high
fights
potion.
where,
Yo, safety strats.
you
It
know,
might be
he's
for
not getting
selling.
hit
I
at
can't
all, and
remember.
It's going very quickly, and you're wondering, well, isn't that just how every fight is?
I don't
Why
remember
is this
back
seeming so
then
special?
what
we
was
died in
like if
pretty
we
much
bought the
2
like
hits,
fire
and some
bangle
things
or
can
whatever.
one-shot us later on in the game. To almost, yeah, quite a few things.
There's
Almost
plenty.
every single fight will kill you in 2 hits. So it's pretty important to not get hit, and to try to do that while also being fast is one of the most difficult things about this game.
Yeah, I was gonna say like we probably are going to end up dying at some point in this run, at least a couple
Yeah.
times. It's incredibly
Deathless
difficult.
runs are few and far between.
I think there's only been a few of us that have ever deathless this run at all.
Yeah. My lowest number of deaths I've gotten was 1 in one round.
No
so-
upside down walk for Riz.
Yeah, so right there we ended the fight early by taking damage. It wouldn't really be worth it to fight it out. So
That's another death abuse.
It's worth it on a beginner mode, but in critical mode,
You guys
actually
are
get
like, damn, look how young he
70%
was. He's
of
probably
the
like
XP,
15
to
there.
play other modes, so
But now,
fighting that
man, he
fight
looks
out
like he's
just gives you
40.
Nothing worthwhile.
FYI, my part of the run starts after LOD, I
something of
assume.
note, we're gonna have
And
a few
then
fights
Bloodies
in
probably
this
starts
tower,
after
and,
1K, most
We
likely.
get to fight shadows now, and they are extremely difficult
I didn't say
to
Alberts.
optimally kill because they have this one move where they just go under the ground and they're invincible. And they
Was
can
that
do it
not a thing
twice
back
in
then? I don't
row,
remember
and
when I
we don't
started
have
that.
any,
I
like,
don't remember
real
what
tools
year.
to deal with that yet because we don't have like fire or anything. So you're probably gonna see a
Albert
lot of
wasn't
that.
bored yet,
It's
maybe, I don't
pretty
know.
frustrating for us.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I think he must have been, because Kiwi in the background has the
That was a good combo.
the Dusk plushie, and I definitely got that after the
Very
Albert
good fight.
plushie.
That was pretty
I'm
much
pretty sure.
almost a perfect fight.
Yeah.
It's probably not because of
So,
confusing people. Yeah,
we
you're
saw
probably
right there
right.
Donald using the first spell we're actually seeing
I think I
which is Thunder.
wouldn't. I should have done.
And,
I think
to
I
kinda
was
go over
right to
just some of
not
the very
meme
basic
there.
mechanics of a Kingdom Hearts game for those that have not played it before. In this game, we have that command menu that you see in the bottom left.
No, this is not all
You use
worlds.
the D-pad to,
I think I'm.
select
Yeah, I'm not
different
screen
parts of
capping
that
the.
command
It's any
menu,
percent.
and then you perform
Any
the
percent
action
crit.
on that command menu. The top action is attack, and that's what we'll be using throughout most of the
We-
run,
they
but
probably
there's
wouldn't have
also
taken us if
magic
the
spells,
estimate would have went up
summons,
to, like,
drive
5+
forms, and
hours.
abilities that we get throughout the run that we'll be talking about more as we get them.
Yeah, that's
Good
what's
start,
great about
jeez.
this run is we really utilize a lot.
Why
of
doesn't
it.
that happen
We
to
use
me
every
ever?
skill we get. We use almost all the.
Every time I do
drive
this fight now,
forms,
Dolan doesn't do
in
anything at
some
the
limits too,
beginning.
even. It's
Oh,
not like
I
one
saw what you
single
tried to
thing.
do
We
there.
spam the entire run to get past these fights.
I believe we use every spell as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dolan still had had magic till the end.
Yeah, we're gonna end up using every single magic spell we've got at disposal to fire, blizzard, thunder, reflect, magnet, not cure, hopefully. Yeah, we'll be.
It's
using
funny
all
because if
the
Spike
drive
was ever
forms,
commentating something like this
maybe,
now, he probably would say like Alberts.
at least 4 of the forms,
Like
all
at the
4 of the
GDQ.
summons given to us in the game, almost all the special Keyblade abilities that will get through growth, lots and lots of different choices. So there's not really just one overpowered technique that kind of you default to throughout the game, as Biscuit was saying.
Okay.
It's pretty
So this
impressive for, like,
Cyclone's way
as you
stronger
see,
here
it's
on
like an
crit
action
than
RPG, like
level
hack and
1.
slash
So
game. It's kind of
oh,
amazing that
gross.
there isn't really an overpowered.
I
part of
miss
the
having
game.
that on
Everything
level,
is really,
or
really
you know, like
balanced
on
out.
regular crit
And
when I do
in
level
terms
1
of
runs.
creating speedrun strats, it gives us a lot of leeway and creativity, and there's always seemingly new strats to be found.
Something
Still
I'll point
true
out
to
during
this
that last
day.
Fight is hitting some enemies a certain amount of times will force them to use their reaction command. So what I was doing there was hitting soldiers 3 times to get the Cyclone reaction command and using that. And that's going to be used quite a bit in this run for different enemies.
It's interesting Riz is basically talking
Yeah,
to
so
during
like right
while
there,
playing because
faded out
both
the
of us, or all 3 of us, I
Cyclone
think,
reaction
kind of
from the
decided we
soldiers,
were
which you did
not
by
really going to
doing
do that
3
much.
empty hits, not actually finishing any of his
Because we didn't
combos,
wanna
'cause that
distract
would've knocked
ourselves.
them out. And then utilizing that and then walking back at a certain angle, he's able to kind of trap others in the trajectory of the Cyclone, which
Oh damn! I
one-shots
drew
them.
Toji out of
Partly just
retirement
'cause
to
it's a
come
really
watch
powerful
this.
reaction command, but also because one of the other added abilities you got at the start of critical
What is
mode
up?
was reaction boost. So you might think a lot of cases the animations for those in a lot of fights would be too long and not worth it.
Welcome to the
reaction boosts, a lot of
10-year
those
reunion,
actually
I
do
guess.
become powerful enough, so you do want to bait those
Let's
out.
get Riz in here.
And
Where's
with
he
that,
at?
we are finally out of Twilight Town. I promise all the other worlds are not nearly that long.
So, yeah, speaking of which, the run's gonna start getting pretty interesting now because we got some
Pretty
scary
interesting.
fights
We got
coming up.
Bailey next. That's
We
pretty
also,
interesting.
got the first drive form in the game, Valor form.
Hype as shit.
It's useful for.
To be fair, it's
about
regular
half
crib
the run.
Bailey,
Use
so
it a lot
it's not as much
for,
of a dumpster
for
fire
movement,
as
actually.
level 1
As you're
Bailey.
going to see here, Riz is going to immediately use it to move faster. And it's also used in a lot of combat situations. You actually do get like a strength increase, and it gives you a lot of variety in terms of like what you can do with your combat.
The drawback of Valor form, though,
Got the
is
swag.
we don't have guard.
Don't
and we
interrupt
can't
me.
use magic in this form, so it's also a pretty dangerous form to use on critical mode. So because we don't really have
Yeah, I
much
was scared of
defense
Bailey.
of any
Yeah.
kind, so we have
Not
to be
like
very
Hades
careful.
Escape or POC.
To explain a
It
little
was
bit more
Bailey.
about what drive forms are, they actually use your one.
Oh,
or
he
both
does
of your party
the.
members
Oh wait, no, we win
in
this
order
fight.
to gain a form
I was
that
like,
has
oh, he
different
does what
abilities,
I thought I
different,
came up with that, but
strengths
no,
and
it's
weaknesses.
he's
As
doing
you
that
mentioned,
better.
the strength of Valor form is that it is supposed to be strong.
Damn.
Wow. Look, that was an amazing fight.
That's crazy.
That fight is actually very important because these drive forms actually can.
No,
level
this is
up.
not the first time,
And
but
as
it's
you
like
saw right there,
the first
Riz
time in a
hit
long
another
time.
soldier at the end of that. Valor
GDQ
form
put
levels up
KH2 on
based the
hiatus
number of
from,
hits that you do to enemies.
it was a
so we wanna make
problematic
sure we
run
get in
before
a
it that
certain
wasn't
number of
really
hits
done well.
throughout those two fights, as well as some later fights in Land of Dragons.
If I remember
so that we can
correctly, it was
actually
an
level up
improv
and be able to,
All Worlds
stay in
run,
Valor form for a
and I
longer
think it
amount of
involved
time,
beating
and later
Sephiroth
on
too
also
without any
gain
practice,
its
and then it
growth
required
ability,
somebody
which is
else
high
like
jump.
beating Sephiroth. It was like it was a mess.
Yeah,
I
we'll be
think.
grabbing a
If I
drive
remember
recovery
correctly.
for safety here in the run. It will, if we happen to mess up one
And
of the strats
that
later,
soured
we'll be able to fall back on that and get all our drive
to accepting our runs because they thought it was going to be like that again.
An
We had to be like,
important
no,
difference
trust
between
us,
the
it's
original
not
Kingdom Hearts is
like that
that
anymore.
drive recoveries
We have
restore
strats.
3 drive gauges instead of 1. So you can go. You can
Be
basically
nicely
get
out.
a,
Remember, we're
a
stronger
drive
here on
use
regular
out of
crit,
one drive
so
recovery, and that's the only.
The dual
one
stances
in the
will
chest
one-shot anything it
in the
hits.
entire route.
Damn.
So kinda
This
it
is
up
what
for the
Bailey
safety.
used to be like too. We wouldn't go backwards there, you know,
So
to
this
get
is
the
the
dust
first
forward.
like
We would just
really
go right
terrible
forward
fight
there.
in the game, in the category, in my opinion. There are 3 waves of Heartless here, or nobodies here. With the first wave right here, what his goal is to actually get Leon as
Nice
far away as
blizzard.
possible from the others.
Whoop. Oh my god. I almost died.
Okay.
Oh.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay, good recovery
so we've also
though.
utilized that reaction
Got
command
most,
as much as you can, the
creepers.
dual stances, which can be hard because
I
the
didn't
spikes
catch it. It
never
looked
go
like
the same way every
he
time.
did guard correctly, but I
Oh,
think
baby.
the
Oh,
stupid
baby.
samurai was all too far to the right.
Baby.
Okay, that was another good dual
Those
stance to
RCs
get.
pop up a lot faster in Final Mix compared to English.
Man,
so
I
we gotta
wish
be really ready
level
for
1 could do this fight like this.
We get one-shotted by them, I believe, if we fail it.
It's almost a one-shot. For my health, it would have
Oh,
killed me, yes,
creeper.
if I failed any of those. So glad I didn't.
Yeah. So that was a sketchy start, but that ended up being a really good second phase. And this third phase, he saved all of his MP for here to kind of try to get up to the side of the dusks and just blizzard them away.
Oh, that's so ballsy
So that
to
was
stand under that upside down dusk walking attack. That if that catches you
And
at the
again, to
beginning
reiterate
in that
what
fight, it can
critical
kill
mode
you.
is, just watching that one
I've been
combo,
killed
he
by
missed
that
the
before.
guard on that
And he
first
wasn't at full
samurai, and it
HP either,
almost
so that was
killed
really
him.
ballsy to
So,
just chill there.
that was pretty great. Anyways, also, so not to break away from the action, but while we do break away from the action, you guys donated for Disney songs.
All right,
The number
so
one song you guys donated for was actually
I'm
I'll
gonna
Make a
skip
Man
the
Out
Gummy
of You.
missions.
And I'd like to ask my buddy Cruncher to actually come up.
It's
This
because
is
they
Cruncher from
sing
the
during all of them
Valor
because we try to fill the
and,
time because we can't really
I thought he'd be good
commentate
for
anything
this,
worthwhile during Gummy missions. So we decided the best way to make it entertaining is to do this stuff. Not granted, it was fun and interesting for back then, but But we're gonna skip through this. I don't want to skip incorrectly though. Am I gonna get DMCA'd? Alright, you guys get to hear the end of it. Yeah, they used to sing that during this because we just didn't want it to be boring, Because there's only so much we can talk about during a Gummy mission. We can try to prep the next world or talk about the previous one a little bit, but
Shout out
it
to
gets
my
old
boy
fast.
Cruncha from the Tropical Freeze community.
Thank you.
Yeah, dude.
I got cropped away. Yeah, I'm gone now.
Gummy missions, yeah, they're bad. They're auto scrollers. They last like 4 minutes. You
Yeah.
can't speed them up.
But you can sing through them.
No, so that was our way of kind of
Man, that's
filling
such a
them up.
faster
There's
menu
7
than,
of
or
them
a shorter
throughout the
menu than what
run.
I have to do.
So, but with that, here we are conveniently at
Damn,
Mulan
gravity
World
ether
War
there, huh?
Dragons.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
because back
so
then we didn't.
It's probably pretty interesting for people.
we couldn't
actually
do
go to
the
Land of
warp
Dragons
because it
versus
wasn't
Olympus
faster on
Castle
PS2. Never
because
mind.
It's actually faster.
You get more EXP out of it.
I definitely
which
forgot
will
about
increase
that.
your strength, and they don't really scale your level.
That means we're not doing
At that
any of the
point,
other save warp.
so
well,
you can
not.
actually go from
But
here
there's
to
some we're not
Olympus and
doing,
around to
like
Beast Castle, and you'll actually
Agrabah.
be
What the fuck?
over leveled at that point.
Anyway, opening here with Valor.
Also,
I don't know if
shadows be
that's.
crawling all over the tents.
I highly
Yeah, this
doubt
fight's
that's
super
what they do
random.
now.
There's not much we can do.
I mean, this is
Goals
missions are
basically
way
just,
different now
I
anyway.
was
Get
going
Valor.
kinda
Than they
to
used to
Sora
be.
back in the
It's been,
round
like,
a little bit.
completely
You tend to miss a
overhauled.
lot with it, so.
Yeah, the biggest problem in that fight is that Sora can end up targeting the.
I don't even. Does he
the
pick mission
tents,
2 here?
And that can extend his
Nope.
combo when really all you want to
Mission
do is
1.
move on to the next shadow or the next enemy.
I mean,
in
this part
general.
lines up
So it's important here somewhat.
with what
it'll
you
save
do
5
at
to
level
10
1
seconds later
at this
on,
point.
if he's able to get level 2 in this fight of Valor is what I'm saying.
Oh boy, what is this? Strat.
And again, that's determined by how many hits you have. So okay, there he got it.
It's
Yeah, so the
crazy
important
how
thing
much
about
we
hitting,
changed this now.
Valor
Like that would have
level 2 is now we
been
have
way
an
more
extra
efficient on
5
level
using
1
Valor,
with
which
level
will
1
help us get
strat.
through the mountain climb segment coming up soon without reverting.
Interesting
and
Blizzard
during
finisher there.
You also
Nice.
get drive a lot faster in Final
Stuff
Mix,
like doing that
these next few missions,
physical
just gonna get his
finisher
drive back naturally and then
is
be able
mostly
to
like
use
I would say a
one by one.
regular crit idea because like on
Also,
level 1
something we
that
haven't
would do
talked
like
about
no
is,
damage.
in this game, magic actually behaves pretty differently from in Kingdom Hearts 1, both in the actual spells.
I don't really
themselves,
care
as
about
you saw
being
there,
on
Fire
the
does an area
screen
effect
fully,
damage
to be
around
honest.
you.
You'll see enough
But
of me when I'm
also,
fucking playing.
Like your normal combos, spells actually have finishers. They have combo hits and finishers. And so what you saw there is because of the finishing plus ability he has equipped, he's able to use a fire.
Oh yeah,
finisher
that we
with
also go
Blizzard
here
directly
first. Yeah.
after.
I didn't even. I'm just
we tend to
not. I didn't
wanna
even like
use
absorb
fire
that because I'm
finishers
just like,
too
yeah,
much
LOD
here.
first on regular crit.
You'll see he's only doing 2 hits and then following up with regular attacks. But it's just good to note that
Obviously no
Magic
Valor
actually
here, 'cause
does
Valor
have
was
these
already
combos,
used.
and you'll see variations of them later on.
Oh boy. Oh boy. This is kind of scary.
Being kind of annoying here.
Yeah, this is by far the scariest mission in
Yeah.
Land of
True, it
Dragons.
still is, especially on level 1.
This is the first time you see the Assault Riders, and we have to handle them very carefully. They can kind of break out of a combo if you don't stun them properly, and they are very strong with their attacks.
Yeah, if you remember the spin twirly guys, yeah, they're back.
He's getting destroyed in the back.
The spin twirly guys.
It is pretty
That's like a
easy
me
to
name.
deal with them if you land the correct combo.
Slash you guys.
Yeah, that mission is actually
Okay.
very scary. It's common to have runs die there.
Rigorous handled it pretty well, to be honest.
That's not really. That
Mainly 'cause
strat's
of
not
just
really
how they
comparable to level
spread
1
out
there.
those enemies in that final wave where you've got the Night Walkers
Yeah,
on
let's see how
either
the-
side of
I
the
assume-
Storm
well, he
Rider,
might do
and
Blizzard
you
here.
always once again just
Yeah.
have to react. Nice.
Oh yeah,
That's
because we
a
don't
really
have. Yeah.
finicky Blizzard shot there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, now we finally have
We
magic
had
to
to.
deal with the shadows, so we can generally stop them from going under if we throw a fire fast enough, because so many hitboxes around it, they just can't get around it usually.
Also,
I knew that
this
was weird. I was
mission,
like, why
it's
in my
the
brain
least
do
scary,
I
but it's
remember
just the
doing
dumbest
Blizzard here
one,
on
'cause
regular
these
crit?
shadows love
That's
to
why.
just run in corners and never come towards you.
Yeah, it's pretty luck dependent whether the shadows like come to you or not.
I assume he'll.
Thanks,
I assume he'll go Valor here at the end.
Shadows.
Oh,
is
Goffy's
that
ruining
even though
everything.
You can
Jesus
also
Christ.
miss when you're using your normal attacks. Fire also will hit over multiple frames. It is.
Chances
damage over
are
time,
we don't
basically,
say Alberts
and
if
because
I
of that,
haven't
it's
already.
Much easier when you have an enemy like a
I
shadow,
think I had to
because there's a
take. This
chance
was
of
our first
going
time,
back on the ground
like
within a
Cage's
certain-
first
a
time
few
back in
frames.
years for GDQ.
It's a really good idea
so.
to use a trick.
I had to
ability
take
that's
it
going to hit
seriously.
over multiple frames, so that you can actually make sure you have a better chance of staggering the enemy.
Okay, so we're coming up on the mountain climbing segment, and basically there are these
Wonder if this is
boulder
the same.
walls that we're gonna have to use a reaction command on, but we're not invincible during it, like some other RCs. So we actually have to
Okay.
clear out the enemies safely for the first two.
I guess that's what we did.
And then we basically abuse on the
It didn't
last one the
work,
fact
but
that we
I
can
know
load
what he
certain
was trying to
enemies
do,
depending on
but
how
it's
many
just
are following you,
not
so
a
we
good
can,
strat back
skip
then,
the
yeah.
assault rider on the last one and just go right for it.
I'm not sure if the EXP is required here,
And this
or
is
we
where
just didn't know
getting
back
Valor
then. I mean,
2
I
is
don't
basically
think we
kicking
did
in.
know back then how to
That
skip
allows him to
that
have one
sequence
extra
there
drive
without
gauge
having to kill
worth
everything.
Of getting to use Valor here, so it'd be running out right about now if he didn't get that level up.
Yeah, there's supposed to be
No, I
an
think the
assault rider
Cyclone
that
in phase
spawns
1
right
was
there, but we
intentional.
basically, stopped him from
You
spawning.
provoke
There are
it
actually
and then
two, like after you kill the
RC
first one,
kill
the second
everything.
one
You kill
spawns,
the
but
first one.
since there are 2 enemies, there's like not enough space. So thank you PS2 limitations for giving us that.
So yeah, again, having level 2 is just allowing him to run throughout this entire section in Valor, because Valor movement, base Valor
most certainly in
movement is
cave
better
fight,
than
there's not
base
going to be
Sora
any solo
movement.
trinity, I'm
Saves
assuming,
what
unless
is,
it's
like,
on an
5
assault rider.
seconds.
Something like that,
Yeah. So it's a little thing, but again, every second counts, especially in a category this optimized. Bloody, you want to talk about why this fight is terrible?
Oh my Christ. Okay, so you know how shadows are bad? Well, there's like a bunch of them, and they all suck.
Literally 1 million shadows in this
I
map.
mean, what else do you want me to say? They are all horrible.
To be fair, this is
Yeah,
before
so
the
again, look at
Trinity
that
stuff. Now it's
absolute
not
chunk of health,
nearly
that little
as
swipe
bad.
from one of these
It's still
50 shadows.
sometimes
You can
trash,
get free
but most of
shot
the time it's
and,
okay.
like,
With the
you're
Trinity
surrounded by
strat.
them, and even if you just kind of try and berserk through it and just fire constantly, you can just get cheap shot, and it's horrible, and I hate all of them.
Okay,
Oh
so he
my
blows
God.
all the MP,
Riz is
so
doing
there's no
really
backup
good,
if the
by
assault
far.
rider catches him here.
Trying to round up all of them in like 2 waves
So
right
he's
there
probably
is
confident.
the most optimal way of killing them.
Damn,
Right there,
old
what he did is
strats.
he wanted to bait out attacks from both of them.
Safe.
Yeah,
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 to
I
be
would have
able
done.
to
I would have played
save.
it safe there too.
Yeah, one of their attacks do not stagger at all, which is the spinny one in the first phase of the enemy, so we kind of have to make sure we avoid that attack because it does a lot of damage.
So again, that was a really good cave.
Oh yeah, that's right. You don't have Trinity. I keep forgetting from level 1.
And
Yeah,
since
we don't
you
even
fill
have
back up your
Trinity,
drive
so
gauge
that
here,
we
get
couldn't even
another
do
usage
that.
of Valor,
We
all
had
for
to do the
movement
fire spam.
purposes.
Yeah, you're just gonna any time that we're moving in between areas. As you can see, like it's pretty linear. It's just kind of moving from fight to fight. So anytime that we have to do that, we
That's gonna
we-
confuse
if
me
we
with
can,
Slide Dash
we
and Beast
will
Castle.
Use a drive form to move faster. For now, at least. Later on, that will change.
There's actually several.
I mean, like I
points, too,
said,
where,
early game level
you know,
1's
we've seen
actually a
them
bit
use either
different
summon or
because
drive
of
form,
the world
right
swap
before
and
an
the
area that
strength
they know they're
difference
going
is
to
pretty
not,
noticeable.
be in that form.
Very
when your party
noticeable, I
members
guess.
are taken away from you, or at least, especially the ones that are
How do you think you
required
would
for
do
the
if you
drive
tried
form
to
you're using,
20, 50
your
strats
drive
run
gauge
today?
will actually refill to max if you.
Well,
were
it would
in the
depend if
drive
I have to
form
play
or had a,
PS2 or
summon
not.
out or something similar. So,
Because some stuff is harder to do on
as you can see right there, he
PS2.
now has a drive gauge
'Cause it's
max
not
of level
60
3,
FPS.
because he was in Valor form.
All right, so this is
Losing
this
it
is
at
the
0 at
EXP
the wrong
grind
times
time
can
too,
actually be
because
really, really harmful for the rest of the run.
Uh,
So that's
not
why a
level
lot
1.
of the areas are very manipulatable that way.
Yeah.
in case you're
So the goal of
unsure
this
what's
fight
going
is
on.
to get as much EXP as you can, and it's a timed fight, so we can't really speed it up. So
Yeah, there's a few time fights where we just kind of go for EXP. He wants to be at under 125 to.
I wonder if that's still
level
the
10,
same.
Which should get him the appropriate EXP. He wants to hit level 10 because that's a strength increase, which will be important for Sha Yu coming up later.
unfortunately, he's not getting many of the
Good
reaction
parry,
commands
Jesus.
from the rapid thrust
That would've been
enemies,
scary to
so
get hit
he's
there.
Not getting a lot of kills from that.
Oh my God, such a
RCs will
ballsy
definitely,
potion too.
Help with killing things
they're-
naturally.
There's one.
Bit late on that, but oh well. So.
Shoutouts to
I'm a
Kingdom
little
Key
tiny
though.
bit short of the XP, but it shouldn't actually matter. Mulan should help me.
It's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, there are
Kingdom Key
actual
kind of
enemies
comes in
the
clutch
Sha
in
Yu
this
fight
visit
where
on regular
if
crit, I
Mulan takes
think.
care of them, speaking of which, Mulan is added to the party.
Because like in
Well,
level
you'll
1
be
you
able
would
to
have
get
Heroes
to
Crest
the
here,
vast
which is
upgrade for
stronger
paying
for the
to Mulan.
finishers,
Also,
but you don't have that
you can
like
change
damage
your party
intake
members'
buffer.
AI, basically using the customize. So what Riz just did there is he switched
Yeah,
to
no
Mulan
Trinity
to
to
party
save you.
attack. That
I-
changes
in my
Mulan's
head, I probably
AI
would've tried to jump
attack
away,
enemies
but
that
I guess
Sora's
that-
not targeted onto.
He felt confident
So,
there.
specifically what that does for the Sha Yu fight is, while you're targeting onto Sha Yu, she will take care of the Heartless that are trying to kill the gate.
Oh, buying time.
If we
Fire
didn't
bangle,
do that,
right?
then the gate
Oh, see,
would
that's the
be
high potion, so he
killed
just
pretty
sold the high
easily,
potion and
even
fire
before we can
bangle,
kill
yeah.
Sha Yu.
And a 10.
So
And
right there,
potions, what the
we're
fuck?
buying a fire armor for basically an upcoming fight in the next world, and it is actually essential to making it much safer. And
fuck
we
was
also
it buying
bought
the potions
a
for?
tent
Oh, maybe
which
because
we're
he
gonna use after
used
this
too many?
segment. You can explain.
I don't know. I don't remember.
We're gonna turn.
This
into
is cool
Superman
because
real
you don't
quick,
get to do this on level 1 because we just
and we're
save
gonna
warp.
fly, and it's
Or
awesome.
world map warp, whatever you call it. I guess it's save warp, whatever.
Okay.
So if you don't
that
watch
takes 4
regular crit
seconds.
runs,
It's
that could
pretty
be a
cool.
mind blow.
Wasn't really the
You get full-
intended usage.
You
of
get full
Mulan.
movement
That
during
is-
Mulan's limit.
It's definitely intended right there.
Yeah, that's one of those limits that you just have like free movement during, and it just happens you can fly. So we use that only once though.
Yeah, I assume regular crit save warps there too.
Limits, since we haven't exactly gone over
it's
them, I
still
guess.
pretty
Limits
slow to do
are,
that compared to just save
abilities
warping.
that you use with a party member usually, or there are a couple of solo ones that take all of your MP gauge, but don't have a set amount. So you just
All right,
need
well, we
one
don't have
MP
Trinity
to use
here.
them. And,
So, we
the
just
way
do
MP
Mulan's
works in
limit
this
here, I'm
game,
pretty
when you
sure.
run out, you
I
run
bet
something
it's
called
still
MP
like that,
charge,
too. I bet
which
that's
is
what
that
you
pink
do.
bar you'll see right at the bottom of the screen there. That gauge
So you do, yeah, just
actually,
mash
I
triangle
don't believe can be
only,
sped up,
get to the
and
finisher,
is,
finisher wipes
by
unless you're
attacking or
unlucky, I
anything,
think.
and is very long, so we don't want to be an MP charge whenever we can
Trinity
avoid
would probably
it.
be
Otherwise,
useful
we
here.
might have to use ethers, which restore your MP.
Probably.
So that fight right there, we basically just use Mulan's limit, and we will like 9 out of 10 times.
Oh, still opening with Valor and Sha Yu.
Fireballs kind
Interesting.
of randomly fall from the sky.
I mean, this
and
strat's
just
different on level
most of
1
the time they
because
kill all the bolt towers. Sometimes
you're going to
they
see the
whiff.
damage difference
So now
on
we're,
Sha Yu is
at
going to
the
be a
Sha
little
Yu fight.
pretty nuts.
Specifically, what Riz wants to do is he wants to get Sha Yu
There was
to
no
an HP
phase
gauge,
transition
a certain
strat
part
either back
himself,
then.
And then from there, Sha Yu will turn into this purple mode, and
Purple
he
mode
wants to get him
Sha
out of
Yu.
that as quickly as possible. What he'll do is he'll guard
Whoa,
Sha
that
Yu in
was
his purple mode to activate that
interesting
reaction
to
command
see.
right there, and it'll disengage the purple mode so
Whoa.
that he can combo him to death from there. Otherwise,
How do you not get
Sha
hit
Yu
here?
would just kind of be flying around, and it would
I feel like you just randomly get hit
extremely
here
annoying.
doing that.
Oh.
Oh.
Can't do much about that. Okay, that's good.
So the biggest problem with this fight is usually the bird that's
Oh,
flying
the
around.
RC
It can hit
damage.
you at really wonky
Crazy.
times and ruin your combo, but fortunately it didn't this
This
time.
is
So this was a really solid
RV
fight.
stuff,
Alright,
yeah.
there we go.
Good.
Pretty clean fight, though. Level 1 had
Any
a
boss
different
fight
type of strat
actually
back then,
requires
anyway.
a finisher to end the fight, so the boss can actually be sitting there at 1 HP, and you could be dealing.
There used to be
damage
screen
via
shake, yeah.
combos, and
They got rid
it
of
won't
screen
do anything to
shaking
end the fight.
for some
Magic
reason on the
actually
ports.
counts as a finisher in these instances, as well as some other abilities that we'll get later in the game.
I
So
don't
it's
plan to run
really
regular
important
crit
to be
anytime
able to
soon,
know
but if I
when
ever
to
get
use
bored
magic
enough at
as
level
opposed
1,
to
I
when
guess
to
I
finish in a
can.
combo.
It would be nice to get a new PB in
So, yeah,
that.
and with that,
It probably
we're
wouldn't be
next
that
business
hard
song.
now.
These kind of come rapid fire at the beginning of each roll, which is nice. You kind of notice like how fast the
Oh, we gotta
distancing
skip
worlds
the,
are in this game.
yeah, we gotta skip the,
with that themed distance.
I don't even, oh, the distance saga.
Is this a ton of damage.
Wait, commentary, I guess.
Something of note, by the way, on this
Shorter
Gummy mission
song.
is this is probably the most dangerous Gummy mission. Riz basically destroyed all the cannons because those do a ton of damage to you, and it's not a critical mode thing. It's
Fun
a
fact,
final
you get
thing. They buff the
hit
damage on some
easier in
missions, so we
60
could actually
FPS. You
die
lose your
during, some of
iframes
them now
faster.
if we don't
I'm
really
assuming
pay
because of
attention to
60
them.
FPS bug, but so the
Also,
Gummy missions are actually
we
a little
heading to
scarier on
Olympus as our
60
second
FPS.
Disney World, and it's pretty interesting because the game devs didn't really want you to do that. Olympus is basically our least favorite world, not because it's like boring or anything, but because you can easily die in any fight, and it probably will be out of your control.
Yeah, this world sucks.
Probably most of the time, yeah.
That's my input there. This world is terrible.
Even in
There's
regular
so many-
crit, OC
There's so
sucks.
many fights that can
Probably
kill you
not as
here,
much,
and it's
but-
not your fight. And it's not
I
your
haven't
fault
watched
at
a
all.
recent crit run in OC to know how
This
much
is definitely
comfier it
not
is. I mean,
a
it'll be
runner's
interesting
favorite for
seeing
sure.
Pete.
It's got to be like top or worst 3 worlds for any runner who runs.
Has my
this
opinion
category.
on OC changed in 10 years? Not
So
really,
early
no.
on in the world, you're going to notice
Is that you, Muffin? Shut up, Muffin.
Whoa. Whoa.
Shots fired at Muffin.
I don't know if I would have
Love
joked like that
Olympus.
at GDQ, but
Okay, whatever.
Early on in the world, you're going to notice that we won't be using Valor form at all. Actually, the drive gauge is locked until you get a certain item later on in the world, so we won't be able to use any drive forms whatsoever when in the Underworld for most of the world. On top of that, there is going to be a moment later on that Riz is going to want some serious time, where we're probably going to be calling for everybody to please be as quiet as possible.
What, on Pete?
And so we will be letting you know exactly when that's going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be the Hades escape fight, as we call it, where we're basically running from Hades.
Oh, why?
And,
Probably because he
that's
has to
an
focus and hear
extremely
Hades maybe
terrifying
too.
fight because you are literally running from Hades, and he chases you down. He's invincible. He throws fireballs at you that can kill you in just 3 shots at full HP. You have to really focus on where he is at all times while killing the many enemies around you that can also kill you in 1 or 2 hits.
Man, I'm really overhyping this Hades escape.
Intense fight.
And while we're
Hardest
traveling,
fight in
I figure
all
we
of
can go ahead and
gaming,
read
I
off
guess.
A few donations, but I just want to hear from Bloody or Biz what the basic strategy Riz wants to utilize in order to clear out the Heartless in the fastest way.
Don't get hit.
Well, there's multiple different strategies for each.
Oh,
tier.
slide dash. We
The
have slide
general
dash
strategy,
now
though,
because it's not
is
level
that
1.
Hades is invincible.
So we don't
He throws fireballs
this roll
at you,
without it.
and they free shot you, thanks to the fire armor, of course.
That probably
but
comes into play on
Yeah, you have
Pete.
to have You have to be constantly aware of what Hades is going to do. Otherwise, he is literally going to throw fireballs in your face and make you die.
And again, utilizing the reaction boost ability that you got at the beginning of the game, because this is on critical, there's a reaction command attached to one of the enemies.
Did we not do that back then?
Cry.
There's a couple reaction commands. Like the whole fight
the
itself
Lancers.
is like littered with reaction commands that you use. Just they have iframes, so you're safe for the most part.
Or is it because we don't have
And
Cure yet?
You
Maybe.
It's just kind
And
of
they
the
didn't want a
fastest way
potion,
your
I
best way
guess.
to
I
do
don't know.
damage while
Maybe
being
that's why.
safe from Hades.
One thing about that, though, is there's a few frames after each reaction command where you can't move, but you can be damaged. So if you do a reaction command and you're 1 hit away from death, you can just be sniped out of it.
Yep. Frame
And
trapped
that
by
really
reaction
sucks.
commands
Pretty
on
much the
Hades
only way
escape.
I die in this fight now is if I just get hit out of an RC. And there's nothing
That's
I can
mostly
do.
the only way anybody dies anymore on
Yeah,
Hades escape
unfortunately,
is getting
if,
frame
he
trapped
does
out
that,
of
we
an
have to walk
RC you
back up
take.
this green room again. The way the game works is it puts you before fights start, basically, in the room before the fight starts when you choose to
God, this
continue.
fucking TV
So
audio
it's
is
kind of
killing me with a
time
headset
loss
on.
If you die in the last tier.
Alright, we didn't know about
Probably
Cure back.
explain more
Oh, we
about
don't have
this
Cure
fight
yet. Never mind.
afterwards,
We didn't know
but for
about it
now,
back
let's go
then
ahead and
anyway,
give
just to
Riz some
clarify.
serious time, because this is one of the worst fights in the game, without a doubt.
Serious time, please.
Okay, so we turned off the auto limit and potion stuff. That's about it. Damn. Nice. Ooh. Oh, perfect distance. Okay. This looks like a pretty clean phase 2. Tier 2. Ooh. Damn, this is going really well. I don't remember how this went for him, so but right now I'm like, damn, this is another like good dodge. Riz is making this look so easy. Oh, that Albert though. That was smart. That he did the double hit there. Ooh. He's at questionable health there, but I think on Craig with the firebangle he would have tanked the fireball there. Pretty sure. Like I don't run regular Craig anymore than I know
Specifically
exactly.
targeted on the large body there to make sure he dies. He's the most dangerous enemy right now.
Yep, and now he's safe.
That was incredible.
Yeah, good fight. That is a really good Hades escape to have in a marathon run. He made that shit look easy.
I want to say he made that look easy, but I think people could.
He got
tell
hit, like, once, too,
He
I
was
think.
reacting so well to just always listening to Hades as he was throwing the fireballs.
Yeah, he dodged a lot
could
of
feel the heat
fireballs.
infinitely.
It's crazy. That was a good Hades to have in a
Golly,
marathon.
That was an amazing fight. Great job. He almost no damaged that. Yeah.
Oh, AP boost. I'm like, where's he
If you
going?
want to read a donation after that, go for it. We're just walking up to
I'm
that
assuming the
fight.
regular
After that,
crit
let's
route
cruise out
now
of
probably
the Underworld with some
doesn't.
donations. We
Maybe they
received
grab
$80
some, but
from
they
Dad
probably
Stream.
don't.
Been
Oh no,
up
that's
all night for
ether.
this.
The
Glad
fuck?
to see AGDQ
I don't think
continuing the
AP
tradition of
boosted.
breaking
They probably
cancer
don't grab
with
much of
fast
that, I would
games.
assume.
Glad to see how everyone
If
works.
at all.
Glad to see how everyone works. Shoutouts to our boy Dax in the back. The
That's
world
such an
record
interesting
holder for
ether to
Sonic
grab.
Boom.
I didn't even
Money
remember
goes
that.
to whatever he wants. Thank you for your donation. $15 from Adam Sanyo. Come on, guys, let's push for $1 million like last year. Oh, and
Maybe it's
kill the
safety
animals.
ether? I
Sorry.
don't know.
Smiley face.
Never knew about that. Or I forgot about that
So
if I
to
didn't
counter
know.
how difficult
I probably
Hades'
just
escape
forgot.
was, Cerberus is pretty easy. He's probably going to no damage it. Honestly, this fight's designed like I don't know. That's what,
Oh, darn.
Wait.
Oh, we're so cringe back then.
Charles.
I hope nobody clarifies it.
Yeah.
Just
So this fight is
pretend he didn't mean
much
to die
faster
there.
if done with Mickey. He does more damage than Sora.
Oh, well.
And doesn't die in 2 hits like Sora does, so it's
Unless,
lot easier to use
unless
in
you're
here.
playing a level 1, then Mickey does die
it is
pretty easily
guaranteed that he
here.
will show up in this fight because it's the
Damn,
first
you
time
just
that
go
we're
crazy
using
on
it.
regular
This,
crit here because like
the
you don't
chance
Mickey
for Mickey
can't
in
die.
fights, goes down.
Oh, Mickey
So,
aerial
using this
spiral
fight
though.
was,
Do you
like,
see that?
Guaranteed to use him. My first round of pearls did pretty bad damage, but hopefully I can get enough here. Okay.
okay.
Okay, and he's fireballing, so okay, yeah.
Also missed. That was about 50 whiffs right there, so I'm expecting
Yeah, I was about to
$50.
say.
So because he's using the fireball, I need to end with orange limit because it makes me invincible.
Whiffy wows. What the fuck?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. The desperation move there by Cerberus is pretty trash. So
Yeah, GDQ
he
would
could've
never do
killed him
anything
if he
cringe
wasn't doing that,
nowadays.
just like jumping and using a blizzard or something. But you go ahead and use that limit usually if you want to be safe.
I forgot if he
he's
said
in
ahead of
that
time
mode.
if he was going to do
By
that.
the way, Charles, your own
But,
move is literally
I don't think
perfect.
any of us would have interrupted him anyway.
Yeah. We will not be using Mickey anymore intentionally, by the way.
Yeah.
Intentionally,
I know
just in case
I
Riz
know
dies.
You and the other guys, you guys tried to
Or any
figure
of the
out
rest
some way
of us,
to
I
use him
guess.
on the upcoming Hydra fight, but which would be inconsistent. After this, it is not 100% consistent that Mickey will show up. They did think about using him there, but I guess just time-wise, it wasn't working
We
out.
tried swapping Cerberus and Hydra,
Yeah.
Mickey usages.
Back then,
if
it
you
was
don't
an idea.
use, Mickey on Cerberus, you lose 20 seconds about. And
That's crazy because on level 1, you lose a
Hydra
lot more than
doesn't
20
really
seconds.
produce the same, like more time save, and it's just a lot
Like only
wonkier
20
to-
seconds on crit?
It's harder to get like killed really quickly in the Hydra fight, so it's a lot better to use it on Cerberus.
Yeah, as we saw, it took a while for Sora to come back to life. So, you know, by the time you do that, Hydra will come back to life too, usually. And also, like,
Unless you
the
time
fight
it,
has
like,
a lot of
really
HP
well, yeah.
barriers that,
It has to be
get
timed pretty
bypassed
fast.
with Mickey.
What even is crit record
So here
now?
we have
On
the
PS2?
urns.
I
Yeah,
don't
if you
know.
wanna explain it, Biz, go for it.
Yeah, it's just 2 simple mini games: break the urns, get the orbs. In this
Sure,
next
I'll
one,
explain the
we
mini
try
game.
to spawn the golden urn on the 3rd wave of urns, and if we knock it into smaller urns, we'll get more big urns. What are they worth? Like 10.
Oh, I didn't say
Yeah,
Rip
the
Goffy
big
either, I
orbs are
bet.
worth 10.
Darn. Did
he
I not
needs
do
to
that
create
back then, or
space
did I
for
just
this
not want to
bigger urn
meme?
that
I
he's
don't know.
talking about, so Riz is going to be spending all of his time just destroying all of these smaller ones to create space on the field for the big one.
Yeah, he really doesn't want to spend his time actually picking up orbs, because all of these are kind of meaningless compared to just this guy. And all those are worth 10.
I mean, you
so-
kind of
Yeah, that
still
just
want to
kinda ends
grab
the
them a
meme
little
right there.
passively, at least.
And with that, we're going to have some more just overworld movement. You'll see one usage of Valor here. This Valor saves like half a second or something.
It looked like I
Yeah.
smirked when
Yeah,
he got
it's
hit.
some-
What, on the Cerberus fight? I mean,
Which
yeah,
is
I
a
might have
little
known ahead of
surprising. You
time.
figure, like, Valor
Or we
movement
might
looks
have
like it's
discussed it
much
ahead of
faster,
time.
But when you take into account like the drive explosion
Yeah, the
there,
animation of going into Valor always takes some time, so
I mean, if there was anyone to
love
do
this one, worth it. Like on the way to
do a
the
fake
urns,
out like that,
I'd
it would
go
have
and
to been
use Valor
Spike.
there.
It wouldn't have worked with
It's
anybody
too
else.
small of a room.
He's also picking up
It
a
would've
power
been
boost
super,
right
super
here, which is
cringe.
the only one in the route. And like I said, strength's important, so we pick it up.
I think it's the only one in a chest in the entire
in the
game.
entire
You know
game,
you're
yeah.
right, actually.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is true,
Interesting.
yeah.
Ready for
It's kind of
this.
nuts.
On that menu, he basically
Oh, there's a menu there, too.
counterattack, which is an ability that breaks attacks on bosses really well. So all you have to do is guard or parry, and then you can
Counterattack
counter
there?
guard it like
For P?
mid attack and just go into your own combo.
Counterattack is basically going to break a boss later on. You'll see.
So glad Counter Guard is in this game.
Other than that, there's just a little bit of overworld movement.
Thank you,
so
Pika,
if you
for
have time
the
a
7
couple
months sub.
donations, go for
Appreciate
it.
you stay
And
sub,
time
so
we
thank you,
have.
support.
Before that, I would like to mention our donation incentives that we have going on right now. Coming up soon is Final Fantasy VII, and we will be having bid wars for the 9 character
Jesus.
names of the main characters of Final Fantasy VII. So if you have a favorite name, please go ahead and donate for that. We also have the donation goal of $20,000 for streaming the Smash Brothers Melee Finals and a speedrun of Adventure Mode after Ocarina of Time, after ZFG's Ocarina of Time run. And there's another $25,000 goal for an Ocarina of Time glitch exhibition after that, which should be very exciting indeed.
Yeah, the PS3 version was like out
Those are some
at this
of
point,
our
but it
donations
was
that's coming up,
too slow.
and they will be
We
tons
never
of
would
fun.
have been able to get it accepted. We
So
had
right
to
here
go
for
with
this
PS2.
minigame,
I mean, nobody wanted to run
there's
PS3
100
anyway.
of these
Then.
clones that he has to destroy. The person in the middle, Dimix, he's actually the source
Like,
of the
PS3
clones,
was a
so
dead
what
run
you want,
basically on
Sora
arrival.
to do
It's
is
crazy.
throw the clones towards him, but he throws them in general random directions, so it's really difficult
Sora
to get
or
like the perfect
Dolan,
fight,
I don't know
but,
what his
it's already
abilities
pretty
here
good,
are on
so I'm
credit.
just gonna shut up.
He probably doesn't have fire, or we probably wouldn't
he
have
said
him on
his
Sora
party
attack here.
members to Sora attack, which means they're not going to do any attacks. And the reason for that is they can agitate the clones, and they actually have an attack that can absolutely destroy you. They do
44
it.
there is extremely good.
Yeah.
It's
Also,
funny because
a
that's
keen
not.
observer
We
there
don't
might
care about
notice
that
he was
now.
actually at half HP and wonder why not heal. In that fight, the
I
water
mean, we
clones
well
actually
on
one-shot
level
you,
1 we need him to do
so
fire spam.
It's very
anyway, but-
rare that they will hit you if you're doing the fight properly and spamming the reaction commands. But if they hit you, you're screwed anyways. So.
Yeah, this is the other scary part of early game.
Yeah.
Is,
I did
the
PS3
set of
plat
2
run?
Pete
Damn, I
fights,
was
with
stupid.
The second Pete fight being
That must have been really
an
long
absolute
run.
nightmare. The first Pete fight is a timed fight, so we're basically just going to focus on killing the enemies around Pete for EXP and safety. And then when this fight ends, we're going to go into the next fight, and basically Pete has a move in which he can go invincible whenever he wants. And if he does that at the beginning, we kind of have to wing it and get a back cry reaction command to kill him.
Oh,
And if not, the ghost can kill you in 2 shots.
that was scary for a sec.
Yeah, one of the dangerous things in this fight is the bowling balls that Pete throws. You need to either guard them back at him or run far enough away and jump over them so that they'll stop chasing you.
Because
And,
pretty relatively
as you
fast
saw there,
soldier
they do a
clear,
lot
so
of
maybe he'll
damage,
get a
so
bat or two.
Riz immediately used a potion after one hit him, and is doing a really good job of deflecting all the rest.
Yeah, at this point, he's just going to ride out the rest of the fight. The fight won't end if you bring him to 1 HP or combo him at all. It's completely timed.
He actually spawned a third wave of enemies.
Ah, I
which
guess
is
he
not-
didn't.
Really early.
I guess he
by
wanted
the
to be
way. My
safe.
God.
It does not happen very often.
Like spawning the third.
I
wave
get
is, like,
it.
a rare
In a
occurrence,
marathon,
and
I
you
guess
got,
you don't
like, a
want
full
to
5
let
seconds
Pete
out
do
of him.
whatever and then
Easy,
accidentally
so
like hit you with balls from behind.
Yeah, so like to remind
Alright,
everybody.
so do
to
we do
please
the
be
slide dash
cooperative.
here, maybe? No, we just walk up in Valor. Kind of like that now, but, yeah, that ghost is dead. The other one's probably
That
fullish
goes on the
HP,
ground, so it
I
might
bet.
not destroy
But
me.
Pete's almost dead, so.
Oh, I got another.
Oh, he got a back cry.
That was perfect. Nice. Okay.
Damn, that's pretty good. Riz is having a really good OC in this run.
Riz is making us eat our words on these hard fights.
Yeah, keep in mind that like every single enemy in that room can 2-shot you, and he just kind of flew through it without taking a single hit. That's some good stuff right
It's a
there.
very rare occurrence for me, so I'm pretty happy with that.
And also, when we say that an enemy can 2-shot you,
So,
you
yeah,
can actually
Trinity
get
and
combo
Ether,
very easily in this
strats,
game
yeah,
to the point
revert.
where one enemy will hit you into another enemy using an attack. And until we get an ability later on in the game called Once More, you won't be able to survive that.
Yeah,
So
Pete though
really
is
getting
much
hit once in
easier
that
on
fight
regular
with that
crit,
many
as you can
enemies
see,
around
because you
can
don't
be
have to
a
do
death
like
sentence.
7 back cries
Alright, so we
and
just finally
pray.
got the limit called Trinity Limit, which we open the fight with. This fight has
But that was
HP
for
barriers
for
if you,
a
speed
marathon
through it with,
Pete fight though. That
Trinity
was still really good.
to an extent, and basically for this part we only use the first 2
Oh,
parts of Trinity
remember,
Limit, because that's all we
PS2
need to hit
Trinity
this
is
HP
not as good
barrier.
as,
So now we enter the second
60
part of the
FPS
phase in
Trinity.
which he's going to destroy the 3 heads that pop up.
Just as an
get up on all
FYI.
respect.
I love memes.
I'm a big fan of memes too.
I'm doing speedrunning for the memes, actually.
That was actually kind of funny.
So right after this head, he's going to basically go into
Is it
another
twice as
Trinity
good
to
now?
try
I don't know if
to
it's twice as good. It's
set
really
up
good
for the
though.
next part of the
It's like
fight.
you'll see how if you're
Most of
familiar
this
with the runs I'm
positioning
doing
there
now
is
on level
very
1, you'll
optimized
see
and
how
actually very specific.
weak this Trinity
He wants to be
looks in
able to
comparison.
finish, a head with Vanquish, right, so that he can use a sliding dash into the next head.
Yeah, look how slow the bar goes down, and then the finisher goes off. So it's just way less
there
hits.
are 3 hit patterns you can get, and he did get the worst one, but
No Valor to
it's looking
save
like
you
he's
here
gonna-
either.
Oh,
Coffee,
my
no.
God. I don't feel goofy, please.
Okay. All right, so this is still questionable. He's going to have to do all 3 phases and get enough hits with them.
yeah, this is not a common occurrence for
Yeah.
both party members to die.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
happen to me like ever, so I wasn't sure what to do.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
That was good improv if
That's-
he's never had
that
that
would be
happen
fun.
before.
Yeah, so to be clear, he only had 2 potions to work with there, so he couldn't bring Goofy back. He had to hope Dolan was going to bring out that clutch heal. So,
Yeah,
to note that tail.
Dolan
whip
is
Dolan-
good at
Oh,
healing,
yeah.
believe it or not. People rag
Real
on him
quick
a
to note
lot.
on that as well.
He's pretty good at frame
Group
1
Trinity-
healing you
Trinity
when
actually
he
has
needs to.
2 modes, which is
If he
Group
doesn't have to
Trinity,
heal himself.
which requires both Donald and Goofy, and Solo Trinity, which you'll be seeing later on in
Dolan
the run.
mentioned.
Group Trinity requires.
Wait,
both
who
of the
said
party
Dolan?
members
Me
to
or
be
someone?
alive.
Absorbed it.
Donald
I
dying there,
tuned that
which
out.
on its own is pretty rare.
Just like, that's
and
the
then
same. Oh, he
Goofy
don't
immediately
spike, yeah.
dying afterwards is incredibly unlucky, and Riz handled it beautifully. Luckily, Donald did heal Goofy.
Also, after finishing 2 out of 3 worlds, you're forced to do this section right here where he visits the 100-acre wood, the Winnie the Pooh world. This is where he's going to get his first summon, Chicken Little, and it's not quite that important to describe what he does right now, but you're going to be seeing quite a lot of usage of Chicken Little later on in the run.
definitely for my
Fucking Chicken
segment
Little.
is a lot of Chicken Little spam, and we'll explain it when we get there.
Yeah, this visit and the
That's
follow-up,
true. My run
immediate
basically
second
starts with, like,
visit
Chicken
to
Little.
100 Acre Wood are the only visits we'll be making in the game, in the run rather.
Also, he just equipped your second Keyblade for the game, the Hero's Crest. Well, the second one you're using. So, just a much stronger Keyblade and is really good at air combos.
That's a big reason why we go to OC for the better keyblade.
So yeah, Beast Castle
Trinity
is going to
Limit
be nuts
is
to
also
see
kind of nice to
because
have right about
it's
now,
going to be very
but it's
strong
not
there compared to
quite
level
as
1.
essential. Hero's Crest is probably the big thing.
That was another death abuse, by the way, to speed up the fight. You get one-shotted by
Like,
Cyclone,
LOD,
so you basically just bait it out by hitting the soldier with a slide dash.
Looked a little closer to level 1 because we went there first on regular crit, but
And,
Beast
a lot of
Castle is going to be
people
like
wonder why we
crazy.
don't change Keyblades up until this point, and that's because the one you get from Mulan World's terrible.
Hidden Dragon's like the worst keyblade in this entire game. I'm not joking.
I think it still
Well, it's even
is
its ability
considered
that
It has
gets.
MP Rage.
Rage, yeah.
it's the worst.
It has 2 strength. It's worse than Kingdom Key. It's bad.
Nice.
People at home, please do not equip this keyblade. It is bad.
The Keyblade only excels if you get hit like
All right,
constantly, and you
with
need to
that,
not
our
die,
ne- our
obviously,
next,
for it to
Disney-
be
again, We're singing
worthwhile.
the top
And you
6
can't be an
Disney
MP
songs we
charge
decided. We
either,
were going to do
so.
5, but we decided to extend it to 6
Pretty bad Keyblade.
for you guys that you donated for.
Oh,
so with that,
singing time.
my
Let's skip over it.
Tangleman, still you see, guys.
Spike singing, though.
Is in town. You can refer on chin, my gift on the run.
As tempting as it is to listen to him, you know.
10 points for Gaston. Me get lime no one shoots like Gaston, makes those buttes like Gaston, then goes tromping around wearing boots like Gaston. I use antlers in all of my decorating. My, what a guy. Gaston.
Was that part of the lyrics? Yeah, I wasn't
Have
trying
we
to
time
like
for a quick
super
donation?
efficiently skip it or
Yes,
anything.
a quick one. $25 from Suki Kaji. It's been too long since Kingdom Hearts made it to a GDQ, and I'm so glad so many members of the Kingdom Hearts speedrunning community were able to make it to the event. I'm super stoked for this run and for the upcoming and current singing.
All right, so Riz came up with a slight variation to this opening strat. If you want to explain it real quick, Bloody.
This is based on a hit counter, so what Riz is going to do is go for the fires, and
And then
use
swing
the drag
around,
explosion
yep,
as
and then
well
it
to
ends it.
take care of all the
I don't know if that's
shadows.
different now.
Sometimes you can nail
You
it
can press
with the
L to
last
skip
drag
you 2 to
explosion
10
and instantly
seconds.
end it.
I'm
just took the
used
part
to
a
just
couple more hits,
arrowing
that's all.
always.
He also picked up the sardonyx ring.
It's
That's
funny
for,
because on
extra
Twitch it
strength and
annoys me
AP.
that it's
He'll
by
be
10 a
equipping
lot
that later when he gets
when
an
I
extra
arrow.
accessory slot.
Biz will be equipping that later, actually.
Yeah. Pretty much at near the beginning of my segment, we actually get that accessory slot to equip it, and like we said earlier, 1 strength point is pretty meaningful this early in the run.
Man,
Yeah, so now
Thresholder.
this is actually so again we split
Thresholder's
this
gonna be
game up
easy,
into
right?
three chunks. Riz is not running the whole game. However, again, these are the top 3 runners in
Easy
the
fight?
world.
I don't know,
at
maybe
this
not.
category, they have the top 3 times. So make sure before his name goes off of the page, you guys don't forget. Please, 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 everyone in the community feels this way. Go follow to Rizzle on Twitch. He streams for like 14 people, and he deserves way more than that, if nothing else for his GIF. So, please go
I
follow him
remember
at
that,
that
yeah.
page.
This has been like an incredible first segment of the run,
Yeah.
especially for a marathon run.
Yeah, Olympus Coliseum, like, I don't know, he's made, like, that Pete section, that Pete fight back there probably looked
What
like,
GIF?
oh,
I don't
this
even
was the deal.
know how
Like,
to
that looked
explain it,
easy.
but J Hobbs
Like,
just
it's
did
so
the
easy. That's one of the worst
gesture or
fights in the
whatever
game, it really
animation of
is.
it.
Don't worry, I'll find ways to die in my
Yeah, Biz will
segment
pick
when,
Who had
it
record at the time? I think
You'll see how
Bloody
hard
did
crit can be.
for a regular crit.
And Bloody, I'll hand it off to you if you want to explain a little bit about this fight and our first usage of a summon.
All right. Chicken Little is basically a walking magnet, and he also throws firecrackers to
Oh, you
stun
used to go.
enemies.
Oh, that's right.
The,
That makes sense.
the
to
big
use
issue
him here
here
first.
is that there are statues or gargoyles running around. They hit hard and make it really hard to actually deal with Thresholder. So Chicken Little's going to be kind of taking care of them for the most part, while Riz goes for
Damn, look how much
Thresholder
easier
itself.
that is to just do.
He needs to do this part in 2 cycles, so this is the first.
Oh, it's so fast. You don't even need a
He's
back
also
cry.
killing, or
Oh, you do
on the
anyway,
side.
though.
Wow.
Baby, the bonus.
Could I please get back cry every single time like that? Riz.
I never get it.
That was a really, really good fight.
Ready for this?
Good stuff, I guess. Strong start to
just keep
Beast
going, I
Castle.
might
Thank
keep
you,
you.
Cribs, for the 46-month sub. Appreciate you. Stay sub so long. Thank you for that support. Yeah, we have Chicken Little here because we remember on regular crit you go the other way around, so you do LOD
So we're
first.
going to have a category on the leaderboards for co-op percent.
No.
Normally
Very
we don't have
serious
Chicken Little
category.
for level 1.
The
We don't
most
have it for Beast Castle.
optimized of
Very
categories.
competitive.
I don't know on level 1. I don't think that would be at all the play anyway, even if you
Alright,
did
this
have
next
Chicken Little.
section is
You would go for the
a pretty
gargoyle
simple
insta
minigame where you
kills,
just have to light 3
and then we'll
lanterns,
still want the back
so
cries.
we don't really have much to say
'Cause
so
that's
we could
most
just go
of our
for
damage.
donations here as well.
And donations going for we shall go for. But before that, I'll make a quick mention of our wonderful donation incentives we have on the board right now.
Right
So
in the
many of them
box.
have been met, including Ocarina of Time Child
I
Dungeons
guess you do have Slide
Blindfolded, which
Dash
will be
here.
done by Runner Guy. But we also have, which have not yet been met, the Super Smash Bros. Melee Tournament Finals, as well as a speedrun of Adventure Mode in Melee, will happen after
Melee hype.
Ocarina of Time during bonus stream. That needs to get to $20,000, and it is currently at about $2,500. So if you want to see those Melee finals and that Adventure Mode speedrun, then you've got to put those donations in for that. As well as for Ocarina of Time, there will be a glitch exhibition when we reached $25,000 for that. We're currently at about $15,500. So if you want to get in on that action after the end of Ocarina of Time, then that is what should happen. Also coming up soon is Final Fantasy VII, and you have the opportunity to participate in a bid war for naming the main party characters of Final Fantasy VII. So that's all the cool guys, Cloud, Tifa, Red, 13, all those cool fellas.
I'm assuming
You can
Beast
choose
dies instantly
who
to
they will be
Valor
called.
here.
And as
Hey, it's
well, the
Albert.
last one, there is a donation incentive of $3,000 for defeating Sephiroth with the optional Omni Slash as the final blow.
Can't
Gotta
believe
love
this was
that.
10 years
and that
ago.
needs just about
That's
$1,100
crazy.
more dollars to go.
This is a pretty interesting fight. Beast is very hard
Not
to
that
stagger,
interesting.
So we
No.
use a reaction command to stun him so we get free combos, and then basically we just one-cycle him like that.
If only on
Pretty
level 1,
simplistic fight to
etc.
do it like that.
After this menu, he's also going to do a save warp. The next part of the of this world that he needs to go to is Belle's room, which is on the entire other side of the castle.
Kind of a
What
beefy
you can do
menu.
is you can actually just access the world map via the save point to his
so I'm
left.
put upper
and then
slash
go straight
on,
to
and
Belle's
then,
room because there's another save point right there, and this saves a lot of time.
Assuming he
just
put some
walking
Sora
there.
attacks on, I think like a party attack.
Also, I just
maybe?
want
I
to say,
don't
a
know.
lot
I
of
didn't
people,
fully
I'm
catch
sure,
that.
are
It was
sitting at home
fast.
like, damn, he is doing those menus really fast. The menus in this game feel really, really good to do. They're unbelievably responsive. So, we just got it down to muscle memory, obviously, at this point.
Optimized menus are very fun.
Yes.
It's interesting. Some of these cutscenes you might not think
about
he's like
menu,
skipping
that's the
optimally,
biggest
but on
menu in the
PS2
entire
there's like certain cutscenes you can't skip as fast
In
as
the
you
other
can.
game,
in
you could have donated
60
for
FPS.
between these two, 1.5. I love speedrunning 1.5.
Like
I
that
really
wardrobe
do.
one he just had,
However,
that's
the menus in that game
normal
don't
there.
feel nearly as good. You have to take about a 45-minute break in between each.
Yeah, no
input.
mouse, no mouse
Sure
pushing
stuff
in this
isn't
run.
dropped.
Exactly
Make-
45
Make
minutes.
all the sandwiches you want.
Which the 2.5 menu is actually also like that. It seems to be a PS3 thing.
Right.
To explain this fight a little bit, there's two different ways you can open it. If you stand still or move forward, he will go into the wall, but if you move backwards, he actually goes into the ground, which actually speeds up the fight a little bit. And we have the ability to quick kill him before he does go into the wall if we don't whiff any hits.
Little subtle thing you might have noticed that. Well, that's actually.
At least I did said we instead of Riz. Alright, that was a good fight. So you just see how much fucking
windows,
faster that
yeah.
fight is.
So that's important because him not going in the window there is going to make the opening of the second phase of this fight
And you
much
get to open with
easier.
Valor.
Or just, well, yeah, gives them a better chance. Although the opening of this fight is still terrible. Mainly because these little black shadow orb things that fly around everywhere. They're all throughout the first part of the game, and they're terrible. Yeah, so
that
as you can
revert's
see-
scary. Also,
it
getting
kind
double
of
hit there
forced
was
him into a
unfortunate.
panic mode there. He has to use Beast Limit. The damage is a little higher than he probably would have liked it, but he can make this work.
Yeah.
And this is the
Okay.
usage
Oh,
of upper
shit,
slash, a
yeah.
very good technique there. Let's see if we can get him here.
Oh, got it. Hey, Cyber.
Out of
Damn,
curiosity,
everybody's
can we get a
coming for this
time?
one.
Oh, yeah.
Big ol' reunion.
Okay.
That's the best I've ever done.
Yeah,
That's
I didn't realize it was 10 years
Yeah.
ago either. Until
Yes, this is
Kiwi
actually
pointed it
going
out
be,
to
I
me, because this
believe,
was her
ending
idea to do
Riz's
this.
First third of the game.
I wouldn't have
which means
You
remembered.
unplug my controller.
Cutscene per sec.
All right.
It's kind of funny.
So we're in
We're instantly not on world record.
So I'm gonna
skip.
Can you skip this one?
Is it,
Yeah,
so this is
we're-
where it's a little weird because
Sounds
you know
like so
we're
far we were actually
swapping
planning
to me now,
do
and
it while we transition
we
to the world.
you know controller, and then
How's the mic thing gonna work?
we gotta
from
swap places
here? Yeah.
I
without
got this for the
knocking
next time.
everything over.
Because
Stay tuned.
Obviously, I
Not too
can
difficult to navigate
play
that
while
way.
you know standing.
I don't need this.
Good luck on the road. Yeah, thanks. Hopefully, I do well.
I just don't want to step on your wire.
All right, I don't think I did the menu yet. I hopefully remember soon.
Something to note is we use different customization shortcut controls and config controls, so I'll be switching that real soon in a menu we usually don't do. And then Bloody, when he jumps on, we'll have to do a different menu too.
So a little game mechanic we haven't really touched on is that you can actually only open the menu.
surprised I didn't do it
when you're
immediately.
outside of battle. So anytime that command menu in the bottom left is not at its
Yeah, this is the
color, which is
relay
blue
run,
for
yeah.
most worlds, I believe. You actually can't open the menu; it'll just pause. So he has to make sure he's not in a fight in order to be able to change those controls.
Okay, so yeah, camera. I don't know what else. What the hell else did I change there?
All right, so now we have escorts. Everyone's favorite game mechanic in the world.
Thought I'd just do
Um,
camera.
Honestly, what he does is he just sends Mini a certain amount of distance and then uses Holy to keep
Did I
him
not invert
enemies,
horizontal?
away from him.
It-
You can
it
do
was different
you can
back
segment
then.
it pretty well to keep enemies off of
PS2
Mini.
2FM had different
And,
camera defaults than
do it a little bit
the
optimally.
PS3 and 4 version.
If you take a little bit too long, Mini
So I
will
only had
throw
to
a
invert
purple and it
Y
takes a little bit of time.
instead of X and Y.
A little sketchy.
Yeah, she's
Oh.
much more prone to using her Pearl in this first fight, just with it being a
Old
smaller
strats, by the way,
corridor.
you know, whatever.
This next
We didn't
fight,
know about
however,
pushing
this
Mini
needs
back
to
then, and I'm
actually
kind of
pay
glad,
very close
probably.
attention
I would have
to,
butchered it.
how much experience he has, because he actually wants to do a little bit of grinding here technically to make sure he gets to level 12 and he's within 500 EXP.
Yeah, it's
on
basically
level 13,
exactly 10 years later, which is
top
crazy.
left corner of this screen.
That's to get to level 14 before the boss fight of this world.
I
which also
play
yields another-
inverted too.
You're
I
kind
don't
of
know.
noticing a trend. He wants to get strength increases before bosses.
I
It's
keep wondering if I
incredibly-
should just
The
adapt
big
and
thing is,
go to deep,
strength
because like every
increases in
game
this
now
increase it
does
by 2
opposite
at a time
cameras
instead
of what I'm
1,
used to for
and
both
you can
axes.
see how much one does than 2
angles.
is equally.
So I do double inverted
It's
in
a
like
lot
every
of
game I
damage,
play now
so-
that's modern, and it's
Chris
annoying.
did really well on his
In
second
2FM, I
episode.
only
We're
had to
pretty good on
invert one of
EXP
them
overall, just
until
gotta
they
kill a few
changed
more
it
bolt
on
towers.
the ports.
Like, we have to go down here anyway, so...
Why was this
why
run
not
split?
kill both
It's because
towers
we
on the way,
didn't
right?
want to have to compete with each other to get in. We wanted to share the run.
Yeah, it's sort of a technique.
Because
you're
we were
almost
all like
using when
we
you're
were
kinda
serious
trying to
runners for
push
this
the
back
bolt
then, and
towers up against
you know
the
we wanted
wall
to
keep
kind of
them,
showcase
like,
as a
not
team
from
instead
flying
of
terribly far away.
you know
And with
beat
that-
someone out. And we also didn't, you know, like it also meant like I wasn't going to pitch like level 1, for
Another
example,
thing to note is that if you try, simply running all the way to the end of the
or
room
something like that.
and
It's
calling
like this way we all
Mini
get
over,
in, we all
she
get
will
to
either get hit or stop to attack.
we all
or
get to,
both,
like,
and most
have her
likely
time
will
to do the
both
run.
a lot. So it's actually fastest to move that short amount of distance to get the maximum movement out of Mini, and then using her reaction command Faith in order to get her to move again.
Yeah, so this menu is going to be a bit slow because we don't usually do that menu.
Yeah, normally this menu
Yeah,
is
I mean
just
to be
equipping the
fair,
Sardine string,
any
which you
three of
bought
us,
in
if we
East
ran the
Castle,
whole
but,
run,
yeah,
probably
we have
would have
three
did
different
fine
runners
anyway.
here.
But this is what we
You really
agreed
can't go
with
through
was the
game
best choice.
without having very specifically
not,
planned
you know,
out what your customized menu is. There's a lot of
to not have any
spells and whatnot that are items that
competition
you need to use
between each
as
other
quickly
and
as
who
you
gets
can.
accepted.
So actually mapping through the menu is pretty rough. Having them there just at a hotkey is the best idea. And with that, I don't know if anybody else agrees with me. I think this is the best world in Kingdom Hearts 2. I love the theme of this world.
I definitely agree.
Yeah.
I guess I agree too.
You better.
By unanimous decision.
You are literally surrounded.
I hate all the fights, though.
That's also
True.
true though.
That still is accurate for level 1. Especially like yesterday's run.
All right, so coming up is a boss fight.
Oh, is that what you call this?
Yeah.
It is a boss fight.
I guess you could call it a boss fight. I don't know. This is where you put
Damn.
hits together and then you kill an enemy.
Very difficult fight.
And then it shines and sparkles and it's slow-mo and stuff and it's really cool.
Oh, that's right. He's gonna die super
We
fast.
didn't finish that first combo because doing that wouldn't have killed him and just sent him really far away.
Nice boss
Pretty
fight.
pretty clean pass
Same
Pete boss
concept. So
fight.
basically, this is a Dusk with more health.
Pretty much.
And to note that we make that look really easy, but that boss fight, when you send him kind of flying away, he can start running around fairly uncontrollably unless you use his RC. So it can just really elongate the fight. You're not necessarily at the highest risk of dying.
I wonder how
but
this is
you
gonna
can
go.
Very easily just lose a lot of time. So killing him quickly is better.
Double Thunder? Yeah, back then Double Thunder.
And here we get more usage of Chicken Little.
More Thunders?
First thing he's
Jesus.
doing, like, it's nice to want to have Chicken Little, but also just to get the other party members out of the fight.
Oh man.
Also, this is really hard
Oh.
because this RC is actually broken.
I don't know
in
what
Kingdom
went
Hearts
wrong
2
here, to be
comics,
honest.
you saw actually a negative side effect there of Chicken Little because he whistled the enemies away from you.
Yeah, Chicken Little kind of ruined this a little bit for me, so...
Classic.
I gotta
Oh,
do
yeah,
this.
because back then we probably didn't have the setup for that opening to hope for better
A little
stuff.
slow, but that fight actually can get really dangerous once all of them get away from you. So that's good he was able to recover like that.
Shout out to Chicken
You actually are
Little.
going to see Chicken Little use throughout the first 3 of these window fights. And just all of them once again.
Yeah, it's probably regular crit stuff.
It's not... Biz has to do a little bit of slight movement manipulation in order to manipulate Chicken Little in the correct way to draw them towards you.
Yeah, Chicken Little's whistle is based on the distance you are away from enemies. So you need to make sure you're in the right spot.
In addition,
Interesting.
One of the other
Alright,
reasons
it's
we
a little
use Chicken Little
different.
during these windows is that the room you return to, where the cornerstone is.
Oh,
you
no ether
actually
here, okay.
Lose your party members, in that they are walking around individually.
100%,
And because of
I
that,
bet
you
you
actually get
regular
your
crit
drive
uses an ether here now.
refilled. And so we're able
And
to
not just
summon
level
Chicken
1.
Little 3 fights in a row without having to build back our drive gauge.
Was that
And Bloody,
really
you wanna
necessary?
describe why the heck he used that at the end?
Oh yeah,
Level up
FPS.
EXP,
He
I
just
guess.
used Chicken Little's limit. It was mostly just for the summon experience. Summons level up via the gauges that are consumed.
Where I was able to
So,
name
like,
most people in
how
the
much,
camera.
how much
Me,
was taken off
no.
there? He took off like
I don't
probably
think
about
so.
2 or 3, so that's 3 summon EXP. He wants to get to level 2 before a fight in Port Royal, so he's kind of starting to get experience right now.
This is by far the most dangerous window.
Oh yeah, window 3. This is where there are cars. If anybody remembers cars,
Interesting.
they're dangerous and they hurt.
I see
And
Chicken
punch you.
Little as being Chicken Little.
Yeah, I think for a lot of people, these hot rods were
Wow, I'm not even
like,
locking
the
on.
first like truly dangerous.
Well, I tried there, and
just
then I went to the
normal
fire.
enemy you encountered in the game.
Yeah, we got someone level 2 really early, so that's nice.
And as you can see, that little technique, it was the same thing Riz used on
Okay, so
the
obviously
Shadowthorn, the boss.
need to
of
keep
this
Chicken
castle.
Little out here so
Upper
that
slash,
I
it
get
really makes a nice way to kind
the
of
refill
connect
back,
into an aerial
so I
hit,
can't
maybe for a
dismiss him
very
like
long
level
combo.
1.
Alright, so very good fight there by Biz.
This is because on crit I'm going to have to probably, I assume, go
Right there, you
Valor
saw
and
the
Boat
other
Pete.
move that Chicken Little
So
is
I
very
can't
useful
do
for,
what level
especially
1
in
does
that
there.
window, almost only in that window. Chicken Little could actually throw a baseball, which will stun the hot rods there from using their charge attack. And as you saw, when Biz saw that, he immediately jumped into an aerial combo. Something you need to react to, but is incredibly helpful for that window.
Yeah, I probably could have put somewhere on the screen that it's a relay run, not race.
Blood,
So yeah,
you
no
would
chicken,
explain
no
what he's
form
going to be
or
doing here
summon
with the
here.
Trinity and
Just
while he-
go
while
all
he's
out with
going to
attacks, I
use the
guess.
Right.
Sounds like a lot of
he
fun.
wants
Oh,
to
Trinity
only
End, I
use
remember
the Trinity
this.
finisher here, because it'll just
Yeah, it clears them
basically blow
instantly.
up all of the rapid thrusters. He didn't want to use Chicken Little here because it actually carries over into this next section. As you saw, Chicken Little just kind of disappeared
Yeah,
after
regular
each
crit
window
needs to
fight, but
drive
in
here
this
while
one in
level 1
particular,
doesn't.
It stays, and you
That's
don't
why.
want that because he wants to use Valor form right here. And that'll carry over into this part.
This should be
where
interesting. This is going to
having a
be
second keyword
way
actually
faster than
increases
level
the
1, because
damage
Valor
output of
damage does
reaction
make a
commands.
difference
So
here, but on
the
level
trash
1 it
that,
doesn't.
Pete throws, you only have to go through 1 cycle of that as opposed to 2 cycles with normal Sora.
And like even Pete here, you're going to see him get
There's
knocked
also
out,
a
what, by
chest,
3 things,
to,
right?
his
Yeah.
left, right here.
No
It's
having to
gonna
do
be,
thunders
it's an
or
Olympus
anything.
synthesis item. You would wonder why.
Wait, what
you
am I getting
would
there?
get That, but
Oh, a
if you
mithril.
actually,
Oh, free mithril
if
item,
you
that's fine.
turn that into the Moogle,
'Cause you have
it'll
a
give
Valor
free
movement.
elixir, and that's the only elixir that you
So you
get in
get here
the entire
way
run, which
early.
will be saving for the final boss. And that's the fastest one you can get, since it basically wastes no time, since you're waiting for the crane.
Look how much faster this shit is. I
So
could be
really
super
good
safe
luck
and not
here can
even
equal you
do
being able to
finishers
defeat
and
this
be
guy in 2
fine.
phases. Yeah, so there's really nothing you can do about that. You could YOLO there, but if he knocks you off, which can
If
happen
I YOLO'd there, I
he
would've been
swings you around
screwed.
while you're in the middle of a finisher.
I'm pretty
per
sure.
se, then it'll knock you off, and you have to fight Heartless. It wastes a bunch of time. You don't want to do that. So that's why after the first 2 finishers, he only used 2 empty hits after that. And
Stolen
with that,
Sora attack here?
I hate this fight as well.
This
Probably.
fight
This
is
is always a
awful.
terrible boss
Pete,
fight.
yeah,
This fight can.
Oh, thank you,
almost kill
KBM, for the raid.
random at certain parts.
This is the fight that I was mentioning earlier.
Whatever.
where
Well, I shouldn't
Counterguard
say whatever
actually
it was
breaks
you were
him.
streaming, but I hope you had a
You're
good
gonna be
time.
seeing the technique where he's going to slide into Pete's
Oh,
fist.
same opening, I still
and
do.
then, that actually
Blizzard?
counts as you like deflecting
Oh.
something.
Oh,
From there. He actually used guard there.
the
but
counter
you can
guard
just
strats,
counter guard,
alright.
And it literally just stunts him out of anything.
Can't
that
quite
he's
do that
going
on
to
level
do.
1.
So you're going to be seeing a lot of mileage out of that.
So I'm using a single part of Trinity here just to...
It's kind of nuts
get
that I
this
did that
phase.
too,
For
instead of like
every- there's a lot of
what I would
things
do
on
now
this
if I were
phase.
going to do that, which is move a
I
little bit away
genuinely
and
have no
slide
idea
dash
why,
to parry.
But it's only this phase where it does that much damage, so I was actually really lucky that it ended that.
And that's something we haven't mentioned about kind of how Trinity,
Jeez.
Group
I'm just
Trinity
like,
works.
no
The
fear doing
individual
that?
Pieces, of which there
What
are
the
3
fuck?
for Group Trinity, don't actually do any damage to any enemies.
Oh, that's going to hit
but
the
they
building,
rack up
yeah.
a certain number of hits, and those hits increase the amount of damage the finisher does.
Go for an aerial combo. Well, I did her eventually.
So that's why sometimes he'll only use 1 piece of Trinity.
God, what
or
a
up to
weird
3
strat
pieces.
now to see. Oh, I tried to go for extra damage there. I was like, what the fuck? I tried to get the slide dash damage.
There we go.
All right.
okay, nice.
Very different fight than level
So
1.
that was a pretty solid world for me. I usually don't do this well in this world.
That was,
I don't know if I was about to say, I usually just die, you know? No clap, yeah.
I've literally got my hands full.
Do we have time for a very quick donation?
Of course, go
It's
for it.
rather special, I will say. $1,285 from Jay Hobbs, saying, this is from our awesome community who helped get several of the runners
Who's
to
Jay
AGDQ.
Hobbs?
Put this towards Toji Sucks as the name of Tifa in Final Fantasy VII. Here's to an awesome 2015.
Toji mentioned.
So, yeah.
That's actually from the Kingdom Hearts community. Just want to make sure I put that out there. It's not from me individually. But we love our community, and they did a really good job of getting all of our runners here.
Yeah, yeah.
And on that note, I hold off on that Disney song for just a second.
Oh, Disney song. What's he gonna say?
We have another Gummy mission later on, but I think we actually want to make an announcement of some sort.
Oh.
Yeah.
I giggled. What is
one
this?
One of our absolute favorite community
I don't
members had her birthday today. So I instead of a Disney song,
that's right.
we have a little happy birthday.
Happy birthday to Kiwi Justice.
Kiwi. So
It was her birthday.
3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
She probably hates this.
Happy birthday, dear Kiwi.
I forgot this was on the tab.
Happy birthday to you.
If I remember that her birthday was on the run, then I'll remember what date this run
She had
is
no idea
all
we
the
were
time.
Yeah.
That's funny.
By the way, this is probably the easiest Gummy mission in the entire run. We usually use this as a bathroom break Gummy mission. We
Funny,
can
'cause
leave
now
for
I
almost
do the
majority of it and come back
Halloween
to
You
Town
can literally leave the
one
controllers
Gummy
lying
mission
around for
instead.
like a minute 30 and you will not die.
Actually, remember what I said?
Oh, by the way,
you
we're
take
coming
less
up on,
damage
another
on these on
favorite world of
PS2.
mine.
So
Has a lot of really tough fights. That
so
can
they're a
just
little
kill you at
safer
random.
as well.
Yeah, this Gummy mission for me was the one that my goal.
Why wasn't I
was to get a
singing?
0 score. You might notice
Nobody
it has
wants to
a 1
hear
on it
that.
right now. If anything hits you, you get a point. If they hit one of the little sidecars that you have on your Gummy ship, that's worth 100. So that's the general goal here. I think.
I'm
for other
surprised we're
people
not
who play
singing
games. If
here.
you're not using,
I don't know if
using
I
it for
wanna-
bathroom break time. Just
Well, we'll skip through the rest of this.
It's actually unquote.
Yeah, nobody's
Actually,
singing.
Well,
Yeah.
Final 15.
That's interesting. We didn't have a song for this?
We have the character names of the main characters in the party of Final Fantasy VII. So Cloud, Barrett, all those other cool folks. You can choose to name them. In addition to that, we are at $1,900 out of a $3,000 goal for defeating Sephiroth with Omnislash. So if you want to see that Omnislash go down on the winged gentleman, then put that toward it.
all right.
Olin to
So
Sora.
welcome to Port Royal.
I think.
Right off the bat
I didn't
again,
catch who
it's
I
more
picked.
Chicken Little.
Who this dude picked.
The next two fights are actually, I think we really like two of my favorite looking fights in the game. So let's see how they go for him.
This first part's just a hit
Not
counter.
that one.
Yeah,
I mean, that was pretty cool.
That was an amazing
That was
fight.
amazing. He did so well.
That's kind of funny.
I thought that was gonna fail for a second.
Alright, looks like a two cringe.
Pirates are weak to magic, as you can see.
Very, very weak to magic.
Which is nice because pirates are actually incredibly strong in this game. You do not want to mess with them. So Chicken Little definitely is going to help out a lot in this. This is probably
Chicken Little is
shining
almost used
world.
at all times in this entire world to kind of keep pirates in check.
Yeah. Usually in my runs, if I have like a first death,
Yeah,
this
midi
world
pirates, yep.
usually takes the cake for that.
This is also
Not like fights like these though. These ones aren't too bad.
this is also another style and fight.
Nice.
That doesn't always kill that last hit for whatever reason. So just a little
Interesting
subtlety
strat.
about that fight, just to show the specificity of these combos and how like. I don't know, just how specific they are to work. Right there
I
in that.
wonder
opening
if I
wave
do
with
the Chicken Little
shadows,
thing here.
He did a 3-hit
I'd do
combo
it probably
ending
at the end,
finisher, which
yeah.
killed them,
Yeah.
and then actually went straight into a fire.
I don't think we knew the
which
slide
because
dash,
of,
or didn't do the slide dash tech
finishing
back
plus,
then.
that made the fire count as a finisher, which knocked away that second wave of Heartless, and
No
then
menu.
triggering Chicken Little to draw them back in for the next few
Whoops.
fighters. So it's really cool just how the
Nobody
comboing
noticed.
system actually
It's good,
connects
we're
together
good.
really well if you have the fights planned out. And you also saw there at the end when he was walking out of that last loading zone, he actually used FPS again with Chicken Little, which again gave him 2 or 3 free EXP points, which is important once again for an upcoming fight in
This
this
is
world.
different.
All right, so this is an ambush. It actually, you have the choice of running
Pretty
inside
safe.
the ship to skip
That
this,
was.
or actually
I
fighting it
did
out.
not remember that.
That first one is much faster to just kill them all really quickly.
Chicken
He'll
Little
do another one
definitely
later on.
would have been
It's,
faster
a
there.
little bit slower, but the EXP from pirates is actually pretty high in this game, so it's worth
I did
it
not
to
learn
take
Japanese
the
for this
EXP
run, no.
for a level later on that he wants to reach.
And if you didn't get enough of them, time for some more Chicken Little.
Oh. A lot of people will probably, well, I mean, most everybody playing this game for the first time probably just ignored summons, like, entirely.
I had no idea what they did.
You didn't know that they existed in the first place, but especially in a category like this, where you need mob fights, like, to be kind of like, you know, stunned like that. Chicken Little is incredibly
It's
useful.
like I think
so,
KH1 all
next
the
time you're
way
playing
through.
this
For the
game,
KH1,
give it a
2,
shot.
3,
It's kinda cool.
people did underuse summons
Yeah, the game doesn't
casually.
do a good job of telling you what summons do. Oops.
Yeah, especially later on, we'll be getting a spell called Magnet.
I have such a habit of saying
White,
whoops.
but
It's like
almost
probably
makes
nobody
Chicken
even
Little
noticed
obsolete.
what went wrong
That's
there.
the main reason we use it
Nobody noticed.
throughout the early game is because of that whistle move. And Magnet lets us do some pretty cool stuff later on.
Because you
So
notice
this is the
Riz
same
never
sort
did
of
like
fight
did
as,
that.
like, the summon fight back in
He just
Legend of
rolled with
Dragons
anything
or
that
in the
went
Long
wrong.
World,
It
for
was.
people who prefer that.
It looked like fine.
He's just trying to survive for a minute. However, he gets a ton of money and EXP from this fight. And again, Blizzard and Chicken Little combo destroys these guys. However, because of how powerful they are, there is the you can actually die in this fight very easily.
I guess I
so that was
felt
again
like being
really
safe
good
there.
reactions by Biz, always guarding those shots from afar.
That was a lot of kills, by the way.
Yeah, that was really good.
I usually don't kill that many.
I'm predicting 7
Damn.
meters.
Sick ass run.
Now is the worst segment of the world.
Alright, obviously,
So in
it's a
this
little
ambush,
different
he's just
than
going for the EXP
level
real
1.
quick.
We never do this fight on level 1. On crit, I don't know if it's different, but I
So
think it
there's a
was
fight
like
immediately after the
optional for
ambush
some
that
people. I don't
Chicken Little
know.
will be carried over
Like they,
into,
I
so
think it was like a
gonna be
preference or
useful there as
something.
Yeah, he'll basically be able
To do the fight or
start,
just go,
like, a completely new strat just
you're
because
at
Chicken
right
Little's
into the
active.
Yeah, you at level 2 and time
the other way to do it.
Wow.
Yeah,
Like
you
skip
have,
the fight.
You have a lot of Chicken
Yeah.
Little to work with.
That's really not common, so I might play this really safe if it goes wrong.
I don't even remember what I would do here. What do I even do?
So to again note, leveling up your
Okay, we still
summons
go to
as
the
well
back,
as those dry
alright.
forms, increases the number of
That guy on the
bars
right,
you
full
get
health.
with the summon, I believe, or at the very least decreases the amount of time in which it moves down.
Oh, because we
And,
don't use ethers here?
Because of that, it
This
means
has
that
to
you
be
can have
different
Chicken
now
Little
on
out
regular
longer,
crit. There's
and
no
at the
way
end
this
of
is at
fight,
all how
we
you do
actually
the
want to
fight.
continue to have Chicken Little out in order to get maximum drive gauge again. Otherwise, he'll end up with 0.
Sure
and
is
have to
fun
go
air
using other
comboing
drivers.
enemies with Chicken Little pulls, huh?
And yeah,
Alright, yeah, get him stuck on the stairs. Yeah, that makes sense.
So we'll give him serious time from here.
Yeah, he's gonna try to stay really far away from those circles that are appearing on the ground. Because if you get hit by a cannonball
Nice,
that
okay.
lands there,
Now I got
it
MP
kind
back.
of locks Chicken's little AI into
Ooh.
using
Okay.
firecrackers.
At least
Yeah,
okay.
using the
That
whistle.
that
That
wasn't
can
that
be
bad.
Pretty bad sometimes. It also does a lot of damage, so it's not good to get hit anyway.
Man, this is what Medallion
Yeah,
fight
you have
used to
trouble
be
with these
like.
guys for some reason sometimes.
It used to be
These pirates
so
by far are
bad.
probably the worst because of that. They can throw bombs and then be exploded by their own bombs, and
Yeah.
from there they're kind of. You can't really combo them or stun them while they are just
Ooh,
blowing around.
how
That
did
was
I
not a good
not
idea.
hit?
I'm not playing
Man,
this as safe
this
as
is
I
nuts to
said I would.
see. Like no strat
Okay,
whatsoever.
that was
You
a
just
great fight.
chick little pull-ins and then you either do an air combo or magic depending on what's going on.
And I
No-
just wanna
no
mention
strat
really quick,
otherwise.
This next fight is the worst. It just rando kills you.
Oh yeah,
sometimes.
that makes sense.
And that previous
this
fight, we
one
did end up
obviously
with,
is
like,
done
2
differently
bars
now,
left of
but
Chicken Little. If he hadn't hit
that's never
summon
changed. The
level
fight
3,
still
you
can
ordinarily
rando kill
end
you.
in the last bar of it, and are at a pretty high risk sometimes of not actually.
Yeah, it's
having
kind of
Chicken
nuts
Little
how
at the end of the
far
fight, which means
Medallion
you would
fight
not
has
have
come over the
free
years.
drive gauge right
Like
now.
it used to be so bad.
I guess one last thing about summons is they can be hit by enemies, and when they are, your gauge goes down by a lot. You
Okay.
lose like a full bar of summon
No
gauge
pause.
if you
I
get hit by
I wonder
attacks.
if pause
And that's
buffering there
often
would have
what
been
happens in that last
safer.
fight
I mean, well,
with
it
Chicken
would
Little.
have, but it's
Yeah,
like
with
I
good
wonder
luck,
why I
it's
didn't
fine.
do
Very
that.
nice.
I would have known about pause buffering with PS3 being
So from
out
here
too.
he's just going to be
so-
running straight to
Interesting.
Barbosa. Barbosa I guess as a little spoiler, he's really interesting. He works just like other pirates, and as you saw, pirates are also incredibly weak to magic. So, I think I'll just kind of like let the fight speak for itself.
Yeah, it depends where like the Illuminator spawns. If it spawns in a really bad place, you're gonna have to like really wing it and react and hope Barbossa staggers properly, or else you're probably gonna die. It's like a kind of a scary fight, you know.
I think I'm over exaggerating that a little bit. Unless I do something really weird here.
Okay.
Ground Valor, huh? Double Ground Valor combos. It's probably just because Valor's very strong at this point, as opposed to like level 1.
Can actually die, which will also make you lose the fight. So making sure that he only gets hit really at the beginning.
God, look how much fucking easier this fight is.
Once we get out of Valor form,
it's nuts.
Blizzard and wreck the fight.
I don't even have to have a brain. I'm just like air combo, Blizzard sometimes. Doesn't matter if he's in the corner or not. Just make sure I don't knock him in the shadows.
Yeah, he turned into Roxas for one finisher. That was pretty scary.
I don't think it was that scary, because he would have done the RC there. If I dropped the combo there.
It would have taken him, I believe, 2 more hits.
It could have pushed him into darkness, too.
And yeah, he might have retaliated.
I should have. The way that saying that instead of the shadows is kind of funny, given the
as we've mentioned
context.
For the entirety of the run up to now. Our movement is basically just to go faster. It's via Valor form.
Thank you, Next Dibs, for the 55 bucks sub. Appreciate the 6 subs. So look, thank you, that's
going to be leveling up Wisdom form to get quick run.
Right, I assume they're doing a song here, so I'll skip that, of course.
Going faster, of having faster movement. So that's why we go to Agrabah first rather than Halloween Town.
Yeah, and I believe before that we have our next song.
Sure. Yeah, and I guess
I actually might bathroom break on the next Gummy mission and let you guys listen to it.
So he has to play it kind of
this is a longer run than like PS 4 and 5.
The 4th of the 6 Disney songs.
All right, we'll just skip through the song.
You guys donated for.
Because I'm here to watch the run, you know, itself. I was present for this. So I don't need to relive that part.
You ain't never had a friend like me. Yeah.
Are Super Boss Redemptions eligible this stream? No. I'm not running. Well, I'm not live running.
And so going off of what, well, I guess to note in this first
I see
fight
you trying to find a
it's time to
loophole.
die again. A lot of these fights, they end in one of three
I got
ways.
the good 50-50.
It's either going to end from you taking enough damage, so the game's going to push the storyline along. You deal enough hits, which is usually very high in these fights. You saw one of the exceptions was
that shop took so long.
We actually used that at the beginning on the shadows, is because you could deal a lot of hits very quickly.
Yeah.
Or if you just deal enough, or if there's enough time has
What
passed
the
by
fuck,
where the fight will
Royal?
end automatically. Again, one attack will provoke those Luna bandits into killing you very quickly.
Sucks to
also,
suck, I guess.
Good
I don't
luck.
know.
This is the hardest menu in the game.
This used to be the longest menu, yeah. Because we didn't do one in Port Royal back then. Damn, there's so much in this menu. God damn.
Wow.
It's so nice back then. I didn't have to deal with the audio drops of
It's also
inputs
my
and stuff.
favorite menu, by the way.
That's such a good menu.
Yeah.
All right, so Bloody, if you want to go back into what you were talking about.
Yeah. So he's going to be going into
Oh,
wisdom
yeah,
form.
wisdom grinding,
I mean,
yeah.
it is also fast, but what he's going for is you level up wisdom form via heartless kills, and this is about the perfect.
I'm
time to do
100%
so because
sure
he's
regular
gonna be
crit
using the RCs
doesn't at
from
all.
these,
It does like
little
what level
silver
1 does, I'm sure.
heartless to
For the wisdom
kill
grinding.
a lot of heartless really quickly. So he'll get a few here, and then he's gonna get a lot right outside of Cave of Wonders. He wants to hit.
God,
level
I
2
remember all
before
this
entering
shit.
the treasure room, where he'll
we
make
used
his
to
big
do.
push to make it to level 2.
It's definitely a lot better now. Like, we didn't used to,
quickly go over.
do it at the beginning
some
of like the
things
following
equipped in the
segment and
last menu.
whatnot. You
The
know?
main one is the reflect spell.
Would I remember what the Japanese says now? Some of it.
Damage buff in Final Mix, so it's going to be used a lot.
Or enough of enough. Yeah, like I don't think I really forgot anything, to be honest.
Yeah, and throughout this run, you might have noticed we're
I'm
not
actually
really,
gonna re-enter this room.
What happened there?
you might have noticed we're not really doing pretty much any optional heartless killing unless
This
it's
might
faster.
kill me, but it's not a big deal either way.
It must not have, because I
This
think
is
we
one of the
almost had a
few
deathless run.
exceptions this world
Or I know
because
my
of the
part was
wisdom form
deathless, I'm
grinding.
pretty sure.
And the easy ability to be able to kill so many heartless.
Why didn't I just potion there?
Wisdom, most of the time, anytime we do an optional fight is because it's
Like, why take... I know it would have been like an
faster
instant death, so it
than
wouldn't
the
like really
alternative
mattered
form of
much, but like, why
avoiding
take
that
the
fight,
risk?
or because we need to grind for one of our forms. Rarely do we actually do it for the experience gain that Sora gets, but we will explain later one of the key
Man.
places where that does happen.
Well,
Also,
I
while
don't think
this
we knew
silly
about
little
pushing a
mini is
boo,
going on, I want
right?
to kick it over to Riz, since Riz has so much knowledge
No, we
about
didn't.
the difference between the original Kingdom Hearts 2 and Final Mix. Kind of
We
how
just
the
ride
leveling
alongside
is a little
him.
bit different here for the Wisdom form.
Yeah, so
It doesn't really
in
save much, funny
non-Final
enough.
Mix versions of
But enough to
PvP,
be worth.
get the quick run ability requires 80 heartless kills. In Final Mix, they lowered that to 36. So it's a huge difference.
Yeah,
and
that's
it
a
allows you
big,
to,
big
very
difference.
easily get
I
quick
recall,
runs
though,
without
that
running
Wisdom now
spending
is
for
grindable
grinding
in
for it.
Cage to
Cage
English,
to
isn't
English
it? Like, in
speedrun
terms
doesn't
of
really have
the
the
run?
luxury of that. They can't really just go for quick run.
Like, that was
so
changed?
they
Or
can't
found out
use
to
the
work?
strat like Final Mix is allowed to.
No, he has reflect. He's just going to keep provoking enemies
Nice.
into attacking.
And that's how much damage reflect
Alright,
does.
I already have Aerial Spiral
One
on.
shots to these guys.
Interesting.
Reflect is probably the most broken spell in this game, followed closely by Magnet.
I'm assuming I'm doing that Aerial Spiral just in case anything lives. Oh, Jesus.
So there he just wants to circle that Fat Bandit and bait out a move and then kind of react to it. You can either shoot a fireball at him, which you could guard back and then use a reaction command, or you could do the flamethrower and just run around it. Here, an interesting little thing. We're
That's
abusing,
interesting that I'm restarting the
this guy
combo there
attacking
instead of what we
constantly,
do
so
now.
Just reflect everything and do lots of
Wonder
massive
why.
damage to kill all the small guys as well as the Fat Bandit.
Or did we just not know or
The
something?
attacks because normal attacks just bounce off of his stomach. but
So
Blizzard
this one's
actually hits
probably
him.
a reflect in the solo trinity?
Can't do this way.
Oh, or not. Okay,
Missed,
whatever.
I expect one more dollar there.
Yeah.
That's at
Aerial
least
Spiral
33 cents, like a part of it.
It's funny because 50 seconds would be considered slow now on level 1. Like you try to aim to at least for like 55 generally is what
Next
you would
fight's
want.
pretty terrifying. I'm not saying I need like,
If not
serious
better,
time, but
depending
there's
on
probably a lot to
what
explain
patterns
in
you
it.
get.
Right, and this is where he'll get quick run level 3 just by, well, you're going to see there's a lot of really tiny Heartless that get killed very, very quickly. So this is
This is gonna be
the
different
ideal
'cause
fight.
we
Like,
didn't
this
do
is
the
kind of where
wisdom
the
grinding
idea
here
was
back in the
spawned of
day.
Getting quick run in the first
Well,
place
in the
by,
opening, I
Sonic
mean.
Shadow Silver too. At the end of it, though,
Yeah, we get the
in
kills
this really,
and
really
then
small space right here. He's gonna have to
yeah,
fight
I just
three
stay in
bandits,
Wisdom,
three
yeah.
Fat Bandits, so he's gonna have to use a combination of Reflect and Trinity Limit to be able to kill all of them safely. It's gonna require a lot of precise timing as well on the Trinity Limit.
I'm surprised I let that hit
It can
me.
be really hard to react because there's
Today
so
I
many
wouldn't have
little
done
Heartless
that.
on screen. He's trying to react to all of them for when to reflect. Because if he just
That was
throws
a
up reflect
sketchy revert to
randomly,
get
a lot
there.
of times it'll just go up and nothing will happen. It has to actually reflect an attack by an enemy to deal the splash damage.
I don't think this is at all what the strat's supposed to be, but maybe I misremember.
Also, in
I don't
this
know.
fight, all of those small Heartless actually
Maybe you
drop,
just can't keep Wisdom
HP
there
orbs, and
the
because
whole
there are
fight
so
back
many of
then, I
them,
don't know.
you don't see him tend to...
Oh, and Trinity's
when he gets
worse, so
hit by that,
I
Wisdom
might have
is
to do
going
full,
kill
yeah,
enough
full
to be able to
Trinity for
most likely
safety.
pick up
Okay.
enough HP.
Hopefully this kills him.
Wait, who's?
Nice. Okay.
Wait, what now? Is that a bot?
That last part is terrifying because being in an enclosed space with 3 Fat Bandits that can almost one-shot you is ridiculous. So that has to kill them.
And to know anyone who might not completely
I don't know, the
understand
person
those,
who,
if you haven't played Kingdom Hearts, you can only deal
is
damage to
saying
those enemies
long time
with
OC?
normal attacks from behind on their
That's not just
backside.
like
So,
whisper to
and
me, is
again,
it?
As Biz was saying there, being in that enclosed space with 3 of them.
That looks like
where
a
you can
bot.
only
I
hit
don't
them
know.
from the
Anyway.
front or from behind, and they do all that damage is pretty terrifying. So he executed that fight very well. And even the reflect phase in the beginning went very smoothly.
Well, I don't know why you're asking what brought me back to Twitch tonight. I didn't, like, stop streaming. Anyway, oh, aerial finish strats. Oh, boy.
Quickly defeat the little guys that spawn.
I mean, it's
after
effective,
every
I guess,
engage
but
here.
damn.
Good way to get through those first 2 phases.
It's good damage still.
This is one of those beautiful fights of Final Mix where you're Sora's starting to become a god.
this fight is so
essentially.
much
All these
easier
abilities are
with,
starting to come into
on
your
regular crit.
disposal, and the fights are just mapped out so well. Also, this guy's being an idiot.
Yeah.
He doesn't
I know
want
why
to
I
use
did that.
fire
Yeah, that
because
was.
deal
I
a
think they
lot of
played that
damage.
smart.
I was playing it safe there.
Yeah, safe. Jeez, we just get to ride out Valor for like the whole fight.
All right,
Easy.
very nice fight.
I know we've kind of touched on it a few times, but to be up through Agrabah 1 with 0 deaths is actually incredibly amazing so far.
Very unexpected.
Anyway,
based on our
I'm gonna
practice
run to the
runs.
bathroom. I'll let you guys listen to
Pretty sure
whatever
everybody's
gets
just
sung
dying
next. I
all
don't
over the
remember
place
what it
and
is. I'll be back.
I think we had like 4 deaths up until this part. So we're on
I
actually
honestly
a
would
really
not
good
have-
pace.
I honestly would not have been that disappointed if we had 4 deaths to this point. Well, yeah, I was part of it. Yeah, I did it. Yeah. Yeah, I manipulated the RNG. Yeah.
Are we singing a song on this one?
Are we doing
I have my water right there.
Yes, totally forgot about
This is another Gummy mission in which I can just kind of like idle for most of it, but you know, to be safe, I'm gonna just pay attention.
This is also the last Gummy mission for a while, actually. This is 6 out of 7, and for a while now, it's just going to be hopping straight from world to world.
There won't be another mission for about another hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like the pace of the run starts picking up now, where we don't have any more breaks after this Gummy mission.
Would you actually mind getting up? I was just trying to think of the easiest way to do this.
Get out.
So everyone
Remove
should go
J-Hubs.
follow this is one of our friends, Kung Fu Fruit Cup. She speedruns. She plays a lot of cool games, including the Kingdom Hearts on her stream. And
Oh, I don't mind.
oh, you have it in yours?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's bust it out.
Just so you all know, I have had my voice kind of go out this week, but I still want to give this a shot, so we will be tag teaming the song together.
Yeah, we
It's
each
gonna
have
be glorious.
we each have half a throat, so let's go for this.
Okay,
Okay.
so just go.
Sure, just go for it.
Okay.
I'll follow it. We'll go for it.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, remember, you got chorus, buddy.
Sure.
Okay. Oh man, I've just been watching, so. The snow glows white.
Oh, did I make it in time to skip the song? I'm looking for my controller. What the fuck's wrong with me? How come on Twitch all of a sudden I'm getting emotes that are covering the whole chat? Like, what's going on with that? How are you guys? How do I stop that? Anyway, let's skip the song. Not that, you know, obviously the singing is not bad, but no, I'm not here to watch the singing. I guess they just go into the world. Whatever. Not much to say here because it's a death abuse and menu, really. That's it. It's just a glitch that happens sometimes. It's only started today for me. The emote Royal you posted of the no sound thing is like max size for me. It's covering like the whole chat.
I'm not a girl.
Here I stand in the light of day. Let the storm
No, I mean, I was just focusing on the run. I'm like, you know, they're singing. I'm just gonna focus on the run. I don't have to think about commentating.
And big shout outs to all my friends who came out to help us out with these Disney songs. I was going to try to power through it, but I had half a throat. So, yeah, once again, go follow Kung Fu Fruit Cup on Twitch. She's awesome. And, yeah, she does Kingdom Hearts. She speedruns, so she's cool. Yeah. Yay, thank you. See you, KFC girl. Oh, yeah, you want your phone? Oh, sure.
No, it's certain. It's not just that
Look
emo,
nice
but it's
up
some
here.
other
Take it.
ones
See you,
too.
girl.
That one didn't do it. I don't know. It's weird. Twitch. I guess it's a weird glitch.
Frozen in Kingdom Hearts 3 is the best meme ever.
No, don't. It's not worth it.
Don't.
Funny about that.
You just
Frozen confirmed for
You just
KH3.
destroyed the Jedi franchise.
They won't
What
do
Star
that.
Wars?
Yeah,
By
what
the way, I
about
hate
Star
to
Wars
say it.
and Marvel?
Where's Mom?
Yo, Cage 4 though.
Wins Marvel. So while we're memeing over here, Biz is actually probably one of the hardest.
That was
fights in,
intentional to get
in
hit
this
there, by
world.
the way.
And probably one of my
EXP
most
boosting
difficult fights,
on
but he's
regular
handling
crit.
it like a champ.
Did it absolutely
So
perfectly. So that hit was intentional. He took the ability.
Okay, never mind. Riz is explaining it.
With double the XP gain if you're under half health.
Riz is so quiet.
To reach level 18 there.
It must be that mic or something, because I
We'll
think
be
he's.
using experience
on the
boost
same
pretty
mic I was?
extensively in this run.
Or
primarily
did
in
we
one
bring our mics
location
with
in
us?
Space
I don't know.
Pyramids that we'll get to later.
Now I'm not sure anymore.
But it's incredibly
Because
helpful
I was in that
in
same
order to get the
spot
levels that we
when I
want
was
to.
quiet on the couch.
Also, Dance Call is Jack Skellington's limit right there. There's the first use, I think, of it. And it actually does quite a bit of damage. We'll be using it a lot throughout Halloween Town.
Dance Call is probably one of the last OP limits that the game actually has anymore.
Oh, yeah, I love Dance Call. When it doesn't like whiff, it's really strong.
How many dollars is Dance
I just
Call
had to
whiffs
point out
worth?
that it
That's
whiffs
what I want to know
sometimes.
from Mist. Yeah, I think, is Dance Call the most used limit in the game now? And
It's pretty close.
it gets like 6 uses.
Well, I mean-
considering you come to this world twice.
Well, Duck Flare back
Yeah.
then was a little
Yeah.
different, but.
Oh, yeah, probably Group Trinity, yeah.
Yeah. I was like, I don't think
Unfortunately,
so.
both Donald and James were nerfed.
Or I don't think it would be.
So they're not used
But it is used a lot. 'Cause it's a good limit.
These limits aren't used at all. Donald still has a couple of uses like you saw in Twin Lords.
God,
Yeah,
the fucking
Amy
audio
might have
balancing
played
here,
with Cage 2
Jesus.
speedruns,
You
but I
barely
remember
hear
seeing
it.
Knock, Smash, and Whirly Goof used everywhere. They do terrible.
It's gonna be
damage
shock.
in this version.
Ah, barrel.
All right, and Prison Keeper.
I don't even.
At least I won't get barrel, I think. In the
I don't even know what the strat would be here now in regular crit. Well, not now. I mean back then.
There's actually a bunch of phases
This is a lot different than it used to be for on level 1 at least.
based on a bunch of the kids from Rock Shot.
I guess I'm gonna have to watch the level 1 like RPG limit break run like when that hits 10 years. That's coming up probably like in a year
pretty
or
sure
two, I
hit it
bet.
there too.
No, you didn't.
Boo, shock.
That was actually a pretty good one.
You can't even hear BB explain the fight. Yeah, I don't. The audio's like trash.
That was a poor choice. So.
We're gonna do a couple combos here while he's waiting for his MP to refill.
Yeah, Miley, I know what you're talking about. God, it's weird seeing these
The fight
aerial
usually doesn't
finisher
go that
strats.
wonky, but I'm completely fine with that.
Dance Call from here should just take care of the fight.
Also, swag finish.
No.
I wish it was easy.
Hard
Just
that,
like kind of
just-
shut him down there. I was like, no.
I'll take it.
Not even close.
Sure, yeah, let's go ahead and pop in one donation on the way to Oogie Boogie.
Popping it in.
Poor Spike, yeah.
$100 from Rory
He's like,
Extra
"Oh,
Life.
man."
Good luck, guys. I hope you guys do me and the rest of the Kingdom Hearts community proud today.
Shout out to Rory.
Shout outs to Rory.
I
Donation
probably
goes
didn't need to
Runner's
say it.
Choice,
I could have
also
just been
Rebel,
like, oh,
if you're
darn, I
about.
didn't get it.
I love your face.
Didn't get the
yeah,
swag
Runner's
finish.
choice is the Toji Sucks Tifa name, is it?
Yeah.
FF7.
I like how that's what I went with, too.
Also, thanks, Rory.
Should we do a roll call right now? That'd be good.
Sure. Yeah, I guess we're 2 hours into our game, so we
Yeah.
should probably do another one. Anybody waking up with us? Welcome to early breakfast edition of AGDQ 2015.
It's really sad they graveyard
yeah,
slotted
if
us
Runner
on
wants
this,
to go
but,
ahead
you know,
and
at least we got the
introduce
run in.
himself.
I am Biscuit047.
Make sure to go follow him on Twitch, as well as the rest of us. We're cool. Hey, I'm Spike the
YouTube.
Cheetah.
I am jhobbs296, and this is Albert.
I'm Bloody Biscuits.
I am Trizzle.
Albert
And-
mentioned,
yeah.
yes.
And this is Oogie.
And I hate this fight, by the way.
Hi, Oogie.
It has a one-shot in it, and it can combo you to death real easy.
Yeah, that fist slamming down is a one shot, so Always have to be aware of where it is.
Yeah, this
Yeah, you
hasn't
want some
changed.
serious time
I had a
to
recent
all
death to
things in
Oogie
the
Lightning, so it still happens.
There's a pretty obvious audio cue for each attack,
Yeah.
so...
If I die, it's pretty much out of my
The
control.
bombs he throws are actually slower in 30 FPS, if you didn't know. Like, and by slower, I just mean not too
I
fast
guess
like
to
it
note
is in
about this
60
fight,
FPS.
I believe there's no way to.
So you have like plenty of
speed this
time
up
to move out of the
shorter
way
than
when he
3
throws
cycles, if somebody could.
It's a 3 cycle. It's
Yeah.
also an incredibly dangerous fight.
I'm
because of the
assuming
lightning
Chicken
and
Little
the
is still
punch
the play
and
here, but
The
we'll see.
Heartless that are going to come in bags.
Yeah, he's going to be summoning Chicken Little here in a
Yeah,
moment
okay.
in order to deal just really with the Heartless. That
Like, this
end
has
up
just been like a
spawning
forever
on this
strat, I
phase.
think.
And even then, it's not the best solution, but it's really all that we have at this point.
Yeah, these Heartless can very easily combo you into one of Oogie's other moves, or just kill you themselves. So we hope that Chicken Little
Darn,
will do
no present
his
skip.
best to
I don't
keep
know.
them
I don't think
away,
we knew
and
that back then,
luckily
well,
have
how
the,
that works.
fist kill them there.
A little early there.
Wait, how the fuck did I do that?
I'm gonna be very safe here. Okay.
Wait, how was that
We
safe?
shouldn't go for the 1 frame now, because that'll send him to the
Yeah.
Yeah.
platform.
Okay. Yeah,
There actually is a 1-frame trick in this game, believe it or not, and it's in this fight. It saves roughly 5 seconds, I would say.
I don't even know if we know if it's 1 frame. I think we're just
Basically,
guessing.
during this transition,
But it probably
during the
is
transition
like 1
between
or
the
2
second
or
and third
something.
phase,
If
you
it's not
can,
1.
press triangle at the right time and get sent to center stage.
But I can't,
where
since I went the
usually you
wrong
would
way, I
have
can't
to
do
wait
it
for
now,
it
'cause
to
then it
actually
will
become
throw me in the
normally
wrong
visible.
side.
You'll kind of see it blink blue for like literally a frame here in a second.
Yeah, but you can't
Back
go
then,
for
we
it
didn't know
because,
that if one enemy
going to the wrong
survives in the
platform
middle, that
earlier.
you get it for free.
So this one won't.
I think that took a
It
while
looks like
to
it will,
figure
but a
out.
lot of time it won't send to the right place. Oh man.
Now, yeah, that one was different than what it should have been, I think. It's not a big deal when that happens, though.
Well, I had to
Something
do
to
that
note
regardless,
we
because
kind of
otherwise I would have
touched on, but
died
we haven't
to
really
the
said
Emerald Blue.
explicitly. Limits in this game will make you invincible for the duration. And because of that, he will often use.
This is definitely not a
limits
great
during
Oogie
times
fight.
where you're at a very high
At least
risk
I'm
of getting
not.
hit.
At least I know I don't die in
just
it, but like
throughout
still.
the run in general, but especially right there, using Dance Call during the second phase of Oogie to make sure that the Heartless on the platform were not able to attack him.
Lightning here is kind of a weird hitbox. You can get clipped by it as you're running past it sometimes. And if that happens, it
This isn't a
generally
blind
leads to death,
reaction. Yeah,
unfortunately.
you're right. You got me.
So it's random there
Pre-watched.
if Oogie had actually stayed at the middle platform or not. So Biz just had to respond very quickly to if he made another move. Otherwise, he'll get stuck over on the other platform and
Yeah,
not
pretty
get to deal
generous
damage for a
lightning.
little while.
Why did I wait for 2 slams there? Why did I not get that first box? Whatever.
Uh-oh. I don't care.
Just
How the
feeling
fuck
here
did that
just to
enemy
be
come
safe,
out?
so if the enemy spawned, it can be.
That was safe.
Yeah, that's good.
Hashtag
At least I went
yeah.
solo Trinity
I
there
did- for
as like the
reference,
safety measure
pretty
to
much
counter that.
almost every
Because otherwise
practice run
I
I did,
would
I
have
did
risked
die in this
dying
fight,
at the end of the Oogie
hilariously
fight.
enough. So that's nice.
That's also one.
Why
of the
did I wait?
more,
Because I was
time-consuming deaths
getting.
in the game,
I knew I couldn't go.
especially if
There
you
was
got
an
in the
enemy
third
there.
phase. It
If
is a
I went
very
after Oogie
long
there, I would have
fight.
like probably died.
That and Hades'
Or got
escape
hit or
are both
something.
notably very long. No death is,
Wait, we didn't do
exactly
warping
great
back
in this
then here?
game, obviously, but
What the
some
fuck?
of the more notable
When did we figure that out?
fights or ones with a long lead up to the fight are the ones you particularly want to avoid, and they're usually the hardest ones to not die in.
I get,
Yeah,
does that mean we
actually
didn't
put
do it
that together,
before and I
but
just didn't
Biz in
notice?
his
I
section
guess
actually
I
got a
haven't
lot of
been
the
paying attention to
worst
world
death
map
spots.
movement.
This,
I figured that
boat
wouldn't have
fight,
changed.
among others, and one really big one we're coming up on in a little bit. Bloody, do you want to
This
go
is
and
gonna be
explain,
way different
the
than level
trash
1.
that is this fight?
Oh, good lord. Okay, well, there are 3 phases to this fight. You're going to be seeing the use of Magnet. We just picked this up. It's really kind of odd, this combo. A lot of people kind of see it and don't really understand what's going on. Magnet acts as a finisher by itself. So with Finishing Plus, since we can use 2, you can just use Magnet Finishing Leap and it does quite a bit of damage. Right
Valor,
here, what he's going to be
huh?
doing
Oh, RC
is
spam,
gonna be going into Valor
If
form
you're
for the
wondering
extra
why
damage
my
off of his
split
reaction
name used to
commands.
be this,
He got a little bit of extra damage off
or
of
I mean it
Reflect,
still is, but what it
Magnet
means.
Finishing Leap. and this is looking pretty good so
This
far.
is what
All
it
he has
came
to do
from.
now is
Although
kind
I
of
think
round up
old
these
level
guys.
1
It's
did
really
chicken
finicky,
little here,
though,
because
as you can
Valor
see, they
wouldn't
kinda
have
drop
any
out of it a little
benefit
bit,
on
but
level 1 in this fight.
yeah, this is looking perfect.
This is disgusting.
Except for the one guy who decided, okay,
This is where I'd be safe, I think.
Yeah. I think that was
Oh,
a
boy.
smart call. Well. Okay, I'm fine.
Okay.
Okay,
Safety
great
then death,
recovery,
yeah.
though, yeah.
That's why that strat sucks.
you can see how
That's
quickly
why my
that went
split
from
name
perfect
was
to,
the
oh my
RC
God, I'm
that
about to
couldn't.
die.
Yeah, and it's
Those
like it
things
wasn't
just
anything
fall
I
out of
did,
it.
it's just they fall out of the reaction command.
And then if I went for that Claymore, I might have been able
So
to
those
do
of
a
you who
clean
might
end,
notice,
but if I
his
didn't, I would
actually
be dead.
paused
So
during the fight there for
that's why I
just a
played
very
safe.
short amount of time.
Marathon and such.
In this game, when you use drive forms, the game actually has to load the data for the
Because
drive form from the
reverting
disk.
from
During that
Valor, you'll
time,
have full
the
MP, so
enemies
you can
will
do
move
whatever you
around
want
while
with
you're
the,
standing there in just kind of one state of animation, waiting for the drive form to load. Pausing during that time means that the enemies won't move. Most of the time, we don't need to do it in Final Mix because the load is very long. But if we were playing this on, say, the 2.5 version,
Kind of
on
scary,
PS3,
scary
you
Oogie
actually
fight into
pause
Berserkers
for
though.
a good 2
Not
seconds.
a too
there,
double
at
fight
least,
to, not a fun double fight
due
to
how long it
do in
takes
a
for drive
marathon.
forms to load. So you may notice in fights where there's a bit of a more tight timing that he will be pausing every now and then. And I don't think we've touched on anti-form yet or anti-points. Is that something we want to maybe take this time to touch
Yeah,
on?
go ahead and say it now.
Yeah, this is a good spot to talk about anti-points.
During movement,
well,
yeah.
You might be wondering
Movement's a little
if we
different here, I
worry about
guess.
anti-form or
We
if
didn't-
we also nice swag.
How new is that, by the way? Real
I
quick?
just learned it before the run.
Oh my god, really?
This strat was literally worked on 1 hour before this run.
That's funny.
thought.
Where how
But
the
yeah,
fuck?
anti-form is something that we want to avoid.
What did I
and
used
you
to
might think
do?
that it's completely random, and we're kind of just like hoping that it doesn't.
And now
happen.
we just
actually
go
can
into immediate wisdom and fire
calculate,
across the whole room.
like if anti-form will happen or not, based on a bunch of different factors. There's actually kind of like an internal chart in the game that counts
I normally
how many
wouldn't whip
drive
out
uses
anything
you've
like
done.
I just learned
And the
anyway
general rule
in a
is
marathon
the more
run,
drive
but
uses you've done, the higher chance of anti-form.
it was
but
a movement
it
one, so
actually
it didn't
really
really matter.
sections it off into like 0%, 25% chance and stuff like that. So as long as we stay like we have like 0 through 5, or our first 5 drive uses are completely free. We don't have to worry about anti-form. And what's really huge is that once we get a new drive form, like when we got wisdom form,
Can't wait to watch
it
my
actually
FF
resets
fights.
to 0.
I wonder what that's gonna be like.
So at that point we can start using drive forms again for free. The next drive form we're going to get a little bit later on is master form. Once we hit that, we aren't really going to get any new drive forms, so we have to really start like counting and keeping track of all of our drive usages because we're going to be
Oh, no
using
fire
them in
strat back then
very
there.
critical spots, and we don't want to have anti-form show up.
We also just got limit form, which is a drive form that was added into Final Mix. It was actually not in the original game. Limit form is a really cool form that's kind of a nod to the first Kingdom Hearts game. You have 4 limits that were all in that game at your disposal when you're in that form. We'll be seeing it throughout the run from here on out, and I guess during the first use we'll probably touch more on it. But that also means that the anti-form points were set down to 0.
Yeah, and Riz, I don't know if you want to go into detail about an old route where we actually leveled limit form instead.
Oh, yeah. In the past, before we figured out wisdom leveling, once we got limit form from the Berserkers fight, we would go to Agrabah.
Well, it doesn't matter if I say it, I
place there
guess.
where
I
you
don't
can level up
know.
limit form. We'd get to level 3.
It would
get
be bad
dodge
if it
roll.
failed, though.
That wasted about 2 minutes, and we figured out later that wisdom form was better, and quick run is faster anyway, movement-wise, than dodge roll. So.
And with that, welcome to
Well,
Tron
I know
World.
we grabbed Stitch in this run too back
Otherwise
then.
known as
I
Space
assuming
Terrorites.
regular crit now probably
I
skips
hate this
it.
world.
Yeah.
All right, we took off aerial finish, I believe.
There are worlds
Tell me
that
how
don't
you
go
really
that
feel,
bad.
Biz.
I hate a lot of
Light
worlds.
cycle is by far the most terrifying part of this world.
Yeah, another long death. One very last thing on
Probably,
anti-form is
scary part of
you actually there
world,
are a few
yeah.
spots throughout the run where you cannot go anti-form. One of the most commonly used one is that if you are not actually in a fight, if you are using a drive form,
Is this back when I
just
used to do
during,
this on reaction or
normal,
not?
you know, out of combat usage, you will not go anti-form.
Yeah.
And so
That
that's
looked
why
like
most of the
reaction. I
drive
don't think that
usages
was
for movement,
anticipation.
Throughout this run will be used before they enter a fight. Oftentimes at the very beginning of a room.
Or I just did that because of
before entering a new
marathon.
room.
Yeah, I've had like a
Just explain
few
little bit of
things
that
go
minigame
wrong
that just went by.
that I
It's random
would say are
where the
noteworthy,
box,
but no deaths.
is
So
going
that's
to
good.
originally spawn. It can be it can appear right behind him, and as soon as he approaches it, it starts moving around. So you could possibly lose a little bit of time or gain a little bit
Like
of time.
Oogie
right
was
there.
bad,
It
Berserker's
is
bad.
not random how many times it rotates around.
I think Medallion
For
Fight
the
was
most
not
part, the box should end up
what I would have wanted
about
back then.
2 or
but-
3 spaces right of wherever it originally was.
And then there was
after it's
the
rotated 2
re-enter
full
the room for
times.
safety if I can
Or
aggravate. So like 4 things.
2.1 rotations.
And
I don't know
there's,
how you want to
Stitch.
consider it. But yeah, so he can predict that pretty well.
Stitch probably in PC fights still back then.
I
And
did
with
that
that-
on purpose.
And with that, so the game actually
Yeah,
automatically
Kiwi
gives
has
you
a
both
dust
Chicken
plush,
Little
yeah.
and Genie, which you're going to see Genie here in a little bit, a couple times. Right there,
That
it's
would be
optional. You want
Zalbert.
to pick up Stitch. And Stitch coming up here very soon is
All
going
right,
to
what
be
kind of opening light
utilized,
cycle
and,
did I have?
We'll explain him once we get there, but for now, time for light cycles. This
Ugh.
is terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very
Bad
long,
pattern
you
again.
cannot heal.
Oh, right, you're really strong
I
on
mean,
crit, though, so
you
that's
can take
free.
about 2 hits, and then the third will kill you, I think.
Well, not free,
So,
but it meant, you know,
yeah,
like,
you want to avoid.
it didn't have to become a
avoid
full
getting hit.
dumpster fire or
Luckily,
anything because of
where
that.
enemy spawn is consistent, so you can do the same like inputs each time and be fine. It's just that first part is actually a little random.
Okay,
the
this
movement
was
that's difficult to
probably
have the
before
same
boosting
movement
off
again.
shield,
Right.
so I doubt I'm going to
Yeah,
be
and if
boosting
this
off
had
shields
taken
here.
any hits in that, or just a hit, because after 2 hits you're dead. If he had taken a hit in that first
Yeah.
phase, the health
I just
actually
killed him, I
carries
guess.
over
I
to
don't
this one. So that's the big thing, is to make sure, because that
Just
fight's
kill
much
everything,
more
I
random,
guess.
and you actually have to kill 5 of the space pornos heartless, whatever they're called.
Yeah, on top of that, the enemies in this light cycle are actually kind of a rock, paper, scissors situation. Some of the enemies, where the green enemies will guard, the orange enemies will charge at you, and the blue enemies will kind of attack. And there's also a white enemy that can use any of those moves. Because of this, you have to know how to react to each enemy, and know that which ones to attack, which ones to charge, and whatnot. But more
Other
important
than
that is, of
boosting
course,
off
knowing
shields,
where they will
it doesn't look
spawn and how
like
many
I
are
do
going to
anything
spawn.
different
So
still
Rhino's
on
doing a
the
really
so
good job
far.
of not taking any damage.
Yeah, I still do that too, jeez. I haven't
Also, if
changed
you listen
anything here.
closely, you can hear a lot of the Heartless hitting the walls as he turns.
I probably safety shield at the end here too, even though like these should never hit you.
Oh, baby. I'm hyped.
Oh no, I don't.
That's just gonna
Okay.
hit
Yeah.
That's funny.
Good job.
Even
But
back
yeah,
then, I knew that
Deathless
those
light
never
cycle
hit
is
you.
nice.
All right, cool.
Again, some people are probably at home, like if you remember playing this game as a kid, and critical mode just changes everything, every bit of dynamic of your mentality going through this game. You might think, well, it was light cycle, whatever. If Biz was nice enough and had taken a hit for you right there, you would have seen how quickly you were at like 10% health.
Yeah.
I mean,
with that,
the
it's
good
time
thing
to
is that
show
has
off,
happened a bunch in this
the
run. Oh, they're right there. There you go.
amazingness,
There's
yeah,
a showcase.
frustration that is Stitch.
That's obviously intentional for
I don't
Stitch.
know,
strats,
who wants
but-
to explain what Stitch does?
I'll go for it.
Sure.
Stitch gives you constant MP refills.
So
you can
EXP
have,
grinding
quote-unquote,
here, I remember
infinite
this.
MP with this guy. He also does a great job of deflecting projectiles and weak hits. So he's kind of your like ultimate tank right here, as you can see. What Biz is
I wonder
doing
what
right
regular
here
crit does here
is,
now, if they
he's
do like
in,
the same thing or
he's in
what.
critical health for a
Actually don't
specific
know.
reason. There's this ability called Experience Boost. Once you're under 50% health, you gain double EXP. And this is going to be kind of where we do an EXP grind for about 2 minutes.
Jesus.
Well, more like a minute 30. Basically, we're going to be getting a lot of levels right here. You don't get any
I mean,
more
this is
HP
where
orbs
this is
here,
why
and
level
with
or a
Stitch
regular
giving you
crit
constant
doesn't have to
MP,
worry about
keeping
like
you
the
safe,
damage floor as
you
much
get
for a while
free
because
experience
of
really,
this.
really quickly. This is extremely
If you don't
important.
do this,
First
then
of
you
all,
do
we
so
need to
much
hit a
less.
certain level so that we don't do trip damage against hostile program. We'll be saving time there. And we also want to hit a certain level so that a fight later on will be sped up. If we do not hit a certain level, specifically level 30 before Genie Jafar, we automatically lose 30 seconds because of that. So, like all of this just kind of compounds together, just like how many levels we get so quickly right here.
Yeah, a good fight here will go from level 19 to level 24, so 5 levels just in this one spot.
In 2 minutes is kind of crazy.
It is interesting that you do
the
level
best way
grind.
to get experience in the run.
You do waste time level grinding on regular
that
crit.
we've gone through so far, where you literally gain, I believe, 1 level.
But it's just
to
that
gain
worth
5
it,
in
yeah.
a minute and a half.
For example, Beast Castle gives you 0 levels.
Yeah, so just let that sink in.
Like, unless the current crit runs, like,
And
for
again,
some
there's a
reason,
lot
can
of
skip it.
stimulus
I mean,
going on
maybe.
the screen right now. There's just a lot of visual craziness going. Yeah, to get to level 24, and
I don't think
also
so, because then
he
you
used
turn
2
it into,
ethers.
like, almost a level 1
Just noticing
run.
how quickly he was getting all that EXP. You notice all the levels that were popping up on the top right of the screen, and also just noticing how often Stitch was, as we say, was licking him so that his MP was going back to full. Biz did have to use 2 ethers in that fight, but that's okay. Because those are routed, or those are in the route. You're pretty much planning on having to use them.
That's crazy, because then you could save 2 ethers there if you get lucky.
Licking you and not giving you the MP, which is random. He does it whenever he wants. Also, right there, a little thing that I was dumb, I didn't know about. It might have looked like Biz shot too far out with Quick Run there. He was actually trying to spawn other Heartless so that, what are they called, the Devastators?
Devastators, yeah.
Yeah, it's so that a Devastator in the main part of that room
We
does
just
not
deal with it
spawn
now.
because they can one-shot you and kill you.
We just
with
go
that, he
and
picked up
hope
the
it doesn't
Gaia Belt there,
catch
which
us.
he'll be able to equip later on for more defense, which again is important because we are in critical mode. And good luck with hostile program.
Shoutouts to this awesome fight.
Oh,
If
God.
anybody wants to explain kind of, I guess, how this fight's going to work.
Okay, the opening is the same as what I do now.
Quickly knock out a bunch of energy orbs so you can freeze off.
Sort of. I didn't do an extra comma there, but I hit the barrier because
here.
I'm stronger than
We
level
just got
1.
this
So.
form. Master form is
Masterful.
really, really cool. It does an extreme amount of damage with air combos.
Yeah, this is going to do a lot with Heroes Chris on
so
non
we're
level
gonna
1.
blast through this next phase with some Frozen and Master.
That little drop to the ground he did was actually intentional to restart the combo to maximize
That's scary
all
as
the
shit,
damage you
man.
do
Oh
with
my
Master.
God,
So we're
we
in
used
the
to do
final phase
that.
of this boss fight now. That just happened.
Yeah.
And now he's dead.
Now he's going to die, thanks to this last comment. So I don't know if we've mentioned this before, but going into a dry form instantly
Jeez.
heals you. So it gives you back all your MP and stuff. So he's able to go back
Easy.
into combat right afterwards. That was a perfect fight.
That is like when you're learning this category, I'll say, as someone who's been learning it lately, that is the
What was
first
the
time where
marathon
it's like,
choice?
oh man, I like this a lot. This is fun.
Oh, Holobashin 3
That
time.
would be the most terrifying segment of my part.
True.
Oh, yeah.
Every fight from now on.
It's one of the most terrifying parts of the run still.
Just real quick on Master
Even
Form
today.
there. All the dry forms, like we said before, have
Maybe
their
not like
strengths.
corridors and
Master
dancers, but
Form
like everything
is,
after that.
only aerial combos, even if you seem to be on the ground.
Trying
you
to
actually
spawn
do aerial
Heartless.
combos.
No, I think that probably
And,
was
you
the
also
strat
can
back
chain
then, I
magic
bet.
Definitely. So that's why it's very easy.
Because
to
everybody,
reset
because
the
they were,
combo
you know,
there, during that.
they were
fight.
ready to commentate that.
So I guess in terms of the storyline of the game, this is the big like middle point of the run, and this is actually kind of a big boss rush they're throwing
This
at
middle
you,
part of
and
the run.
kinda a lot of mob fights thrown in there as well. I just once again, kind of like we did with Riz, I want to make sure all of you guys go follow Biscuit047 on Twitch. He's an amazing streamer. He's one of the most well-respected runners in the community.
Thank you, Spike.
Highly skillful. Is also he
You're
would have
cool,
been
too.
running 1.5 as well with me. Both very difficult categories. And
Take a
he's,
little strats, you know, easy
top
peasy.
3 in both of those games.
No brain
so make sure
required, really,
you go
for
give
that.
this guy a follow. Also, Kiwi here has made some amazing sub emotes for him, including Biz Steve, which we'll get to later.
It's funny
on,
because
but,
you would
yeah,
not
be sure to go give
like
Biz
say
a
this
follow.
during commentary these days. But back then it was like, you
Biz
know,
Goffey,
like
Biz Albert.
newer, I guess, for me, for us.
Shoutouts to Albert.
This fight in particular is
Because I think we were
incredibly
kind of
dangerous
like
because
not
you're
partnered
surrounded
for
by
very
these
long
enemies.
back then.
All of these enemies can one-shot you. There are a lot of instances in this run where you can just be one-shot for a single misstep, so thankfully Chicken Little does a good job of kind of taking care of them, as well as Magnet Finishing Leap also taking care of them. Like, everything kind of, like, seems easy, like, oh, he's just kind of going through the motions, but one, like, misstep and he is potentially dead.
That seems...
So when the
This seems
dancers
problematic.
have their hands glowing like that, it means they're trying to grab you. If they grab you, you are dead. That is.
Why wouldn't I do
100%
Trinity here?
instant
Did
kill.
Did we just not know about it back then?
You also saw that he dismissed Chicken Little there, which might seem
Oh.
like a not a very smart thing to do.
I was like, oh, he got parried. I don't know what that strat was back like back then. That seems wrong.
We actually need 3 drive gauge here.
Why wouldn't I
Very
have done
easy
the
to
normal,
be able
like,
to get to
Trinity
3
shit?
drive gauge, because we're going to be using Genie in this next fight.
Alright, so here comes Demix. This, for a
did I
lot
say
of people,
Genie?
could be like a childhood misery dealing with.
I
Mr.
guess
Dance
Valor
Water
Genie
Dance.
did. I think Valor
This
Genie
strat
might
is
have had a
really
use here back
precise
then.
and has a lot to go
We'll see.
into it, so I'll probably let either Riz or Bloody explain it.
I doubt
Alright,
that's
so
what
he
it
wants
is
to
now.
do, he wants to break all of these clones. He has to go through this mini game of just.
Those were pretty good
breaking 50
RCs.
of
How
these
come that
clones,
doesn't
but
happen to me anymore?
What's crazy is that you can actually use Trinity Limit and destroy lots of clones, and each of these clones gives you.
We
an
didn't know
insane
about the
amount of
position
hits. So
back
from
then.
That right there.
Also,
he gets
a weaker
around
Trinity, as you can
134,
see.
and he blows through an
Yeah,
entire
he's not even-
bar and
you
a
know,
half
we need
or
to do
so
more
of
damage.
HP off of Demix.
Genie?
Now for the second part of this fight, he's going to be using Genie. Valor Genie's limit gives you some invincibility and also does a lot of extra damage to him. So we're going to be going through this loop right here. It's going to be one air combo, a couple hits, and then Valor Genie. And it's just going to constantly force him
Why wouldn't
to
we just do
this
Stitch? Like, I
move.
feel like Stitch still
And it
would have
just
been
keeps him stuck in
faster
this,
with Reflex, even non-level
basically
1,
infinite
but
loop
maybe
until he
I'm
is
wrong.
virtually
yeah.
dead.
And he's dead, alright. Or not, whatever.
And there you go.
Nice.
Bring this back. Ugh. Valor Genie's not that
That's
I wanna
great.
the
get to
most
something-
terrifying part.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and just jump into one thing right there. You might have noticed that he was always doing enough hits. He was trying to abuse his revenge value, constantly pushing him right to the brink of his revenge value, and then using Valor Genie so he can get the
Oh, that was the
iframes and
Cosmic
deal some
Belt, or
damage in
not
there.
Cosmic Belt,
You
the
might have
Gaia
noticed,
Belt.
however, there was
I just
one
put
point
on.
where,
Back then we
Demix
wanted that
kinda got
defense
stuck
for
on the wall, and he
1K
had
pretty
to react
much,
to
but
that
I think it
accordingly and
probably
go straight into
helps here
Valor
too.
Genie because he was going to start his retaliation phase at that point. However, to note, this series of 4 fights.
Bloody
is the
will be
most
taking over
terrifying
soon,
part of the game.
so
If he dies,
if I go
he
behind
goes
him, then
back
you
to
won't
the
see
last
me
time
anyway.
He has free control of Sora, which is before Demix, and all these fights can kill him. As you can see.
Okay, I was like, I
So,
assume I didn't do
with
that
we're
for
gonna call some
EXP.
serious time and see what he can do.
Okay, interesting
close.
old
Death
strat.
here is like upwards to 5 minutes time loss.
If you
so-
died a Cloud, yeah.
Yeah, both the soldiers and the Morning Stars do tons of damage in this fight.
Yeah, why'd I get a Cyclone there? That still happened, yeah. I don't think we ever understood the RC drop there. This doesn't even feel like we have strats for this. It feels like we're just doing whatever. Or we just did whatever back then. We're being very conservative with resources, you know, like no ethers, no drive.
That circling move when there are a lot of enemies around you is actually really great at taking out lots of small enemies. Like
I mean, here we
shadows
I
and
would assume I
associated
use like
fights.
ethers and shit. I don't know.
He really
Probably
wants
not
a Rising
Trinity,
Sun
or,
here. It's an
Limit for it, I
incredibly
mean.
powerful reaction command that deals with Morning Stars specifically.
Where was all
right
the Morning
here.
Stars? Ooh, that was almost. I can't believe I didn't get hit there.
Thank you, Tifa.
Tifa also does a fantastic job of dealing with Morning Stars.
Interesting
Tifa
that I got
does,
rid of my MP,
is
huh?
really bad at fighting shadows, so
Okay, okay.
even if there's like one shadow left, you just won't be able to kill it.
It's sort of a trade-off.
Yeah.
Shoutouts to who will hopefully be calling Toji sus with FF7.
Stupid Albert.
So these
Slowing
shadows
down
do
my
have a move
Tifa.
where they can pop up for 0 frames and pop back down. You actually can't hit them when they do that. There's nothing you can do.
And with that, in this final phase, we're going to be introduced to Limit Form.
What the fuck is this strat?
So limit form levels up.
I guess just leveling
by
limit form
completing,
immediately for
limits
some
that he's
reason.
doing right now. So that's 1 EXP. This will be 2. And he needs 3 to reach
This
level
seems
2.
kind of
That's
dangerous
also
though,
elite for the run.
right?
Limit form's going to be used
Like
much later
cornering
on,
myself like
to
that?
fight some endgame bosses, and you just need that extra drive bar that level 2 gives. So we got it.
Okay, now what?
Cloud
Now I have
gets
no
you the same here,
resources.
and
Do I just pray
completely
Cloud
destroys
protects me?
everything else, so.
I guess so. Man, what a strat this used
And
to
if you
be.
want to see him use Omni Slash more, Donate.
Holy fuck. That's like 50% of your runs probably died at Cloud there doing that.
AGDQ couch.
I used to live on the
Yeah,
edge.
a little subtle thing you might have noticed.
That's
there, and
crazy.
It's a technique
What a
that's actually
crazy
going to use
strat that
later
was.
on in the run as well. You might have noticed that Biz actually threw an
Like,
ether
back
up
then,
in
I
the
didn't
air
really do
before
a
he
lot of
even
my own
used the
shit
limit.
either. Like,
That's because the animation of the ether
I feel like-
going
I think
up
it was
in the
like what
air,
most
and then
people
him
did.
starting the limit actually goes
We just
off,
kinda did
and
what we
then
thought
the
was
ether
fastest.
takes place. So it makes it to where he gets one free limit there, or one, essentially for the use of an ether, and then 2 more afterwards, which
Alright,
after
1K is
3
still a
uses of
little
limit,
scary on
getting to
crit,
the
but not
final
as much
phase
as
of
level
them,
1.
That's what
found
gave him level
Steve.
2.
I'm pretty sure it's Steve.
So to explain what's going on with this Steve and Kyle.
I think that
concept,
was that Muffin.
That has to
By
be
the way,
Steve.
this is, in my opinion, the worst fight in the game.
Yeah, so here we're using
Probably still
these,
true, really,
Heartless-
if not barely, but-
The reaction command from this Heartless to actually spin in a circle
Interesting.
and a sparkle ray, I believe. To spin
We
in a circle
didn't
and
know
do a lot of
certain
damage
things
to a lot of
back
enemies at
then
once.
to make this,
There are
like,
1,000 Heartless in this
those
fight, and they're
super
not
specific
actually
camera
all loaded.
movement
The
and shit.
PS2 wouldn't be able to handle that. They just kind of simulate that they're all there. So throughout this fight, we want to continue.
Because, like, right now I have a
grab
blind spot
one,
behind me because I haven't really
sentry
turned the
here
camera
and use
fully.
Sparkle Ray over and over. The the Heartless that actually gives you good Sparkle Rays over and over, we like to affectionately call Steve. And the one that decides to give you a long windup after giving you one good reaction command, that's actually Kyle. Because
I like how we're
Kyle.
explaining this
Kyle's a
meme
jerk.
during
Kyle's a
1K.
jerk. Sorry if your name is Kyle.
But no, we're not. Kyle sucks.
Oh, I don't even go for the easy thunder there?
That was a Kyle move right there.
Yeah.
Steve's already dead.
Oh, there he is. He's back.
Steve has risen back from the dead.
Oh no. So it is extremely easy to die in this fight. We do have the ability once more.
Oh,
which,
if that was level 1,
lets
that's
you survive
over half my
combos,
health
so
gone
you
to
take
that
a
move.
rapid amount of hits,
That just
all
hit
at
me.
once. You'll survive with 1 health.
Gaia
but
belt
even
doing
still,
work, I guess.
It can be really easy just to get killed by a cheap shot.
Oh,
in
I
this
saw
fight.
that wind
It's
up.
just
What's
another
happening?
fight
Okay.
where you're constantly having to
I must have
react to
despawned
what's
it.
going on around you, because it is the
I saw a
most
wind
real
up
fight
on
in
the
the game.
side.
For the last 100 or so.
All right, well,
he's
easy
spinning
peasy
the
at this
camera around
point,
a
I
bit.
guess.
That's just to help load in the last 100 Heartless. So the Sparkle Rays kill more.
Oh, baby.
Oh, baby.
And
that
with
was
that-
great.
Well, hey, didn't die.
That was a good segment.
Well, that's the end of my run.
Are we still deathless? We are still
Yeah,
deathless.
that is 2/3 of the game without a death. That's just absolutely incredible.
Good luck, man.
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
That does work against you when you say how difficult this
But it
run
just
is,
gets
and then
harder from here, too.
you don't
It's not
die.
like it gets easier.
That's why we saved the best for last.
There's
here.
no really easy way to.
That's why we're kind of getting switched around here.
Yeah, we gotta do the awkward swap now, but, it is what it is. The shortest run ever.
We have
we lose a few seconds.
All right, thanks
Mr.
everyone for
Bloody
watching.
Biscuits here, who is the current
hope you
world
enjoyed my
recorder of this
sequence.
game, switching in for the last leg, and really everybody who isn't already following him needs to go follow him immediately because he's going to be doing a fantastic job. We all already have total faith in him. You
And
got this, buddy.
during this highly choreographed switch, how about a donation? Just poke it in. $75 from the hand. Been watching for years, but I'm finally
So
able
to
to
know,
donate
Bloody
to
would
this
have to
amazing
do
cause.
the-
Love the work you all are doing, and I hope
the
we
menu
can keep
change
preventing
here,
cancer,
otherwise he has my
saving friends, and
controls.
arguing about
I
animal welfare for years.
Don't remember if
to
he
come.
remembered that for the first fight, but it's a mob fight, so whatever.
Good job, man.
Well, it's not like a super lethal mob fight.
All
I
right,
guess.
so we're headed to Beast Castle first. Oh my god, the camera inverted. Okay. So I'll be changing the config here real quick. We're actually here just to get
Or did he?
stronger.
Well, he
keyblade
remembered the
coming back
config.
here
Yeah, 'cause he
to
doesn't
finish
like my
the actual
camera.
thing, a little bit later on.
Oh, he didn't do customize. I don't think he has the
Does
same
it customize all that
customization.
you want it to be?
No, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the only downside is if you forget
This
to
is a
do the
problem.
customize,
Yeah.
then it's sketch. All right, he's good now.
Yeah,
Oh, never mind.
definitely not used to this. Forgot about the customize that I was supposed to be changing here.
This is crazy.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Oh,
There we
yeah.
go.
We got there in the end. Okay.
I can't believe you got through that.
Didn't die. You know?
I would have died like instantly.
So you can tell.
So
right
the most
there-
gigantic choke in the world. I apologize for that because that is definitely not how that is supposed to go through.
See, Bloody right there calls that a choke. Every one of us would have died there, I believe.
Yeah, he had to like he manually magneted out of the magic menu because he didn't know what it was customized to.
God,
running this game. Those customized, which we actually
I
can
am
use.
finally back at home. All right.
We can use up to
changed
4
config?
spells.
Yeah, I changed the config, but I forgot about the customize and
Yeah,
beast,
customize is
so
always
that was
player
kinda
preference
like
in
the
this
worst
run,
situation
so
to start with.
a lot of
We
people
can
do
use up to 4
different
spells
customized
there,
setups.
by holding L1 and pressing one of the 4 primary buttons.
We just have to explain this part real quick while he's re-entering.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
this
this is weird to see if you don't know, yeah.
What it does is when you enter a bulky vendor room for the first time since resetting the console, every time you re-enter it, it sets a flag for each bulky vendor to appear. So he entered it 3 times. That means every single bulky vendor we come in contact with, we can get. They'll all be there.
And to explain, bulky vendors are prize
Ballsy,
hardware that,
no reflect.
Using our CNM will give you about 2,000 experience, so they're pretty important to get.
There's I mean,
like I was saying earlier, just
it's
being
not much
able
of a
to
choke
react
if you don't
like,
die,
you
though,
did in
you
that
know?
fight when your muscle memory is so ingrained into using these customizations.
Oh my god, I was panicking.
Reflect and magnet timing is really important, as you probably noticed there, and being able to quickly dodge around all those attacks. That and recover is insane.
I reacted to that like I got hit. Yeah,
when
probably.
we have these 2-second fights that look like they didn't take a lot of work. This is what happens when they go.
I was
wrong,
pretty invested.
and it gets pretty scary very quickly.
Yeah,
so.
that was a disaster to say the least, but didn't die. So
Didn't die.
hooray!
Also to note, you might be wondering why he isn't doing the rest of Beast Castle. You pretty much have to split up Beast Castle because it's faster map movement, kind of like we did the first trip there, where after you go all the way to
Oh, it's probably
Beast's
worth
room and
mentioning,
do that
yeah, on
kind of
regular
section of the
crit,
world, you'll then
back
warp
then,
back
for
out
sure,
and
we
then
got
warp
Rumbling
back
Rose
into
and
the
Peaced
other part
out.
of the world, like back near the,
Okay, I didn't really
the
mention
first
that,
part.
but it's equipped now. I don't
So,
know
yeah,
if this
he
is
really
still
was
what
just
regular
kinda
crit does,
breaking
though.
up there
But
and
obviously, at level
conveniently
1, you
getting
get no
the
benefit
Rumbling
doing
Rose,
this.
which is the keyblade he currently has attached.
That
which
is cool
gives
to
him
do,
another
though,
finishing
I'll
plus.
say.
It's
Like
actually much
having
more
the
useful
Keyblade
in
out
the
for that
other
one
versions
fight.
of this game where we don't have finishing plus like in critical mode, but it's still very useful. It's the most powerful keyblade we have to this point, and it still gets a couple of worlds worth of use. And will later be equipped onto Valor once we get.
I don't know why
another
we're
Keyblade,
getting that, though, here,
the true God
to be
Keyblade.
honest.
And for example, in the beginner mode speedrun of this, because we don't have finishing plus, Rumbling Rose is pretty much used for the entire rest of the game, because we need that extra finisher. So it's a very good keyblade.
I think the biggest time saver with Rumbling Rose is actually specifically this fight, simply because of Master Form. Master Form destroys this fight. The idea behind this boss fight is
I guess
to
this
keep,
fight
Grim Reaper from
is the
teleporting
reason.
around. The less he teleports around, the faster the fight goes. So I'm going to be using
Not that
a lot of
compelling, but I
magic
guess it
to
doesn't matter.
Do that.
So just like with the pirates and Barbosa, Grim Reaper is able to be frozen like
Really?
this.
No, we don't take the easy reflect there in this old strat, I
Alright.
guess.
Yeah, and to kind of
Damn.
reiterate for anybody who might
No
have been
comment
joining us
back then
recently,
either.
Finishing Plus,
I mean, maybe you
extends
didn't
the
need.
number
I don't
of
even know if you do it now in regular
that you
crit.
have in combo by one. Finishers,
Who knows?
almost always, I believe, do more damage than the regular.
Certainly
combo
nobody
hits,
else
and
knows.
Oftentimes, such is the case with Master Form, there will stun the boss very well.
Yeah, no comment. Oh, well, Dolan's not
Big
even out,
BGM
so it wouldn't even
glitch in this
matter.
fight. I'm not sure it's going to be too noticeable.
Yeah, I don't think we mentioned it at all, but this game does have BGM
Nice.
glitches in the original PS2 versions.
Rip BGM glitches, I
someti-
miss
We
those.
think it's basically if you skip a cutscene too fast, it probably can distort some songs.
I'd also like to
The
know
horror,
that Master
yeah.
Form, it stays
Classic.
level 1, and it's still that good. So,
I don't think we
anyone
got
out
any
there who's
BGM
like, "Oh,
glitches
Master
on this
Form,
run,
it's
sadly.
Not that good. What are you
Usually they don't
talking
show up this late
about?
other than like
It's
Stormrider.
incredible. And there is an
Oh,
old
Peter
route
Pan,
in this
though.
year where we did level Master Form, but because level 1 is already so strong, it took too long to level to get enough benefit from it. So we just use that level 1 anyway, and it's
Peter
really
Pan,
amazing.
I just
probably
picked up Peter Pan.
definitely for
He's going to be
Grim
useful
Reaper 2.
in some fights a little bit later on, but he won't be seeing much showtime until a little later.
Really?
Right now we're just doing a little
Maybe
bit
he
of
does.
medallion
Maybe he
collection.
did Genie
There's a
strats
neat little
on
trick you can
Grim
do
Reaper
here
2 back.
with,
I'll see.
Magnet and Solo Trinity. You keep on hitting him straight back into the magnet.
I didn't know if
or just
Genie
say a lot of
strats
hits,
existed
gets
back
you a
then
lot of
doing
drive
that.
back, as well as dealing lots of damage.
Don't remember.
So something to explain about Magnet is Every time it pulls in an enemy, it also deals damage. So abilities like Trinity knock the enemy out of the magnet, and then the magnet pulls back in, dealing extra damage. And that gets used with.
It's good Riz is
Trinity as
explaining
well,
this because this is something a lot of
Like,
people
while,
don't know.
While Reflect is probably the
that
most
don't watch
broken
runs a
spell in
lot.
this game, Magnet is probably my favorite spell because it has so much use with other things in the game. You kind of like synergize a lot of limits and other moves to produce a lot of damage.
Yeah, and one of the big uses of Finishing Plus throughout this run is using Magnet followed by a Finishing Leap or by another ability, as well with Reflect in similar situations. that is
Yeah, well,
something
he doesn't
that
have 3
makes
bars here,
Rumbling
so I
Rose
mean, I guess on
here,
regular crate you
of
probably
course,
don't need
very,
summon help here to be
very,
fast.
needed.
You do have an extra finisher.
So yeah, these are the fastest gamblers you can get taking this.
I don't know if
path,
that was
so
supposed to
that's
be a
why
ground combo.
we Just stay in the other part because we don't have to kill any pirates to get to them.
You assume we used him on
So we
Syac?
skip
I
this
don't
one.
know because
Something I'm not sure we touched
I mean
on
maybe
during
it's
the
still
first visit.
faster
Pirates
on that. I don't
are,
know. That's
you
because
know,
Peter Pan's not that
vulnerable
fast.
to Blizzard and,
It's just
All Might,
easy.
because we,
But
as
I
we
don't
said
know.
before,
At
they
level 1 we
actually
used to.
Can't be hurt
I
unless
think.
they're
Yeah,
in
right.
light.
Pretty sure.
And
Yeah,
because
for
of
sure.
that, it's really annoying to
Got the swag.
to kill pirates when they're in locations, especially when they spawn in locations where they might not be in the moonlight. That's why we try to avoid.
Well,
it as
let's
much
see
as
what he does
possible
on
during these
Grim
medallion fights.
Reaper
One of the
2
reasons, right?
opening.
And with that, we're actually already at the boss of this world. To kind of just explain right before he starts the fight, all we're doing on the second trip is you're trying to essentially unlock the path to all the other Disney worlds. So all we have to do is defeat Land of Dragons, Beast Castle, Port Royal, Halloween Town, and Agrabah, the second trips for all 5 of those. And they're all relatively short, and then we can move on to the final dungeon of the game.
Oh yeah, this has to be done differently
Yeah,
in
the game
general
doesn't
because
require
of
us to go
PS2.
to Pride Lands at all, Atlantica, Hunter,
Yeah.
and Winter Woods, except for that like first time we went there for like a minute. We can skip.
Oh, we don't
Olympus
even do
too
any
as
summon.
well.
Alright.
You never have to go to Space Paranoids too, yeah. So there's a fair amount the game doesn't make you do, which is kind of convenient because I know Riz has an opinion on all the worlds we don't go to.
They're all pretty bad speedrun-wise, especially in Final Mix. I've done an all-worlds run where you go to all those worlds on beginner, and there's just you don't have much. You
I'm
can
pretty
do
sure
in
back
those
then
worlds.
Right here.
Right?
you still
right
would have
here, there's
wanted.
a
Yeah,
little
Peter
bit
Pan
of
would have
tech.
put in the play
He's about
there.
to turn
Still, I
invisible,
think.
but if I actually just target him in midair and
Oh, remember we
he
used to
just
be able to
still
do
hits
that.
him, even though
We
he's
you can't do that
supposedly,
anymore in 60 FPS
invisible.
for
was
whatever
discovered
reason.
Semi-recently.
I'm not sure we mentioned it, but this boss actually collects a bunch of medallions, and while he has those medallions, he's
The lightning,
invulnerable.
yeah, we have to
You
do a
knock
grounded
all
double
medallions
lightning.
out
We
and
instead of an
back in
aerial
the
one
chest
after the
in order
RC
to make him
on
vulnerable
PS2
again.
or in 30 FPS you
Right
can
here, once again, I'm preventing him from teleporting as
you
much
can do
as I
that.
can.
Yeah, you can do it with one
Yeah, in
thunder
last
in the
phase of
air.
this, he's about to suck up all the medallions, which normally for casual people is a nightmare to deal with, but we have a pretty interesting way to knock them all
For the
out.
dirty
Yeah,
casuals that don't
882
understand.
coins, right now.
Aerial Master Form start. Okay, interesting. Why
So
though?
every Thunder knocks out about 50 medallions, and Master from Thunder hits several times, so
Oh.
this takes
The
care
two
of the
after.
extremely quickly.
Jeez, what is this? You have to do this differently because of the look how long you see how long it takes to put the
You can
medallions
do that
back
using
in there on
dash to
PS2.
Knock MP or
It's just crazy.
out, so you can get full
You just
MP
walk
for
around that
25.
move without
Yeah,
fear
there
of
we
getting
go.
hit, and I think you can get
That was
hit
good
rarely.
stuff, reflex.
That's also the only planned use of Cure throughout the game.
Yep, there you go. That's the type.
Damn,
That is probably my least favorite boss in the game.
it is a pretty bad
Casually,
boss, but you know.
And we made quick work of it there.
Yeah, this world is not nearly as bad as most of the others in the second visits for a speedrun on crit.
To note, the AGDQ couch is made for 3.5 butts. So we're doing what we can. All right. So that takes care of Port Royal. That unlocks his path. He could either go to Halloween Town or Agrabah right now. He wants to go to Halloween Town first because of the Keyblade you get at the
The
end
God
of this world.
Keyblade.
Kind of like Grim
The
Reaper
God
too.
Keyblade.
Well, when
Because
it works
one of
well
my
and you do
favorite
like the cool
designs as
Master
well,
Form
and also
Thunder,
is
it's nice.
probably
But
just
that's
the
about the only
strongest
cool
of
part
all.
of the fight for me.
Yeah, you'll be seeing in the level 1 data org after this run where we equip that Keyblade a lot. It's because it just boosts ground combo damage so much. It's, you know, a lot of people are like, you know, why not use Ultima? Well, Ultima doesn't have the damage boost that you get from Decisive Pump.
Why not use Oblivion?
True.
Dreamer, why aren't you using Oblivion?
Are we gonna get Ultima in this run?
That was funny back then,
Are we
trust
gonna-
me.
Oh, we're fighting Sephiroth in this run too, definitely.
Sweet. Oops.
This is the best speedrun ever.
I think your foot is on my cord here.
Yeah, and that's kind of something.
Oh my god, we walk up forward in the dance call.
Again,
Okay.
Decisive Pumpkin does have the highest strength for the Keyblades we care about, but also its ability combo boost, I believe, is incredible.
See, at this point,
And
Trinity
in
would have
this
been faster.
game, in the run, using
And the
abilities for their
finisher? What the
abilities
fuck
is
did we do
almost
back then? What the
ridiculously more
fuck?
important than using them for their base stats.
There's no way
The
regular
stats
crit
don't
does that
nearly
now.
affect it as much as their abilities.
0% chance. That was
Okay, so
very
as you saw at the beginning
slow
of
in
this fight,
comparison
Dance
to
Call
level
does
1
have,
Trinity
like, a magnet
strats.
ability at the beginning of it, so we have used that to bring all the kids in at once, so we could just quick kill them and throw them in boxes. Yes.
So we RNG manipulated or luck
you don't have to
manipulated these
swap in
bulky
your-
vendors to show up
well, I
in
guess
this
it doesn't
room
waste time if you do it at
specifically,
the end of the
so I'm
kid
gonna go ahead
fight.
and set up. Normally they're supposed to be random, but
Bulky vendor
because of the,
time?
RNG manipulation, they will always spawn right here. There's 2 specifically here, so we get lots of EXP. These guys yield about 1,000, actually 2,000, almost 2,000.
Stitches
EXP.
out, I imagine, for the
That is actually
or
something different. in
protection,
Final
I
Mix.
guess, so that
In
you
the
don't
other
get
versions, they
nuked
give
by
on
a
1,000
Neo
instead
Shadow.
of 2,000.
So now, why Biz?
Why wasn't
did
this a
you
level
summon
1 run?
Stitch
I
there
don't, back
meaning?
then, we
Just for a
don't
safety
think it would have been
measure,
accepted.
so,
It was a
Stitch
longer
would carry
run.
all the enemies that would be trying to attack you while grabbing.
And
bulky
I
vendors.
know,
Like,
I don't
you're
think Riz
invincible
ran level
during the
1,
reaction
and
command
I
for bulky
don't think
vendors, but
Bloody was running
afterwards
level
you're
1
not.
back then.
Those
And it
enemies
would
If
be
anything, it was
one-shot.
probably just me.
And with that, let's see what Peter
But I
Pan
can't
can
fully
do.
remember the
Got some
timeline
in,
of that
but
too
That
well.
won't be too big of a deal.
But we definitely were not willing to pitch level 1. It
Alright, so
probably
this is
would have
gonna
been
be
too
Peter
hard to
Pan's,
get that
first
in.
entrance.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't very marathon safe either. Peter Pan.
So we're gonna round them, all these enemies up into this area right here. There's some really, really annoying Heartless later on, but if we do this correctly, we just get all of the presents.
Yeah. Doing
Those
this,
Heartless right there can go die
yeah,
somewhere,
the
please.
Graveyards one-shot you.
This fight used to be such trash.
No, we used to have like 5 different strats. Like we would just cycle through them, and none of them really worked out. And then we finally just kind of settled with Peter Pan. And I think
It's funny
I think
because
he's
Dance
a
Call
keeper
now
this
is
time.
like
I think
super
he's gonna stick around.
Yeah, it will
consistent for
almost
that
never
fight.
fail if you do it right.
We just weren't smart back then, I
Because
guess. I don't
the
know.
fight's well, actually, let's get hype because this is the best part of the game.
Because I imagine it
Dude, I
works
love
great
luck.
on regular
I
crit
love
if it works
presents.
perfect on level 1.
So yeah, to explain a little bit how this
Well,
minigame
this minigame
works,
doesn't matter for a
the little
marathon
red
run, but
ones,
I'm a little
we have to get
curious.
100 presents.
Yeah,
Red
so
ones are
far
worth
it's not looking too
1,
bad.
The little
Oh,
yellow
yeah.
ones are worth a
That's
little more than
easy.
that.
Brown box.
The green ones are worth more, and the
Don't
brown
get too
ones are
excited.
worth a lot.
Okay, here we go.
It's completely random what they're going to come out with. So this is not.
Has anyone ever tested the theory if you don't
Really
shoot for a little bit, if you get like better boxes or something?
All right, baby.
I've always wondered
Pretty
about
solid.
that.
It
There's
can be horrible, or it can be amazing. It'll just shower you with all the big boxes.
Well, yeah, level
in the
1
world.
was definitely
The
like
other
pretty
important
rough for
thing,
like
because it
FF
gave them
fights
to
and
fast enough
1K
after-
and
I think the kids had just gotten out on the floor at that point. Lockshock and Rails can go out and
OC
start
in
knocking
general.
boxes off of the platforms or off of the little arena you're in. So
I mean, it still isn't
but
the most
either way,
marathon
that
safe
little
run.
stupid minigame's over
to
with.
be
Time for the
honest.
boss
It's
of
not
this
easy to
world,
have
the
a deathless
experiment,
level 1.
where we will once again hopefully see some Peter Pan
Compared to,
action
like,
and see
regular
the
crit,
real
but-
usage of Peter Pan in this run.
They're just faster runs
Starting
now.
off
And
with Dance Call to
GDQ is
push
fine
him
with
all the
level
way through
1.
his first
They don't,
phase.
they're fine with Kingdom Hearts
Riz,
now
do
in
you wanna
general.
know kind of the best
Back
way
then
to
it was
use
different.
Dance
We
Call,
had
the
to
proper
really
way to
be
use
careful.
it?
Yeah, if you just start with one of the buttons.
Anyway, Dance
and
Call
then
here
you can
because
use
Duck
both triangle
Flare
and
was
circle,
not
for each part
as
of the
busted
limit, but,
on
you just
PS2's
alternate
30
between
FPS.
them with a slight pause in
Well,
between to get
not
the
30
damage
FPS.
out
It
of
was
it.
mainly
So
because
you can
it's
see you get a ton of damage with
JP.
it. Peter Pan's other ability.
Peter Pan is
as you attack,
not
he
consistent
also
here,
attacks
but
with you,
it
and that
was.
gives you,
It's
a
still
couple lots of stun
pretty
mobs,
solid
as you're
otherwise.
seeing. The experiment can't really do anything right now.
Oh.
Sick ground combo.
Oh god, reflect. Okay.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, that's okay.
Well, he has
because-
Peter Pan, so I guess that doesn't count as a death. I forgot about that. I did not remember. Unfortunate luck.
So that's. Ooh,
He almost got frame trap killed. That would have been nuts.
Smart. Yeah, I was gonna say, we actually have a known crash in this fight, but we know how to avoid it. It's basically when you're doing the reaction command to form them back together, if you get killed while you're throwing it, the game just crashes.
And then dance call end, yeah. Still a deathless run.
Save.
We count that as deathless.
He knows like all the backup strats.
Yeah.
This damn cough.
Shout out to being
Killing
punched
me.
in the mouth.
When we count like deathless runs, we actually don't count the deaths where Peter Pan saves us, because we only count them if it like goes to
It's only really a 15-second loss there. I mean, sure, if you want to count it as me dying, I actually did indeed die, but I didn't actually like lose the full amount of time there.
Yeah. It'd be like the same thing as using Mickey on Cerberus.
Preparing
and
to counter the
Right.
YouTube comments.
Yeah, it's really interesting that with all the
Nobody
summons,
say I
it's not
died.
just like one overpowered technique with each of them. All of them have like multiple uses within the run for why we want them. And the nice thing about Peter Pan is not only does he allow you to get those really cool
Aerial
stun
finish
loops
back on
on
it, looks
certain
like.
bosses, but also it's a free re-raise with having Tinkerbell in the fight as well. And Peter Pan stays out to keep the combo going. And so with that,
I assume
probably
it still
all the second
crashes on the
visits
cloud
to the
version. It's
worlds,
a game
I
mechanical
personally
issue,
consider
not
this to be
not a
the
like version
worst.
issue.
Because of these first two
The
fights.
game literally can't handle dying a
You're
specific
sitting
way
here
in
right
that
now, they're
fight.
giving you all these overpowered techniques.
It's
and
not
this
like
is the
it's not like
last,
it's getting
that's the last
overloaded
bulk
or
contender
something.
that
It's
we're
just
grabbing.
literally
It's
not
mainly
programmed
to
to
try
handle
get
it.
level 30 by the boss of this world.
Why? I don't
Yeah,
know.
he will. He got
We're
level
guaranteed.
29.
We're
there.
guaranteed this
now.
one. Yeah.
Unless he like ignores every enemy on the carpet escape.
Yeah.
I wanted to be absolutely sure that we hit level 30 there.
no,
Yeah, exactly.
Very safe.
But yeah, so these next two fights are terrible. All these like cool techniques and overpowered spells are.
To be honest, the
we're
second
not
carpet
taking
fight's
away
not generally
everything,
bad.
but
It's
I'll
only the
give you on
first
this
one I think
fight that
sucks.
Most all of our limits except for Solar Trinity we can't use. Can't use any of our drive.
even
We
Yeah,
can't even
yeah,
use
yeah.
solo. We have no access to limits, summons, drives. Our party members, we have nothing
Well, that's a
for the most part.
ether.
And instead, controlling these fights is a lot harder than he's probably making it look right now.
Yeah, like he had to use it. You can skip using an ether here, but the enemies were too spread out, and it's basically luck.
Yeah.
It's really hard to control that.
How do you
Yeah,
use
back
an
then
ether,
it looks
but
like we had
it's
the
okay.
ether skip if
It's not
we got
terrible
lucky.
because your potion and ether use in this game, it's a little loose. Like there are definitely some backup potions and ethers that you get throughout the run to where, you know, inevitably something's going to go wrong in these fights. There's enough randomness to where it's kind of almost intended. All right, a couple of emergency ethers in particular.
Yeah, the route gives you some leniency. If there was not any leniency, this would be quite the route.
Yeah, Riz and I pretty much didn't really waste any ethers either, so like Bloody has a lot to fall back on if strats like don't go well.
To know what he's doing there, he's actually
Yeah, I think that's
chasing
accurate.
the
I don't think we
illusion of
wasted any
Jafar.
ethers in our
The
segments.
Controls for the carpet,
Which
are
is
actually
obviously,
really
when
hard
you're
to
doing a
boost. They're
relay
very
race,
slippery.
a concern.
Your momentum kind of carries.
Or
a
not
little
relay
bit. You
race,
don't
relay
really stop
run,
on a dime.
where you don't want to
And,
be the
there's
one
also
that blows all the
a,
ethers for
faster
everyone else.
version when you're moving the carpet a set direction for a while, you'll start moving much faster, and he wants to be moving that as much as possible. So at different times you'll see him actually do a quick little loop with the carpet. That's in order to continue
This looks about the
his
same as
momentum,
it's
because
been.
if you change direction
I don't think
very
anything has
quickly, it
changed
actually
here.
will not immediately stop your momentum.
Come here, you.
It's weird
that's
having
right.
DP on here, though, I'll say. I'm used to Heroes Crest.
Again, another instance of really how good the combo system is in this game. How what he was doing there was he was kind of
I'll see if
baiting
I
out
have.
an
Hopefully, I
attack
have time
from the
for
enemies, reflecting that attack.
the
and then
data
immediately
org
comboing
segment.
that into
It'd be interesting to
another
watch
magnet
that. I am
in
on
order to
call,
constantly
so I'll
keep
have
the
to
enemy
skip
staggered
right to that
and
when
keep
we
them from
beat it,
using their
or
attacks.
when the
'Cause
run's
again,
over.
The fights might look
I
easy
start my
on
on-call
critical
week
mode here.
tonight.
If he lets the Heartless have an inch, they will take a mile.
Which I
and
should
they
probably
will
just
kill
make
you.
sure everything looks good
Especially
at the
those
moment.
Crimson Jazz, those large red
Okay, everything
enemies,
looks
they
good.
do tons of damage.
The Crimson Jazzes have, I think, 2 or 3 one-hit kill moves at this
I
point.
do
so
IT
we
support.
have to take care of them, and the Fortune Tellers 2 shot us. So,
And to note, He moved in a specific way there to despawn all the enemies around the switches.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they would just interrupt you when you're trying to shoot the blizzard one.
You could YOLO, but you'd also die.
I still think to this day we don't.
Yeah.
Not every runner
It's like
does
a
the same
split,
strat on
2-3 seconds you
switches.
save if you don't despawn them.
Yeah. Worth it.
Worth it.
Yeah, the suicide strats are worth it.
Although I don't think this order is at all what you would do.
Also,
That's older shit, I guess.
Wait, what?
For whatever reason, there isn't a cutscene here. It always feels like there should be. So a lot of times, a lot of us will just accidentally pause there.
A lot of people
expecting a cutscene. But
when I started out, I would just stand in place, kind of expecting it, and then you'd be standing there for a second, like, oh, okay.
To kind of add on to
You
that,
do
we never
that there,
mentioned at the beginning, every loading zone actually fades in from black in this game, I believe, and during that time you can actually
Can you fix your
move Sora
computer, or can I
before
fix
you
your
can actually
computer?
see him. So
I mean, I don't.
most loading screens, you're
I don't
actually
really do
gonna
it
be
like
holding
freelance.
forward
I mean.
to start moving a direction, or potentially spamming square to use quick run. And so when Bloody says that you would just stand there for a second, you might not.
Yeah, I'll
even
try to
notice
watch it because I know it was a
when it's
pretty
originally happening
good run.
to
I
him.
think,
But
if I remember
actually,
correctly.
he should have been moving during the time where you couldn't see Sora.
You got a degree in
it's
IT
those kinds
support,
of
but
little
people say you're not
optimizations,
qualified.
Again, I tend to be the one that calls
Isn't
them
that?
all the time
I don't
because
think
they
there
just
is
really
IT
interest me
support
so much,
degrees, is there?
is that, that might be a half a second every.
Isn't there
loading
just like
screen, if that,
basically computer science?
But that half a second adds up over the.
Or is that what you mean?
Hundreds probably of load screens we have throughout the run.
I didn't think you could go to college
this
only
is
for
an
IT
autoscroller.
support.
We can't
I don't
speed
think
it
that's
up,
supposed to be a
Our
thing.
main goal is to get EXP, so we hit level 30 before Jafar. And a lot of this is based on the way you kill enemies. Killing them as fast as you can spawns even more on a lot of segments, and you can get a ton of EXP from this just by optimally killing everything fast.
And another thing to note is the ability experience boost doesn't work in this section.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool that Riz mentions this because back then we
It takes effect
tried to
when
see if
Sora gets
experience
ready for the
boost
kill.
works here,
And
but
in
it
this
doesn't.
room, because it's the ground killing the enemies, experience boost won't activate. Yeah. It would make things a lot simpler, but...
See, Sora's not
If you were
killing the
strong
Heartless,
enough
the
to one-shot
ground's
them,
killing the
though, would that
Heartless.
count?
I would assume so. I haven't put the time into doing that.
With that, we're going to be walking up to Gene Jafar here in a second. Do you want to get in one quick donation before we get there?
Here's a quick one, $30 from Hagalaz. Hey guys, I had to donate during my favorite game with some of my favorite streamers, obviously. My grandfather has been battling lung cancer for about half a year now, and he's winning the fight for
Got
now.
an
It's
associate in
amazing
IT
what you guys are
support
doing, and keep
specialist.
it
That's
up.
interesting. I
Also,
didn't know that
give me that
exists.
Kingdom Key.
I ended up just getting an associate's in computer science
Shoutouts
programming.
to the Kingdom Key, which is a prize.
They just,
for,
I guess
for
they just have
donating here.
more subcategories now. Man, no save warping back then, remember. Alright, what do we have? DP on for this?
I think if you don't,
I mean, you
like,
know,
a minimum of
it'll be
$15
strong.
during the course of this run, which you got.
Funny enough, level 1 can
25.
do
25.
both,
Whoops,
but it's
my
just
bad.
easier
False
with Hero's
advertising.
Crest.
$25,
Currently.
then you will be entered into a drawing to win this. Gene Jafar, let's go.
It was supplied by KFJ.
Riz, please explain how this fight works, because you are the master.
I don't know, Moonlight.
when you're
They,
on the carpet,
that's just games in
some of the
general. There's
attacks
always
are
weird
changed. Slide
sequences
back
that
to
are
one of them.
unnecessary. It's just padding,
And
weird
if you,
padding.
for a lot of times we're kind of mashing out our combos pretty quickly to do it fast, but in this fight if you do that you actually get a lot less damage. So for your slide dash you want to actually let go of the attack button during them so you can get the full damage, which speeds up the fight a lot.
Also, it's not easy to learn coding and get a
Other than that,
remote job. It doesn't
there's
usually
an
work
HP,
like that. It's hard to get
at
a
about
remote
1.6
coding
bars
job.
that
I would
if you break it with a finisher,
believe I've heard.
Gene Jafar will just go into his desperation
Pretty sure
mode,
that hasn't
which
changed.
wastes about 30 seconds and will probably kill you. So avoiding it there.
I forgot we had to do that thunder back then to breach the barrier to get that guard break damage.
Yeah, a lot of people usually have trouble with this fight on critical mode casually if they're not.
I'm gonna
level
guess
and
that regular
seeing
crit
it done like
does
this
the
is
level
pretty
1
impressive.
strat.
Yeah, and because we're
Am I
level
right?
30,
I don't know. All right. I feel like regular crit would just do the level 1 strat, maybe. I don't know.
At level 29, you actually do so much less damage that the fight takes an extra 30 seconds.
Does DP work on the carpet?
So
It does,
it's
yeah.
pretty important to get level 30.
DP does work
That's
on the
also,
carpet.
as I understand it, one of the more
Both
consistent
DP and Hero's
fights
Crest
in the
work
run.
correctly
Yes.
on the carpet.
There's no
Almost
luck
no.
involved in that fight.
Yeah.
It's
Thank
it's
God.
actually my favorite fight in the game. So.
Yeah, if you're on an
On the
RPG, it's pretty nice having a fight where there's no RNG involved.
If you wanted to know how to fight Genie Jafar on like German PAL PS3 something, Riz probably has a strat for that because he loves this fight.
I think Riz has uploaded probably well over
Oh, yeah.
7 Jafar strats.
He really did.
Something like that for various difficulties and.
He has so many
versions of the
Jafar
game.
videos.
Yeah, the strats between versions changes usually.
Yeah.
That fight.
So now we're gonna finish up Beast Castle. I went into the parlor earlier. You might have noticed it. You might also have missed it. I went in there to activate the save point so that I could save warp straight to the parlor and activate this fight.
This should be interesting.
So he has to be very careful against these dragoons. They do have a one-shot, so we want to kill them as quickly as we can.
Jump strats.
Keep them stuck in magnet.
He's still alive. Okay,
Oh.
you're not getting me this time.
This
Right
time.
there, Bloody actually used the
Might have had, maybe in
which,
practice run
was
it happened.
used by using the learn reaction.
Because we did like a
that
practice
jump command
run
is going
before
to be
this road.
Very helpful in the next fight, which I'm sure a lot of people will be pretty amazed by if they had trouble
Okay,
with
this is fine.
Zaldin, our next boss, as a kid.
I think it's weird
Yeah,
how the
let's
game
go
doesn't
ahead
make
and
it
give
a
him
Pride
little
Lands
bit
at
of
all.
serious time
A little
for this
odd,
fight,
but
'cause there's
you
a few
know,
cues he's
they
looking
wanted to make
for.
some stuff optional.
This is also another childhood fight that a lot of people had a lot. If you remember the guy
It's
with the
interesting you could
lances
skip,
that
like, you know,
destroyed
some of the second
then,
visits, too.
This is the guy. So if I do this correctly, then hopefully this guy gets destroyed.
This should be also interesting. I mean, jumps will do a lot more damage here than on level 1.
Wow, that
Okay.
is a long time since I've seen that.
Yeah, he didn't get the lunge. Alright, damage time.
So that was actually bad RNG.
God,
that
if
Bloody
level
got
1
there.
could do
He
this
wants them to
jump
do
damage,
just
this
his frontal
fight would
attack
like
so he
just
can
be
go
so
like
easy
that.
every time. Oh, we went back for the parry
Nice.
back then. Ooh.
That aerial dodge is pretty precise. I have to land it to get all of the learns.
And if he misses,
It has
that
to be a
aerial
little
slash,
precise
he's
because
dead.
it's
That's a
because
one
Master
shot,
Form
that
isn't really
lance attack.
leveled. It's not like frame perfect, but it's pretty. You got to be decent at it. Fortunately, when the
Also-
wind
honestly,
barrier's
that's
not
some
up,
pretty
getting that
impressive
aerial
mashing
dodge is
Bloody
not
has to
that
put out right
bad.
there to stock 9 full jumps there. So
So we skip his desperation move basically by stopping right before the HP barrier on Zaldin and then getting 9 more jumps so we can kill him.
The Zaldin
That's
strat
also why
probably
we didn't kill
blows
Zaldin
a lot of
earlier.
casual
We
players'
wouldn't have been
minds
able
when
to
they
do
see
that.
that
We would have
shit.
been strong enough, but
Like
now we
any
are
of the
strong enough.
any of the speedrun
And
strats.
just a little bit more about that fight. We did go into a drive form because it does more damage with the jumps.
And that's actually the last free drive use we have. We routed it so that after that, if we were to go into a drive in a fight, we might get anti.
Yeah, Zaldin for sure
In that fight,
is
we're
one of
fine.
those fights that are casual
and
walls if you're a masher.
Yeah, like we do have a chance of going anti-form.
So
in
if
any
you
fight
learn
that
it,
allows
yeah,
right
it
now,
becomes
but we will be,
so
fixing
much
that
easier in
soon.
comparison to most other fights, yeah.
However, another thing about anti-form is
What about the Lark Scene fight? Lark Scene is just tough, no, even if you know it, I
So
feel.
we'll see that in this fight here against Riku.
There are a lot of
I mean, she is an
instances in the
optional
rest of the
boss,
run
so
by
in one
myself,
way or another.
and
It's to be
I still have
expected.
access to limit form, so I will not have to worry about anti-form there, and I can just be safe.
So Riku doesn't get staggered ever, so he just kind of sits there and eats damage, which is great. with
Okay, that
limit
was
form.
good strategy there. Ooh,
Nice.
I forgot. Longer loads, yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Super
yeah, that
safe,
was
yeah.
so good.
That
wow.
was really good.
Because if you tried to do that on PS5, you would be hit going
All right,
into
so
a
now that we
form
don't
like
have to worry
that.
about drive uses too much, we can actually use the fastest mode of transportation we have, which is Wisdom Form level 3, which has access to Quick Run level 2.
Overall, Wisdom Form is not a great form inside of combat, but its movement is obviously very fast. So
I can already
that's
see the
pretty much
YouTube
its
comments
main
hating on
usage,
Spike
and
for
you
that,
just
being
quick
like,
run.
no, Wisdom Force my favorite.
It has its uses in some fights if you were to use it, but
You'll
Speedrun, not really.
I say that,
Yeah, in data
but
org,
in
yeah.
data org you will actually see it somewhat, or not somewhat.
That's true. Like in a, what, 2
Yeah,
fights?
one of the notable uses of it, I'm sure we'll touch on it later as well, is that you actually get MP haste, and I believe MP haste there as well. You get drastically reduced MP.
It's not
charge,
bad, yeah. It just
which lets you use
has.
a
It's
lot
not
more magic.
great. Ooh, we target. Oh, we do. Okay, that's
About
why.
this earlier
Right.
with the magnet Trinity. The Trinity is pushing
Full
all the
Trinity,
enemies
oh
down
my
to the
God.
magnet, which deals damage to them, but also
No
increases the amount of
chances
hits
this
that Trinity
fails.
gets, allowing him to end this fight in just one Trinity. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Oh, that's right, because it back
There
in
was one
PS2
bolt
too.
tower that was
yeah.
kind of lagging, so
That's
there might
why.
be.
Yeah,
a
he
little-
got
oh,
it.
there we
That was
go.
good.
There we go.
I totally
So
forgot
once
about
you
that.
get,
I'm like,
just
oh
a
wait,
rock and
actually.
without a magnet first, you wouldn't even come close. We're doing it that way.
I don't know if the
Yeah,
current
that fight
PS2
normally
run
would
does
be
that,
really
but
scary
who knows?
If you didn't do that, because you have the assault riders and bolt towers surrounding you that can just hit you from all
Might be able to
angles,
get
and we
away
also wanna
with
pick
two
up all
parts
the
of Trinity
money,
with-
so money like gets
I don't
dragged
know.
into you automatically
With the
when you
newer
win a
strat,
fight
maybe?
if they're still around. So that will help us buy ethers later.
And he actually equipped Jackpot on Donald, which increased the amount of money right before that, after the Riku fight.
Yo,
Checking
this
little-
BGM glitch, I'm digging it.
Oh, we did get a BGM glitch. I can't really hear it though.
Again, he wanted to dismiss Chicken Little
It must
Bear
be one
'cause
of the
he wanted
subtle
to get to
BGM
3 dry
glitches.
bars like you just saw right there. Again, in case it wasn't completely clear, summons actually take up the drive gauge just like limit or your drive forms do. So you have to route out how you balance using both of those.
A lot of people do like Valor
Yeah,
form
summons
because they think it's
actually always
cool,
take
but yeah,
3
it's not a
drive
good
gauge, I
form.
believe, and Valor, as do Valor.
Like,
and
early
Master.
game it's good,
Limit form
but
takes 4,
not
and
a
so does,
safe form
Master, I
still.
believe, and then Final takes 5 drive gauge. We won't actually be getting Final Form this run unless we're lucky.
Don't speak too soon.
And Final Form or bust. But this is a really cool strat, so I'm going to leave this one to Biz or Riz to explain.
You can explain it.
Alright, well, so he is using
All
Valor
you,
Genie
Riz.
once again
I hate Storm Rider.
for the invincibility and just the extra damage that does. He's not going to actually do the very last part of the punch because it would send him flying off of Storm Rider. He's only used the first 9 hits of it.
This is weird to
Yeah,
see
and
the
then
whole
it's just extra
RC.
damage. And he has a lot of damage. I'm actually going to pause for just a second there. If he had attacked too early, it would have broken Storm Rider's HP gate and sent him into the last phase without getting enough damage on him. So that's why. he
God,
paused there
Valor
for half a
Genie
second.
though.
Yeah, we
It's
have to
pretty
stay
good
on
here.
the back as long as we can for this fight to make it go this fast.
Oh my God! It's happening.
Oh, baby.
It's happening.
Does he get the swag kill?
Back there for just extra chip damage. Here we go.
Oh, yep.
Yes, yes, RC finish.
You don't get to do that at level 1 unless you botch the
Perfect
fight.
fight.
If I may, that fight can last as much as like 20 seconds longer or something if you get all the way to the laser. So that's pretty ridiculous that it ended in the RC there.
That was worth it. that was all of the worth it.
I don't know. I doubt you still do
With
the fight
that,
like that
we
on
have
regular
finally completed
current
all of the
strats,
Disney-
modern
the
strats, but
revisits to the Disney worlds. We've unlocked the paths to all of the Disney worlds, which
interesting.
is good enough. The game says, all right, cool, we made you go around and do enough BS. We'll let you go to the final dungeon now. So now there's one final Gummy mission. We'll go to Twilight Town and then off to the world that never was. With that,
Wow.
again, we told you guys we were going to be doing 6 Disney songs.
okay, here's another
we
Disney
dropped
song. We're
6.
gonna skip this one, obviously, dude.
And the donation
Oh,
Sinister
whatever.
Kingdom Hearts raised close to 20,000.
Okay, he's talking about donations and stuff. All right. We raised a
I'm not
lot,
gonna
yeah.
lie, I think the Kingdom Hearts community, we felt almost a little jaded being kept out of the marathons for the last 3.5 years, ever since Summer Games Done Quick 2011.
Are there any strats on this one that haven't
seeing
changed at
that
all? There's been a
chunk of
few,
change,
but
raised for the Prevent
most
Cancer
of them
Foundation,
have.
We're honored to be here and get to do this run, and thank you to all our fans out
Some of them
there
are very
who
slight
support us
changes,
day in
though.
and day
But
out
yeah,
as
there's
we do
been
these RTA
quite a few
attempts.
complete
It
overhaul
really was a lot of
strats, even
fun,
for
so.
for both level
Yeah,
1 and
awesome.
regular crit.
And with that, that's the final Gummy mission, and here we go, the final stretch of the game.
I guess I'll just talk about level 1 data org real quick, because that's after the run we met the incentive to do level 1 data org. It's
Yay.
a boss rush category in which we're going to be fighting all the data organization members at level 1. In 2FM they threw all the optional super bosses from the organization all in one room conveniently, so get excited for that. Bloody and I will be doing all of those fights right after this run.
Stay
It is
tuned.
truly the
Get hyped.
craziest boss rush you'll ever see in any game.
This was, I think, completely.
13 absolute
It might.
super
I think
bosses,
it's before
all of them
RNG
can easily
manip
kill you,
too,
and you're at
maybe.
level 1.
I think
a
so.
lot
It
of the
might
things
literally
that we have
be
in
the
this
old
game,
bad,
like the
old
technique
bad org
once more we don't
strats.
have access to.
The
which again
convenient
keeps us
room,
from being
yeah.
combo killed. Essentially, we'll stop.
The
at
way I
one
worded
hit
that
point. There's another ability
almost made
you'll
it sound
get
like
at
they're
other
all
levels game
in the
called Second
room and not
Chance
like
that
accessible in
prevents
the
you
room.
from
yeah.
getting one-shotted. That's you don't have access to
stage.
abilities like that. So
You don't have to
should be
think right now,
pretty
'cause with the
crazy.
lasers like we do on
really
level
happy
1 when
that
we skip
they gave us
Stitch.
the extra 30 minutes on the estimate to fit that in.
Well, we also use
Shout
a
out to
Genie,
Muffin
so I guess
QT
we don't
for
use
taunting
Genie
the
here.
sniper.
Never taunt the sniper.
No.
I love you, Muffin. I swear.
He loves you too.
Fucking Riz.
So this fight is awful because you have Mickey helping you out.
It's still
and
awful.
He does everything except for help you out by knocking enemies out of your magnet randomly. And then to top it all off, you need Stitch to constantly restore MP, and sometimes he just doesn't want to do that. So you have two characters that can just wreck this fight for you and make it really slow.
That was very close to
Yeah,
those
you have
dust
a lot of
flying
cases
across the
throughout this
room.
run. Your party members actually do more harm than good. We'll be seeing it again later in the.
This is
active
definitely
fight,
not
most
better
likely,
than Genie
although
on,
it
I
comes
imagine, on
sometimes
regular
up,
crit
yeah.
even.
Yeah, like as we saw, you know, the creepers spread apart too much from getting hit by Mickey and such. So
Fucking
we couldn't
Mickey.
kill them.
Yeah, like this is just, it's slow to do that.
Okay, great.
And there it is again. Yeah.
Samurai spawn in twos, and when one gets knocked away like that by Mickey, it can be really tough to get a fast fight. He's back in the magnet at least.
Yeah, this is one of those fights that's very deceptively complex. You have to be listening for audio cues from things like creepers. You have to be keeping an eye on the samurais that get out of the fight, and you also need to be
Rough
watching
fight.
your MP because
I'm
if
so
at any
glad the
point
Master
it
Genie strat
goes,
exists now for
down
that
near
fight.
or into MP charge, and Stitch is not refilling.
Even though
anything,
Mickey can still
you have
fuck it
to
up, it's
switch up and stop
way more
using magic
controllable
or
than
pop
that
an ether, so,
used to be.
there's really just a lot to be taking stock of.
So
and that
Axel
really
will
doesn't let up
definitely
rest of
be
game. Most
the
of the fights are going to be
basically
like that
the
from here on
YOLO
out.
strat, I guess.
The plus side to that fight, though, is it's incredibly hard to die. Like
We did
Stitch
not
will
have
parry
the
probably almost every
photon
attack in there,
debugger,
except for, like, a
like
creeper drop down,
triple
I believe.
ether strat back
So
then.
You're relatively safe from getting trolled, at least.
You would skip that out.
My mind just kind of naturally tells me to just pick them up when I see them.
Yeah, so there are other categories of this game that people have routed out and made. Riz mentioned earlier the All Worlds category. Bloody actually made a really legitimately cool category called Gold Crown Run. When Bloody might have an opportunity, he
forgot he
might tell
made
you
that.
a little bit about it, more than I can, but it's essentially
It was
100%
cool until a
without
core
gum.
skip
Yeah,
was found,
it's,
and then it kind of made the run
100%
sucky.
it is defined by us by completing the Jiminy Journal, and the Jiminy Journal has some interesting stuff, but also a lot of non-interesting stuff, such as grinding for synthesis items, doing a lot of odd mini games, and not a lot of it is really interesting. So
I
Gold
guess we
Crown
didn't
is
know
more
anything fast
just
back then. Here, Jesus.
basically
It's just
fighting
magnet,
the super
finishing
bosses
leap, aerial, spiral,
and,
everything.
doing all of the mini games from the
That's
organization
crazy.
mushrooms, and kind of like routing that out and seeing it kind of change is really interesting. It's a really long category for sure, but it's kind of interesting that people actually take so much of an interest in it. So I'm glad that people
So it's
like
probably
it, I
going to be
guess.
more
Bloody
magnet
is
finishing
thinking
leap
about
aerial spirals
actually
here
rounding
with
out even
reflex.
further
It's probably going to be
AGDQ, one
the
of his
same
projects.
strat.
So who wants to explain why this fight is absolute trash?
Axel.
Yep,
exists.
Axel and Assassins are a nightmare in this fight. He can get cheap shotted by an assassin killing itself if it falls out of magnet at the wrong time.
Oh!
like that. Yeah.
That explosion is a one shot.
Yeah,
so,
it kills you in one shot, and there's nothing you can do about it if it hits you.
Yeah.
Okay. This is looking okay. I don't think he's going to have an issue finishing this. Yeah.
Nice.
This is still
So
how you
I
do
think
this
that
fight.
was
I mean,
always
it
good. We were doing a
works
practice run
most
it,
of the time.
because I had to call you out on
And it's
it,
still
but
pretty
Biz
fast.
actually died 4 times on that fight in our race last night. No, I didn't even get to that fight, but yeah, that fight is pretty
kinda
trash.
right.
Yeah, it's hard to control the assassins.
did a
Sometimes
race
they just
yesterday-
don't
the
get
night
sucked in
before?
the magnet. They fall out. They can just pop up and kill you. It's a terrifying fight.
But thankfully it's behind us, and now we are on to the world that never was. This is the final dungeon of the game, and it's essentially like a big boss rush. And the first one is a Final Mix exclusive. You instead of just a cutscene, you'll be fighting Roxas
It's like just
here.
pitch black and you can't
You're
even see.
terrible like me. You die to this guy like 18
He's an
times.
extremely
No
hard
wisdom
fight.
movement?
Yeah, they threw this guy in, and his output on
that
damage
seems weird.
is ridiculous,
Even
and
on
his
beginner.
and
you
his
can easily
DM
kill
is
you.
also
Yeah.
unbelievable.
I mean, we don't do
So-
double
Do you
anti-form
want
back
serious
then,
time,
I'm
or
pretty
would you prefer
sure.
we
So
explain?
I don't know if that's
ahead and
why
explain.
he didn't wisdom there.
So this fight is really all about manipulating revenge value. Different abilities that you use, from a ground hit to an aerial hit to any really
He's going for the flash up
magic.
starts
Everything
every
has
time
a different
too, huh?
revenge value that it tacks onto a fight. And because when an enemy actually retaliates, the revenge value
Okay,
has
so,
to drop
yeah,
down
Blizzard's
to 0 at a
the
natural
old strat
level
area.
that doesn't abruptly adjust to 0. We use that to manipulate this fight and be able to take care of him pretty quickly. And this is a fight that, for those of you who haven't seen before, can go really wrong really fast.
Oh, a double hit there, huh?
Definitely a hard one at anybody's first time.
Yeah, a lot of people, like I said, consider it the hardest storyline boss in the game.
It also looks really cool.
Yes.
Yeah, very, very old Roxas strat, but you know, if it works, it works.
That's a really technical fight. There's a lot of inputs going on at once.
That fight is really where you test if you can mash, and both Spike and I know from learning that fight that there are times where you think you're doing absolutely everything right, and it turns out what you're doing wrong is you're not pressing your button quickly enough. And because of
Which
that,
is funny, 'cause
what
the-
happens is you don't necessarily
on
die
60
immediately.
FPS,
Roxas will actually not retaliate.
You don't
And,
want to
that's
mash
a
too
really big
hard
part
all
of
the
that
time
fight, is
there.
You need to
It's
make
funny.
sure that you're doing everything
'Cause then it
as
comes
quickly
out
as
too
possible,
fast, and then
so that you're always
yeah,
hitting his
shit
revenge
can
value,
happen.
not letting him drop all the way back to 0 when it retaliates, and making sure that you force him to retaliate exactly when you want, and can continue to loop him like that.
Alright,
So
so
Roxas
we
gives us two things.
probably
One
only
is the
do
Keyblade
one
equipped. The other is a
anti-form here, I'm
combo
assuming.
master. We'll get in that later, but for now, the Keyblade equipped has a special ability that forces you.
Yeah,
when
we
you try
didn't
form in combat to either get anti-form or
know
final
to do
form.
double
Either
anti-form
one
back
is
in the day
fine,
here.
for our purposes.
This
We
is
just
certainly
want,
an old EA goodie.
anti-form, final form
Yes,
both
it is.
lower anti-points to the point where we can use a drive on Xigbar.
Final form of boss.
Yeah, that final form has an
I guess we just keep
extremely
them
low chance of appearing.
stuck here. Yeah, makes
If
sense.
it does, it's insane. Okay.
Nope.
Yeah. Held our breath.
Everybody wanted it.
Everyone- yeah.
So I could like.
Your menu to get super screwed up.
Yeah.
Final form.
Oh,
actually,
cosmic belt
for
straps.
most people would actually hurt you.
I guess
because,
it's worth it.
You're very used to the menus of the drive form at the bottom of the command menu there, and final form tacks on.
So
an extra
access to
one,
12
so having to go
ethers,
into something
it's
like
pretty
master
good.
form and knowing that you need to adjust your menu because final form is there is pretty hard to do. Luckily,
This is gonna be a
Vladimir,
different Xigbar
has played this
strat
game
than,
a million times and
uh,
actually knows
60
a strat
FPS
for this fight with
English
final form,
versions.
so we were really hoping for the 3% chance that he would hit final form there and be able to show it off.
Do you need serious time for this?
Yeah, sure. I would like some serious time. This fight.
He wouldn't have said
is
anything if,
pretty
if I didn't say
ridiculous.
that.
Might be the hardest fight in the game.
The DM skip for this guy is quite unbelievable. I'm amazed it even works in the first place.
Take your time.
Okay. Thank you.
So even though Duck Flare is not as good in this version, it's still good enough to use here. And aerial finish, that used to be the safe strat. I did that for a long time. It took me a lot of convincing to stop using aerial finish in this fight. Because it makes the fight a little riskier. Oh, the old master form shit. Oh, I miss doing this. That's such a fun thing to do. Especially with Rumbling Rose on master form. Yep, it's weird to do Duck Flare like that, but that's how you get the DM skip. Man, the safety potion on Dolan there. Oh. He was like as far away as possible too. Well, there's that.
Oh, baby.
I think back then we did know about the putting Dolan on Relentless with
so
Thunder
just,
for
try
iframes,
to
but
go
I think
over
it was
that.
still
We
player
were able to
preference.
skip his desperation move by just looping him in the last phase.
Because I
It is
did that more
pretty
than other
precise.
people
His
back then, I'm
desperation
pretty
move
sure.
is unbelievable, and
But
he
I just didn't like having to
he
potion
comes into
Dolan all the
state
time.
where he just does not reload at all, and he shoots blue lasers, which are all one-shots. So if you miss that, it's basically death. I'm not even joking.
Death, or you waste like
yeah,
a
I'm
minute
gonna take
plus
that.
trying to get past it.
Yeah, just to also, like, yeah, it's incredibly precise with when you have to do like duck flares and combos and stuff. It's like if you get DM'd, also like we don't have much for dodging options, so we can easily get just destroyed.
You also saw him pause in the middle of the fight, and that was because Xigbar can actually use different moves.
I needed a
during
pause buffer to check which move he was going to use.
Yeah, safety
Exactly.
strat. Good for marathon.
So now we have Luxord next, and he's actually a very different fight in this
Ooh,
game.
old Luxord. This
It's
should be
actually not
interesting.
HP based. It's actually a time bar. Every like.
This is a
HP,
fight that has been scienced
increases
way,
Luxord's time bar,
way
and that's
more
how you
than
win.
a lot of others.
So we're gonna also be
over
looping
the
this
years.
guy in the second half.
There's
of the
no
fight
way
as
the
well.
opening is going to be anything people are used to now. Minus this part where you're jumping, but
Yeah, hitting him as a
you're
dive,
right in the Trinity.
lowers
Oh
your
my
form
god.
gauge,
See, that's
going
already
to
nuts to
exit
see.
dive form much quicker.
And then you're going to, yeah, go into
Yeah.
limit form and then do
Final mix too.
your
where
limit
they
form
add
combo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for those of you
Revert
that
after
remember
this, I
Arthur
assume.
Cam from,
Well,
Two Months
lose all your
Ago,
MP, I
touched on
guess.
it.
Okay.
This is it, right in the
I don't remember this, but I guess it used to be a thing.
Hopefully be using this later in the fight in order to skip the final minigame.
I guess he's making
which is,
him go
actually
underground.
Luxord's DM.
Yeah. He had to hit the barrier there, or else
So
he would,
here he's
Luxord
basically,
wouldn't go underground. So.
Looping him by making him retaliate on the ground.
Oh, the Blizzard finisher.
And if he does it well, he can just do this the entire time without Luxord. He can do one of two things. He can do this mini game, which we
What
do
is
for
this
Flex,
strat?
strat
It's so
here, where he
different.
can jump at you with cards.
This is crazy to see now.
He'd
Like,
rather see him do this.
Just doing the aerial spiral
This
to
is
hit the
better
RV like
RNG.
Yeah,
that.
this is the kind of luck you want in this fight.
This is like a perfect
There is another
Luxord
attack
so
he could
far.
do if he thinks about it.
Oh, there we
There
go.
you
Oh, here it
You get to
is.
see the other one.
See, you used to be able to
Oh,
do
that
that,
is- yeah, it's a
and you
little
can't
worse.
really
And
do
you
that
used to
now
actually
in 60
three aerial
FPS because
hits
the
'cause
cards
that
are
gets him
bugged.
back into the loop, as opposed to with the other one, you only have to do one aerial hit.
This
Yeah,
looks
so he's
like a
about to hit
perfect
his
setup for DM
desperation
skip.
mode, so we're gonna try to skip it now.
Okay. Should be good.
Is this all different and not level
He's
1 now?
gonna use the
It
same,
has to be.
uh,
With what we
ideas
know about
than
the fight
other
now,
fight
you
earlier.
would
He's
not
gonna
do the
throw
fight
an
like this.
ether and then, oh, okay.
No, I'm not.
He had enough damage where he
It's
didn't
probably
use
similar
it.
actually to level 1, I would assume. But I could be
You'll
wrong.
also notice when he is using ours, he ends it a little bit early.
I probably shouldn't have bothered explaining that when
Basically,
I knew I was going to get
ours
clapped
does
like
not
that.
add revenge value unless you do the finisher. So we stop it right before the finisher, and that just so happens to allow us to continue.
It is something
combo,
important
too,
to explain
so
about our strats,
That's
though.
used in quite a few fights from
You
here
saw
on.
that
out.
on
Alright,
Roxas
Sykes,
as
yeah,
well.
Sykes might be
It
Peter
blows
Pan
through
spam
about
back
2
then, I
health
can't
bars on a
remember.
boss.
Yeah,
I don't know if we
Solo
did we
Trinity
know
as
about
well
that back
does
then?
not
Oh, we
add
did.
any
yeah.
revenge value, so seeing,
We learned this from a task fight,
you'll
but
see
I
that
don't remember
combo
when
kind
we
of
did,
a
but
lot
I guess it
where
was
you go
before
from a hit into a Solo Trinity into
before this run.
a hit into Ars Arcanum, just doing as much as possible to keep his revenge value low while attacking him. Also, shoutouts to a really cool strat.
Yeah.
It's
So
going to blow everybody's minds.
the way this fight works is he has this berserk gauge. Once he brings it to max, then
Yeah, like
he'll
a runaway
go into
there.
this mode where he's like constantly barraging you, but he has to charge it after I break him out of it. So right here, I'm going to be getting all of this damage on him with this loop.
Damn, no slap shot combo either.
Right here, it's important that he pins himself in between the wall and Syax so that Syax gets caught in all that reflect splash
Yeah,
damage.
otherwise he
Alright,
gets
so his
away
berserk
from
gauge
you.
is about to hit maximum, but the thing is, Peter Pan is amazing, and he does things like this.
So Peter Pan attacking while you're attacking keeps Sykes unlocked, and he can't break out of this. Fight's over.
Yeah, like his revenge value is skyrocketing. He's already well past
He
it.
should be hitting me back, but Peter
Yeah.
Pan's dagger is preventing Syax from doing literally anything. So I can just do this, and the fight is literally over.
You're probably wondering why we don't just spam this on every boss. It's because we either can't use a summon then, or it's not effective.
Yeah, it doesn't work on everything.
That's also, you know, it's a pretty easy strat to kind of pick up and everything, but it's very hard to do that consistently. You have to jump and use your aerial spiral in one extra hit as quickly as possible, and you want to try to let aerial spiral get in 2 hits at the very least, if you can. It's not required, but the trick is to make sure that you keep doing that loop without dropping a single combo where he could potentially break out.
No roll of shame.
He already knew it. He was avoiding it.
He's ready.
Oh, he pre-selected wisdom. I'm like, wait, what? Because if you accidentally go limit form here, you're rolling.
Riku's items, and we're going to take off 2 of Riku's abilities that we don't really want for any fight he's in.
That's something I don't think we really mentioned, is that in all these menus with party members, we're taking the items that they have just because they're more useful for us. A lot of party members have ethers and stuff like that.
Yeah, they have some pre-stocked items, but it's to our advantage to just steal it from them and to hoard it for ourselves because it's more useful that way.
More accurately, they just the party sucks at using them. They'll blow them in the very first fight possible.
If they did, it would be terrifying.
Alright, Ximnus 1 acts a little differently than he normally does in other versions of this game, but
wow,
the
spoilers,
principle is
chat.
kind of the same, almost extremely similar to Roxas. We're going to be looping him for the majority of the fight, and then once he's in range, we're going to be using limit form and preventing him from using his DM by just doing this amazing combo with limit form.
I think this is a lot of people's favorite reaction command coming up, by the way.
Oh yeah, there are 3 parts to this. You don't just mash triangle, you wait, and then you use that, and it does
in
about
before
a
the
full
crash.
bar
Yeah, no,
damage,
the
I'd
crash
say.
didn't exist on PS2 for this. Horizontal slash. Oh, aerial finish is still on. Oh, that sucks. Oh, and yeah.
My fault.
I remembered this,
think
but
what
I
I'm
wasn't
gonna
going to
do is I'm not
spoil it,
going to
but
try that
chat already
strat out.
got me
was,
on that, I guess.
that was a newer strat that I was trying out and didn't really work in my favor. He's supposed to launch all the way down to the end there, but I just kind of...
I'm not sure
something
what's
that
different there, but maybe it's
knew
like the
was not going to
horizontal
work in the first place,
slashes.
so I'm going to try it a little differently this time.
Okay, so he's going to do
A
the
lot of people
original
remember
strategy.
this fight as being like really easy, but on crit, when you're under level, that's what happens in this fight.
So yeah, like I said, one mistake, you're dead. That's kind of the story of this category.
That's pretty much that fight was pretty much what's going to probably happen in Data.org at some point.
Yeah, and all of the strats.
I don't know
in
if
this
it does. I
game
don't know
take
if we,
a lot
I
of
can't remember if we had a
practice for the
depthless
most part.
stat org or
It's
not.
just a lot of getting it down to where you know exactly what you're going to do and exactly what's going to happen. So kudos to Bloody for trying a strat that he's less familiar with, and it's just unfortunate that that kind of thing can happen when you're altering your methods on the fly.
So the newer strat is what we do now, but just slightly different. That's kind of funny. It's because he did the horizontal slashes. That's why I was a little confused, because, that's why I don't do that. If you just do aerial spiral into the finishers,
Basically, like, he's,
he shouldn't go that
revenge
way.
value
Although
to make
it
him
could be
teleport
also
every
in
time. If you
conjunction
don't
with
do that,
aerial
the fight gets
finish.
really scary.
I mean, this is like somewhat still the same, I guess.
Okay.
Okay.
It's actually kind of a little messy when he uses that attack, but Bloody handled it fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many people are actually watching this for the first time, so I'm not spoiling future stuff for sure. I'm just guessing.
A bit of a risk there by doing that hit before limit form. A lot of the time, that'll add too much to his revenge value, and he'll teleport out of that, but it worked out.
Yeah, in that drive recovery we grabbed for safety, this would have been the last time we might
Riz is
have had to
basically
use it
saying,
if
don't do
strat
that.
didn't go well. But now we're good.
Okay,
This
final
is the
boss
start of
stretch.
the final boss segment.
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
We're not?
You can if you want.
I guess we're not.
Screw skyscrapers.
There you go.
The people at home know what I want to say, but I'm not going to say it.
I'm
Thank you
sure
to all the
there's
people.
emotes all over the chat now.
His meme for that part was
apologize
fuck
for whatever
buildings or
was happening
whatever,
to
so it would have probably been bad to say that at GDQ at our first
See, a lot
time
of
back,
this
or
is
the
just getting
KH's
good
first time
reaction
back
commands
in
to get to the
years.
actual fights.
Because this is, you know, like GDQ tries to be a little like
there's so much
PG with
screw
swearing, you're not
respect
really
screw
supposed to.
Also, Bloody also has sub and has some really cool emotes, including Bloody Stare and other Bloody Stare. And skyscrapers.
The two best emotes on the internet.
That's funny that
Alright, so
Spike
here,
pitched both both of our
has enough range
emotes.
to just instantly knock all these enemies into the engines here.
And shout outs to Spike.
Stitch is there again
He's
just
got
to
our back.
refill them, too.
I mean, I think some people sometimes do accidentally say that at GDQs, but I don't, unless you're like being malicious with it, I guess, or like, you know, whatever, then it's probably okay to do it like once. You get like your one freebie thing, I think.
Immediately. So what you don't want to do is
But saying it super intentionally as a meme probably wouldn't be good.
So we skip
Would
that,
not
but
recommend.
The terrifying thing is we have to deal with assassins again, and they like to suicide on you if you let them. So we have to keep like constant magnets.
This
up
is
the
an
whole
interesting
time to
thing
prevent
I'm
that
not
from
used to seeing.
happening.
And again, the suicide attack will one-shot you, so... If any of them get out for even a second, they like to use
Oh,
that
boy.
suicide. Like right there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
He
so
was waiting for it though. So. if he didn't do the RC, he would have died there because he didn't get staggered by magnet. It's just a thing that happens with them sometimes. And now this is the second wave.
Yeah, that strat should
normally
keep the
there would be,
claws
like,
away.
Claws coming down trying to snipe you, but the magnet on the core itself kind of has like a weird property to it where it.
I don't think we
sticks
knew
out
at all
around.
back then about it still.
if you're super lucky,
We were just
Stitch
like,
will
it just doesn't
keep
happen.
licking you and keep refilling your MP, but it's pretty much routed in that you're going to use 4
Having
meters
Stitch here
in
is
this
very
fight.
safe because he blocks
Well,
like
he's
all the
already had to
physical
burn through
attacks.
3,
It's
then
just
it looks
the
like.
assassin explosion.
Yeah,
really. Well, on the
personally, I always
claws, I
feel like we
guess.
have to use 4 ethers here.
Right.
Why doesn't it
You can't
happen? We
rely on
don't.
Stitch
I don't know
at
if we
all.
know still. It's just something about attacking during a magnet in that phase.
We're gonna dismiss Stitch.
Kind of
We
just
need to get a drive back to 3 to use another summon on the next fight.
kind of just prevents it from showing up. That's why in level 1 the claws, you'll see the claws come down towards the end, is because we don't like stall it. I think I might be wrong on
One of
that
the big
actually.
advantages using
I don't think I
Second
explained
Hero
that
and the
right.
fact that it actually deals a pretty good amount of damage is that you're then
But the
invulnerable
gist is
throughout
I don't
this
think
entire
we
move,
know.
and it's very long.
It just
So,
it just prevents
being
it
able
for a
to use that
while.
while the claws are
This just
attacking
slices
you
through health.
is really nice.
Yeah, it makes that segment.
Yeah,
much,
see, I think we would
safer.
still do that if Duck Flare was not the way it
Alright,
is
going for
on
chicken little strats. The
English
safer thing to
60
do here is to use
FPS
Stitch, but,
English ports, I should say.
I've recently re-picked up Chicken Little, and we're gonna see. It's faster to do it this way. We'll see
Wait
how
a
it
minute,
works.
check a little here.
Send this is sword swipe is a one.
Do not remember
so,
this.
Make sure we reflect through that every time.
I very highly doubt we
We
still
did
do
it on
this.
purpose there. That forces Chicken Little's AI into using this firecracker attack, which deals chip damage throughout the whole fight. Overall, it saves about 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
Oh man.
That's speed running. Okay. He didn't. Obviously, that was. I don't want to bother explaining that. I know why that happened. Silly aerial reflection shenanigans by mistake because of the terrain.
Shout out to Zach Braff that hold it.
Nice.
That was a little scary to see because like
was
that
the most
felt like an
rando
early
fight ever, by the way.
reflect, but it probably is
Chicken
safe.
Little can sometimes mess with Xemnas' patterns, creating weird situations. And those water clones that were out.
Yeah, that is a
they do
strat I
one-shot
don't
you,
think
so
anybody does
it can be
anymore in
pretty,
anything.
dangerous.
Again, the alternative to that, the safe version you can use is the Stitch strat, which should be consistent every time. I don't think there's anything random to that. No. And with here, most hype fight of the
Oh,
game,
Jesus Christ.
Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, this would probably be a good place to read donations.
All right, if it's donation, I'll skip through this because this is a Gummy
made
mission.
this fight go a lot faster, and the next fight in the
Yeah, okay.
That
Donation time.
that has such I do for that after our $5,000 Final Fantasy File Fantasy 7. Oh.
It might be a
Late night
damageless
gamers around the
dragon
world.
Xemnas? Oh,
Greetings
close.
from the best member of the
Okay.
Kingdom Hearts community. I couldn't make it to AGDQ this year, but I have a special
we're not
question
even on the
for
last
this
wing
run.
yet.
Tifa,
Okay, there
Toji,
we go.
$24.40 the animals. Everyone is, and that's all you need.
And
I thought he
without
got hit by the
UIs,
bombs. He must have got
Roxas
sniped by
slain.
a
The only thing to
laser.
really note about that fight also is it actually is pretty easy to die in that
aerial-
fight. You take massive damage. And
Those
you
aerial
can't
effects
heal.
kill
It's
you
kinda
there
like the
so
light cycle
often.
phase of Space
What,
Marines.
on Armored Xemnas
There are
1?
2 fights left: Armored Xemnas 2 and Finals.
I never get aerial
Do you have anything
reflex
you want to
there.
say about Armored Xemnas 2?
He's very
I don't know, I don't know what category
he will knock
you
you away
run.
after you hit each HP barrier. There's nothing we can do about that, but we have to be very careful about how we combo him. Bloody going to have to react to if he retaliates or not, and throw out a reflect like that to...
This is obviously different now.
And then when he gets knocked out, we're going to try to go for the most optimal building. the
before the strat I do now, right? That Sonic came up with
Nice
the
thing is,
reflect, blizzard reflect
the
on
attacks,
the wall.
Armored Xemnas 2 does aren't really random.
Nobody does that anymore except for
follow a
me,
set
but I like
pattern.
it.
But
And
also
I'll
the
have to
building
swap it
set pattern,
eventually,
you have to
but
go
right
through
now
and
it's
follow
not
a
as
pattern
big
as
a
well,
big enough
so
time. It saves an
this fight
ether,
is
but
pretty consistent.
it doesn't save
Also
enough
go
time for
the
me to care about
consistent
right now.
strat here, since trying out new strats didn't really work out that well last time.
Remember when you used to be able to hear Armored Xemnas
aerial dodges
2's
right there,
quotes
right
and
after
shit?
coming out of the
Remember that?
building RC.
Fun times.
That actually lets him avoid the snowflake attack that Xemnas can
Yeah, we
use,
just do double reflect
and
there.
Instead be able to just drop
Well,
right down.
2 single
continue
reflects
attacking him,
accurately.
being perfectly safe. That snowflake attack you can use as you're on your way back.
Not gonna go for it. There is a
What, the
crazy
upright
fast
building?
that you can go
Probably
for,
he's
but
talking about.
most of the time it gets knocked away because the building is just at your altitude.
Yeah.
It probably requires a little bit more working around with, but it's just...
Which they did.
not
People
gonna go
eventually
for it
did
here.
mess with that more.
The
Yeah.
buildings are a one-shot if they hit you, too,
Oh, yeah.
so we do have to avoid them.
There's also kind of a little interesting trick that can be done
Okay,
in
that's
this fight.
interesting to do.
If when you're really far away, you can actually use an ability called Magic Lock On, and use, I believe, a Thunder to hit Armored Xemnas and then immediately lock on and use a Trinity, and that will
Okay.
hit you to him instantly. But it's actually not worth it for the time.
This is like what a safe Armored Xemnas 2 would look like back in the day, I guess. Or like even if you try to do it today, it would be
So now
like
we
safe.
have Final Xemnas, and he's going to open with a grab move, but we can skip the grab animation and go right into the reversals, and so we're basically going to be timing reversals with Reflect to get damage on Xemnas during this whole segment.
What's cool about this run is all 3 of us came close to dying multiple times too, so it's not like, you know, it was definitely an intense run.
Perfect.
It wasn't like a god tier run or anything.
So now he's going to use Session to set up for the next use of Limit for him and get him close to the next HP barrier before he goes into his laser phase.
The game is so loud in comparison to the commentary most of the time. It's crazy. Okay. Yeah, this is probably the same.
Okay.
I don't think we have the weird
He
ether
has
thing
to be very
here.
careful about not pushing him outside of the boundaries. You can see.
Oh,
on
the
outer
elixir.
parts of the
Okay,
wall.
never mind.
You can
I was
push
like,
him out there and
wait,
you
how does
can't
this work?
follow him there.
Depending how
Different
that combo
strat.
goes during Limit Form will depend on whether or not he does lasers or grabs you again, so it's one or the other he does. This is a lot safer to deal with. It's just a little slower than the grab move.
That should be it. Oh, he's like 1 HP. Oh no, 1 hit away. Okay. It didn't hit. Okay. Yeah, pretty. It's still the run still holds up in terms of being pretty solid for the strats back then. Obviously, the strats don't hold up.
If you look at Riku's health, he's
But,
about
you
to
know.
die. If I let up on the mashing, then he'll probably die, and I'd have to restart the whole fight.
Yeah, trying
At least
to
if it was level 1,
match
Riku would
as
probably be
quickly
at
as
1
possible
HP
in
here.
order to make sure that none of the
Like he
lasers
usually
hit
is.
either character.
Yeah, unfortunately, if Riku dies, the fight does end. So
Okay. Well, I will do the
it is
data
a bit
word
scary when he's
sequence.
1 hit away from death here.
I guess I'll let this play
Time
out for
is
the sake of
coming up
watching.
here.
Yeah, time is
Time
coming
in
up.
about in a minute and a half.
But I'm not
How are
gonna
you- how are
do
you
the
doing?
in-between of setting up for data org, you know. That's a 1 death
we're gonna
marathon 2 FM crit run. This was big for us back
Okay,
then.
so
This was
time
such a
will be
win
right
of a
when,
run because it went
Cody
over
actually
well.
uses
It was
Thunder
well
on finals
received.
on this. I'm sure he'll call it as well.
People liked the
It'll-
commentary
it'll,
back then.
It'll be white completely, and
You
then
know,
it'll
because they
fade
like the
from white, and
technical
then time will
aspects.
be
You know,
right around there.
I don't know how people felt about the
we had
singing
your
overall. It was
boost,
probably kind of
some sound
whatever,
effects in this
but
game. I'm
it was a
surprised
good
we
way to,
didn't
you
see
know,
those.
so there was no
Quick
downtime
shout-outs to
during
everybody
Gummy
that
missions.
supported us, like getting all of these people here in the first place, and for having us, you know, have the honor of giving this fantastic run.
Yeah, it's
I know we
wild
have
coming
about
back to
25
this
people
10
back
years
right
later,
now.
though, and seeing what's different.
Time.
Just what we didn't know and stuff. All right. Yeah, it was a good thing. I like that we did the relay run
Very
for
good.
this.
Really
it was
good.
Very
fun
good.
to
That's
do.
an awesome time.
Yes, he said 47.
That's beat both of our PPs, man. That's amazing. Holy crap.
Did it back then?
That's amazing.
Wow. That's
I
crazy.
feel bad for choking at the very end.
Oh, no.
on saying this.
Can we please point out that one
Well, it's
death
not like
is
it would've been
ridiculous,
record without
especially
the
when
death, but yeah.
the last third of this run
That
was
would've been
just,
weird.
You know, a very long boss rush for the most
Okay.
part.
All right,
and
so
having one death throughout that entire thing is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, we
Let's,
had like 6 deaths, I think, in practice or more.
Yeah.
this setting up an RTA.
They're
that
setting
you
up
guys,
data.org now, so
13th
we'll watch
in Boston
data.org.
yet.
I
Yeah, anybody who
think
thought that was
I don't know
pretty
what
cool
we
was-
did if
Yeah,
we how we
run by
sequence
both
this
of
because
us.
we definitely
We're gonna be swapping fights basically.
okay. Well, so I think we side by side, right?
Oh wait.
Because there's no way
Spike,
we
if
can
you could
swap
just plug
around
in, his
constantly.
controller.
Yes, iBiz over here.
Yeah.
It's in this game called
Yeah, okay, we're
XP0
side by
that
side. I
allows
remember
you
now.
to not gain any experience.
You know, you didn't do
while
RNG
have it
manip.
equipped.
Yeah, I don't think
you could
RNG
promote
manip
you to start with this
existed back
ability,
then.
so you can actually remain level 1 the entire game. This
Yeah, okay, let's get to the actual like loading the
Beat
fight.
him first try every
Alright, here we
time. So going from each fight and trying to change our mentality for each one after another is really rough. But it's a really fun category that took off in our community.
I want to check your customize. I did the best that I could.
this category is
oh,
a
you-
At least he warned me.
Yeah, I did that part. Check your customize real quick. See if that's all looks good.
Yeah.
Put the S for 40.
I put comment on as well.
Yeah, that'll
All right, we're
for
good.
the 40 minutes game left on the 430.
Oh, because I'm on his save file. That's right. He's
Oh,
this is not my
it's
save
just
file for data.org.
0.04 seconds. Both of them, they're co-oping it basically.
Yeah, we're switching back and forth.
And Biscuit 047.
And
Who?
just to kind of talk about the preparation that goes into making a file to be used for this.
Okay, Luxord first.
You need a lot of elixirs in this and mega elixirs for this. In fact, you need around 80 elixirs.
Maybe
and
okay.
70
Maybe we
mega elixirs,
manipulated
something like that.
Luxord.
Just to say, this is how easy you can die in this, by the way.
Oh
This
yeah,
is
yeah,
intentional. It actually manipulates RNG.
yeah.
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 So get prepared for
That
that.
is
on
actually
everything.
RNG manipulation. We
Yeah, we're not
swear.
Thank you,
joking.
Dad, is in
Yeah,
this
that's
for
like,
the raid. Whatever
That'll
was
give
your
us
stream, and
the,
hope you had a good
the
time.
right RNG for the first fight in the run.
Shoutouts to a he run for discovering that.
Provided I don't mess it up.
Yeah, the old RNG manip.
it's
Yeah,
a
I
pretty
totally
tricky
forgot
route
that
to
So-
use.
type
So we're doing a
existed
timer?
too.
I think we're
Okay,
gonna
yeah,
have
yeah.
to.
Because that gives us the what the good
start timer on
Zalden
fight
pattern or
loading.
something.
So
I
Biz,
don't know.
why don't you just call time when they should start the timer?
Yeah, okay. Get ready and
Get ready, go. Now, hurry. This is super serious.
So right here, he wants to get him to retaliate.
Yeah, there's no
right
way
there with
like
that quick
so we
combo.
cycle
He's going
commentary.
for
There's no
really
way
insane
I could
strats right
commentate
here.
while doing this
He's going
accurately.
for what I was doing.
So,
basically
like,
in
Bloody
the
will
run,
commentate
which
when
is
I'm playing,
aerial
and I'll
dodging
commentate when
all
he's
of
playing.
his lunges to get learns. It's really insane because he has to constantly be doing it. He also needs specific visual and audio cues.
If you take a look at that.
Why did I
health
agree
bar
to
on the
do
top right,
Zalden
you'll
first? I
notice
hate this
all
fight.
the data versions of these bosses are much harder than the regular versions.
I don't
of them.
remember how we
Zalden
split this
has
up, to be
a lot
honest.
more health than he does. in
Like, obviously, I was like, I
standard
want Marluxia. Actually, I don't know if I did get
He got 9
Marluxia, did
learns
I?
off of that one.
I don't
He
remember,
needs,
actually.
he needs some learns. He can
Yeah, this is
sandbag
level
some of
1,
them, but
yeah.
he needs like as many as he can get.
Level 1 data.org was the original run
Also, if
when
you
I
could see
came up
Biz's
with it.
controller right now, he is mashing as furiously as possible. That's going to happen a lot throughout this run. It's an intense run that basically never lets up, so.
I think I should be good for him to retaliate on the last one.
Yeah.
If not, oh well.
If not, rip in pieces, I guess.
Alright, sweet.
Alright, so now he's retaliating. He's collecting learns from this. As you can see, it's a lot faster. He wants to go into final form.
I'm getting a heart
Form
attack
really,
seeing these
really,
drives, but then I
full
keep
combo
forgetting
right
it's
here.
faster. You can't do that reflect anymore in
This
60
final
FPS. He'll
form
break
combo
out.
he's about to use is
for some
actually
reason.
incredibly difficult to pull off. It's
What he
very
wants to do
technical.
is he wants to start combos and then reset them. It almost creates a sort of infinite combo, if you think about it.
This combo is actually pretty hard to do like
And he
consistently.
got up fast enough.
Ooh, yeah.
Very good.
Feels so good to do that though. Pretty sure you can still do that in 60 FPS. You just can't do it if he's literally right before. Well, that's what I meant.
So
Yeah.
I
If he's
mess
right
that
before
up,
the
then
HP
RNG
barrier,
gets
which I
screwed
think
up
he
and the
probably
fight's
was
really
there,
slow, so
you
I'm
can't
glad
do
that
it.
one at least went
Because then he'll
well.
break out guaranteed.
Now
For
Flo's
some
gonna be
reason, I
doing
don't
the
know
next
why.
3 fights?
Yes.
It just has to be
Episodes?
60 FPS
I
related.
I got this.
Is all I can
Okay, I
come
think
up
we
with.
can wing this.
Okay, here we go. I'm probably gonna room save, but
Yeah.
let's see here.
Definitely.
Yeah, so
In retrospect, we
room saving
probably
is
shouldn't
basically
have
just
swapped back
optimized.
and
Yeah,
forth
Thank you
every
for reminding.
every like other fight or
All
whatever.
right,
I don't know if we do that, but
Also, Biz, did you describe what kind of the restrictions are of a level 1 run? What
I
kind
think
of
we
I
just
did
split
not,
it up based on who we're better
because,
at, I guess.
you can like farm stat boost. We did have to say, you can't use power, magic, or
Maybe,
defense
I
boosts.
don't
You
know.
can farm them infinitely on these guys and boost to like level 99 stats. So it's
Oh,
like,
yeah, I
it
probably
would
wouldn't
be a
want it to
little
touch
bit less exciting,
Xigbar.
I think if you were doing level 99 damage, because it's pretty like consistent to avoid most attacks. So even though you can die in one hit, like we can avoid a lot. All right, so this fight is pretty
Should have done one
terrifying
side
with the
each.
way
Well,
we do
it's
it.
also routed
You
based
can
on
also skip the desperation move in
you
this
know,
version of the fight
it's
as
not
well,
routed
so that's
based
what
on
Blood's
side.
gonna try to do. And Xigbar has a very hard time, as well as most bosses, breaking out of final form. We can kind of just keep it going for a while if it's done properly. This is going to be a little bit tricky because of the height. But all that matters is getting the damage in now. It doesn't really matter.
Also, as terrifying as this fight is in the story, in this fight he shoots his bullets even
The magnets
faster,
there are definitely staggering him long enough.
and he doesn't spend any time reloading, so
All right.
it's even more difficult.
His RV is so high right
2
now.
rounds of reflecting bullets basically staggers Xigbar. He does not reload in this fight at all. That's why this fight's so much more difficult.
Come on, there we go.
So basically,
It's
we're
crazy
gonna
to see a
knock him out
duck
of
flare
this
go to waste
transition
like
right
that,
now.
but like, I get it.
And now we just have to bring him to his HP barrier before he desperation moves. So we
Yeah,
can
Hero's
set up for
Crest
the
mat
DM
makes a
skip.
difference on level 1, just like DP does. The boosts
A
do
lot of these bosses
affect level
have
1.
their strats centered around skipping their DM. DMs are.
Oh, you mean the
usually
power
time
boost?
wasters
Never mind. I thought you were talking about
very
Hero's
hard
Crest.
to
My bad.
All right, let's go.
Yeah,
for
the power
these
boost doesn't
insane
matter here. No,
strats.
you for data org, you would need to
This is a
use
really
like
sketchy
30 or
strat because the final
40
form
stat
whiffs
boosts
at
to make
all.
a difference.
Ignore
That's how
Randy's
crazy the
desperation move.
scaling is by this point.
It also just looks incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is such a cool strat. It's so much better than the old one we
Which
had,
is a good thing we knew
basically
that, because
spam
obviously it
reflect,
would
which
be,
took
we wouldn't want to like call a run illegitimate or
Yeah.
something. For like using a stat boost at the beginning of the game. Yeah. Same concept if you
All
pick
13
the
of these fights can be very
like the struggle
terrifying,
back, you
very
know.
challenging. That is, I think, agreed by both of you, one of the worst.
I think it's
Even
top 3
even
worst.
casually, yeah, that's
yep.
pretty insane.
It's a really poorly designed fight because you can't react to
Oh
everything.
yeah,
It's
see we
just
don't do
random
every
when he
other
shoots,
fight.
when he
I guess it's
teleports,
just
stuff
what
like
what
that.
we felt like doing
All right,
most.
he's doing Luxord next, and we all hate this one too. It's you have to spam a mini game, and
Guys,
we
this
didn't do it
this
in
run is really
80%
fun.
because it's
Also, we
slower,
hate
but in
all
this,
these
it does a lot of
fights.
time damage to Luxord.
So your reaction.
To be
time
fair,
has to
yeah,
be
Zald
on,
and
because
Xigbar
if you
Luxord
look
all
in
in a
the
row is
bottom
pretty
left at
awful.
How fast the circle is moving, it is unreal.
Probably, you know, we did
And
it based
has,
on the
like,
route.
random
I'm pretty
slowdowns,
sure
too,
this is
you
what
have
the
be
route used to
careful
be.
about. It's really tough to perfect this fight.
Yeah, a lot. All
Whoop.
of the mini games
Off to a
are
great
much
start.
faster. All the mini games move much faster than they do in the story version, so it's
At least
much
it was
harder
only
to
the first
actually
one so
time
far, because that one's
landing
not
on the
really
circle.
much of a consequence.
Fortunately, the cards do not one-shot you.
Okay.
So that's how important it is to make sure we get that mini game every time, so that we don't have to dodge around and potentially die.
Okay.
Whoop.
okay.
Yeah. Too much revenge value.
Interesting.
Okay.
So right there, he broke out of the loop.
Shadows- yeah,
because
30
of
FPS
the
cards,
area
yeah,
that
I miss
was
it.
used, by Bloody. just due to the nature of this stage and how it has that slanted area.
When you were able to reflect in the air.
That kind of goes to show how
mean, he still
specific
can.
revenge value is, just because he used an aerial attack instead of a
Oh, you
ground
mean on the
attack, it
cards,
messes
yeah.
everything.
I was like, wait, you can still do
So
that.
ideally, a good fight would be.
Yeah, now you don't
him
really
spamming
wanna
the
do
minigame
that.
the whole time, which he's not really doing.
Because one of the cards
This is also
probably
safer
won't. One or both cards won't follow
than
you
doing a
sometimes,
minigame. It's just a
depending
little
on
slower.
BS.
And we usually reset to this fight a lot because messing up that minigame once is a good loss of like 30 seconds.
Is it really that much for one minigame loss? It's a lot of seconds to lose. I don't know if that's right.
Yeah, and unless I'm mistaken, Bloody will actually not be skipping the final minigame, Luxord's DM, and in this, you actually can at level 1, it was discovered,
It's
but
slower.
it is slower than actually completing the DM, even though he's invincible during most of it.
Alright.
The trick is all of that time left
wonder if
on
that's still
Luxord's,
true. I don't
time
know.
gauge will completely disappear if he successfully completes the final minigame.
Yeah, so one thing of note is they added an extra attack at the end of his desperation move before he does the minigame. So you do have to watch out for that, which is that attack. And the minigame goes a little bit faster now.
A little bit faster. Like super god tier faster. Thank you, FTR Demo, for the 70-month sub. Appreciate you stay sub select. Thanks
He's
for the support.
actually pause buffering there because
I have to get
it's
the timing
such a
down.
small frame window to get that last circle. Very nicely done.
Who's next?
I'm taking Roxas.
Okay, yeah.
We're
That was a
just
real
like
sloppy
almost
fight, but I'll
winging
take
it.
Yeah.
We didn't plan that
We
much.
kind of routed this out earlier to be a
Yeah.
little bit different than our normal route, so we don't have to switch back and forth constantly.
Oh, okay, so we did route it in a way
Strat-
to try to make it
the
easier
strat
best we
here
could.
was,
Okay. I think we had to do
discovered kind of in
Zaldin
practice room,
first,
like, right
obviously,
before
with the
the run.
RNG manip.
I'm going to be going for it the
after
first
that, it
time.
shouldn't
If I
matter.
fail, then I'll just kind of go for the safer stuff, but here we go.
Shoutouts to me for
fuck
telling me
strat
to
is
Strat
this?
probably one of the coolest strats in all of Data.org, if not the coolest.
that flash step right there, which is similar to sliding dash.
I don't know why he
carries
did
this
that. I don't know if
open
that
move,
was
and is
like actually the strat
ridiculously
back then. I
risky to
thought
go
you just
for.
want to.
And he's going to do it a lot.
I don't know why you would
It's
just do
it's
the
really
reflex.
scary parrying these attacks with a flash step.
It's about a 1 to 2 second time saver each time. And it looks awesome.
Unless he's worried about over damaging him with the combos, I don't know.
So after a few cycles, he's going to do a dual stance if we don't do anything else, and we actually want that because then we steal his keyblades, which is right now. It was in the worst place, but he got it.
So these pause buffers that you see are usually because the timing on the command menu selecting the right one is very, very tight. Also, this game in general has...
Yeah, so far this
really
is
great
basically
music.
what
We
I
can
do
gloss over
currently.
it during the run because there's so much going on, but this fight in particular just sounds amazing.
I actually improv
This-
these
this strat
combos
is really
sometimes a bit
awesome, though,
depending
because
on
a lot of, like,
because
we
like I
have
don't
to manipulate
memorize all
the,
this.
revenge
I don't
value,
do it
so
enough.
we can't do like extra hits or anything, or it'll get screwed up. So basically, we have his keyblade. So every time we attack, they
I'm
kinda
assuming
swing
every
around and
strat's
get
different
boxes,
now in
so
current
getting a lot
.org
of
because like
stats.
more than half of it's like RNG manip now, I believe.
Don't worry, that hit happens. He's used to it.
He's not wrong. That hit does happen most of the time.
That was incredible.
I know that's Bloody's favorite fight. It's mine as well.
I have
think that might
way
be
too much
Kiz's-
fun with that fight.
It's a really fun
least
strat to do,
favorite.
to be honest.
It, used to
It
be my
feels good
least,
to
but
do
the
it.
strat now is really consistent. It used to be a super
Mm,
random fight, and it
yeah.
was first on our list.
It's such a better strat than it used to
So
be.
again, I just want to ask the
Before this
question
run.
one more time, because I'm sure a lot of people are still asking in chat. Maybe they came in
Confident
later.
we're
Why are we
getting
using Decisive Pumpkin? Are we not allowed to use Ultima Weapon? What's the deal there?
Decisive Pumpkin has 6 strength and the ability Combo Boost, which enhances the power of ground combo finishers. So, though other Keyblades might have slightly better stats, like namely Fenrir has one
Oh,
better
Axel
stat,
next,
it has
yeah.
worse abilities than Decisive Pumpkin, which overall leads to Decisive Pumpkin actually having the best damage output for ground combos specifically. So, most of the time we're going to be using ground combos on these guys. We actually use quite
Not
a
half of
variety
it? Oh, is it really not
Keyblades here,
half?
like,
I
for
thought it was
example,
half
Axel.
already.
We use the Keyblade that we got from Atlantica because it has Blizzard Boost.
Interesting that Axel's manipulated.
Yeah, and to go again into just how much preparation goes into a file for this, let alone learning the strats. You have to beat the game with all worlds and beat all of the.
I might have just forgot about that.
Also,
this is different in 30 FPS.
In order to just begin to get a file for this, you then have to do a lot.
You
of
don't use this Keyblade here anymore? Oh wow.
And ribbons.
Is the damage just not worth it now?
It's pretty self-explanatory. Blizzard just kind of wrecks him. Doesn't need to be specific about how he does it, though.
I like how nobody's commentating this stuff.
Yeah, that last Blizzard.
It's like you probably could
RC
say things
there
about
was,
the fight.
Purposely not a finisher. It was used to manipulate him to actually use an RC instead of using his DM because he hit near the barrier for his DM. And then at the end of the fight here, he uses another, the second half of that RC because you have to beat him with the ground return to normal.
No cool limit form finish.
Yeah, that fight's really consistent. It's just scary because the fire floor bringing you to 1 HP is terrifying the whole time.
If you make a mistake, then you're dead.
Yeah, and we have to get rid of the fire floor to kill him too.
Welcome to critical mode.
And to kind of bounce off of what J Hobbs was just talking about, how it takes so many, like it's probably gonna take you well over 20 hours to actually make a level 1
DP
data org
and
file
any combo
to do
pluses?
this.
No, you're fine.
All of these three
And
runners
comments
that you
on, so
just
you're good.
watched, they all have really good YouTube series that, you know.
I don't know why
have
what
a
I
lot
was
of strat
asking him there.
videos.
I
And,
guess I
Biscuit actually has one that helps you find out how
wanted to make sure there was no
grind
weird
the
menu changes I
fastest and
missed.
how to actually do level 1 data org fastest. So definitely go follow all their YouTube channels as well.
This fight's pretty scary.
Alright, so Vexen is insanely
I wonder what
weak
if
to
I
fire,
do
so
about
we
the
go final
anti-form
and we
thingy
just fire rocket the heck
back
out of him.
then.
He wants to stop at a specific point in his health because right at that specific point in his health. Oh my god.
That was a bit risky.
So if you
A little bit risky.
Donald's limit, he would have been one shot.
Yeah,
and
well,
there is basically no.
He would have gotten destroyed by the gigantic ice barrage right there, so he
Yeah.
wanted to be incredibly safe.
To also kind of explain the basic mechanics of this fight.
Yeah,
that,
bait it away
Data
from
bar you're
Dolan,
seeing in
yep.
the top left,
So Dolan doesn't
while
die
the
instantly.
Targeting circle is underneath Sora. That data bar will.
Man, that was
continue
confidence
increase,
to not
and,
panic there
after it's hit
and
at
let
least
go.
one
I
bar,
don't know.
Vexen will
Dang, no
actually
DM skip.
summon
Yeah, I guess not.
anti-Sora, to come and attack you.
I don't think we knew about it
Anti-Sora
back
hits a lot, so
then.
we decide not to ever let him summon him in this fight.
So we just, you know, do that. That's what I meant by the anti-form thing, I think. Not the, that's what I meant to say.
So you saw he didn't bother skipping Vexen's DM. There's a strat to do that, but it doesn't actually turn out to be faster. So
It's just really, really wonky, and it's faster to just go through it and deal
Now
with
it's not, yeah. Back then.
Alright, so now Bloody's playing again for the next 2 or 3 too.
Let's see.
I'd also like to point out that I think the first run of this is estimated at being around 2 hours. I think it was around an hour and a half or so.
Yeah.
This category is now down to 30 minutes. That's how much work has been done.
That's
It's
kinda
put into
crazy
an
for
arbitrary
PS2 when you think
category
about
that was
it.
just kind of invented on the fly.
Yeah, this won't be like a 30-minute run because we're like switching off menus and such.
Yeah.
Like we're doing this kind of on the fly.
It's come down to very optimized menus, knowing exactly which order you're going to be doing the bosses.
Yeah, and
in
we split
order
up this
to
run
reduce
too
the
because
number
we
of
both
menus
wanted
do.
to,
We
you
didn't
know,
talk
like
about that
have our
much
fun
during
with
the
it.
run, But menus take time, obviously, and are often reduced to be as infrequent as possible.
And I think it was
So,
fun doing it like that, too.
Larxine's a lot of people's most hated probably data org fight, but we have a really cool strat that if it works, it's
if it works.
really
If
easy
it
to
works, she
destroy.
is actually the fastest fight out of all 13.
Yeah.
Rest in
I think
peace,
he
Gummy.
does. I won't say it.
And
No
there's not really
spoilers.
much RNG to it either.
Final Genie is crazy, you'll see.
Have you heard?
And,
I
since
see
the
Riz on
phones,
Twitter
we're
still
hitting them with
sometimes,
double
but he
damage
doesn't
and hitting
say
with revenge
like do
value,
anything
so
that I know of
it's
anymore.
retaliating every time we hit them with a finisher.
He's not a
Just
runner
dealing
anymore.
insane damage. And he paused buffer there to get final off in time.
What you're
Okay,
seeing
well
here
this
is
isn't
used for several
the
fights
comet
where
end I thought it was gonna be, but that's still good.
Runners will actually. Nice job.
I forgot about that. Must have not been known back then.
The runners will actually use
Yes.
one or two of the Final Form Faraga combo, regular combo attacks.
Yeah,
not
old AS.
using
They're the
Faraga finisher.
JP voices,
Because
that's
of that,
why.
they can actually keep these bosses looped. It does something weird with the revenge value. I'm not sure we even 100% understand it, but...
Final Form Faraga, if you don't do the finisher, should not add revenge value to bosses. That's how we're able to like stagger them for a while. The Keyblades have to smack them while spinning around though, or else it will add.
Oh, we knew
revenge
that
value.
back
The
then.
fire's the last thing that hits them. So Psyx is another pretty interesting fight with the way we do it. We pretty much get them stuck like near a corner, and if the strat goes wrong, we're just gonna Peter Pan it. But if not, the way Bloody's doing it is gonna be faster. And it's more standard
that's
revenge
interesting.
value abuse, making them attack you.
Okay, I don't
This
know if I
strat
did
is
this
very
strat like
mash
this.
intensive.
I
You
forget.
have to do 2 blizzards.
I might have did
reflect
it
and
like
mash
I don't know if I
out
ever
and
felt
slap
good about
into
this strat, but I can't
really
remember.
fast, or else it won't work.
Also, that's something to point out. I believe Combo Master comes into big play here. Reflect, normally, if you want to do the damage, you actually have to wait for it to take effect. When you have Combo Master added, which allows you to continue combos even if you don't land certain attacks, it means that you can get that slap shot off and let the Reflect finishers, or Reflect still do damage, which allows half of these strats, but especially this one, to even work.
Yeah, without Combo Master, Reflect will end the combo unless Reflect is a finisher. So that's why he's able to continue his combo after the Reflect.
Ooh, very nice
Right there,
adjustment
he had to react to the blizzard, the first blizzard not making him retaliate. So that was a really solid play. Combo pluses, that's it.
What are you doing next? Lexus, yeah.
Yeah.
Combo pluses and config customize.
Yeah, there's no voice switch in this game without a mod.
Yeah, the fact that they're doing these also with no
For
notes
some
is
reason.
actually very impressive.
We wrote some out, but they're in my backpack somewhere, so we're kind of running this by memory.
We've run it enough where we know generally what each fight entails.
Yeah.
Because they are doing
We're
some
just
bosses
winging
out
it.
of
This is
normal
our
order
first
that they
time
would
playing the
in.
game.
These bosses are, it's possible to do them in any order that you prefer.
That's kind of funny
with the
though.
exception
That's kind of a
Solomon
flex
wanting
where we're
to be
like,
the
yeah,
first
we
one
had
to do
notes
team
and whatever, but we
manipulation.
don't,
So
whatever.
These runners usually probably have different routes in which they do these bosses, and to be able to kind of do these customized menus as well as these altered menus on the fly is very impressive.
That's the amazing thing, is that you can do this route in any order that you want. There's really nothing holding you
Yeah, we don't
back.
have a rule against the order you do them. All of us do Final Zemnis last because it just feels right, basically.
Waiting for that one guy
Yeah.
to just do it
It's
like
so funny
seconds.
because now you don't because you have to
Rory
manipulate it.
actually, did Final Zemnis first.
That is amazing. All right, so right here, what Biz is searching for is the ground retaliation from Lexeus, where he will do a rock combo of 3 rocks. So he'll throw out the slide dash,
Just
and then the
screen
slap
shake,
shot,
yeah, I remember that.
and then reflect the first 2 parts, and he'll get just enough time to get in the third. The 2 individual finishers.
The only part of
actually
the
have their
screen shake I
own,
miss is his
like, damage
DM.
that
His
come out.
the DM screen shake was really nice. I don't know
He
what
messed
went
up a
wrong
little
there.
bit here.
Ugh.
Okay.
I'm almost throwing. Okay, we're good.
Now what's amazing is he might actually be able to get off this DM skip.
Maybe. Or it will get me killed, one of the 2.
Are my parry members gonna mess this up for me?
I'm
Oh,
gonna be safe.
we getting DM'd, I guess.
So now he's gonna DM me.
I didn't
Yeah,
see what
so you
happened
get
there.
to
I think
see
they
this.
didn't render in fast
This
enough.
DM
maybe?
is
For me to go into
ridiculous. He literally throws the earth from under you to attack you.
It is a cool
As his
DM,
Power
but,
number goes up. His
To be
attacks get
fair.
more and more aggressive and stronger, and the rocks come out, bigger.
Yeah, you actually can get one shot by a lot of Lexus's moves at the end.
Yeah, Sonic. That's something that people don't know sometimes too.
Guard break, right?
Guard break, that's it.
Yeah, another thing to note, kind of one of the subtleties of that fight, is when he's using the 2 reflect finishers in the beginning of the loop, he actually has to delay them. So he has to do 2 attacks, 2 uses of circle that are based on a very specific position, and then delay his reflect finishers, but still make sure they're a part of the combo. doing that delay is ridiculous because you feel awful. You feel like you're not going to keep it as part of the combo,
Yeah,
or
Lucia
you're
time.
not going to end
I
up
botched
reflecting
it because I assumed you would attack maybe a little faster.
Also, just to note the little gimmick of this fight, that little number above his head stands for what level you're at. If he hits you once, you die.
Yeah.
So if you're at level 99, you can take 99 hits.
The number is a Doom counter. It represents your level, and it represents
I don't have a combo plus.
how many hits you have left before you die by the by his scythe. So if he hits you with the scythe, then you will lose that many.
Okay, so that I don't have the right setup for this.
Or the number from the top of your head.
So I forgot the combo pluses, so
Oh, okay.
Just winging it.
I'm just gonna have to do this.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
There's a very small frame
Slower
window
strat.
when Marluxia teleports to
That's
the
my
middle of the
bad.
stage there, where you can actually stagger him and skip one of his most
Fortunately,
deadly
I'm
attacks where
very
he summons
fluid in
his
Marluxia, so
and attacks
I'm
you
not
at the same
like it's
time.
no fear for me messing that up.
Actually,
Like not having the
using
right
fire,
setup.
normally we use to hit over multiple frames. You can also
This will make
use
it probably-
reflex and carry on that first one into.
I like how I'm just like
use that
yapping
damage.
in the middle. It's
Or
like,
you can
I
also
think
do
this
what
might
we did
work.
the first time, which was use a slap shot, which is insane to use
Alright, last
because
one.
it does not hit over a
Nah, he's
very
gonna-
long
no,
period
he's
of
not gonna
time,
get him, right?
so it
No,
takes
not yet.
very precision timing. And he just did it again. That's it, but it's unbelievable the timing of
Yeah,
that. slap
I'm like,
shot.
I'm pretty
not
sure he
believing
won't do
in
it,
myself.
right?
I'm pretty sure Biz is one of the only people that
I was trying
ever
desperately
goes
not
for
to
it,
die at
and,
this part.
I mean, he doesn't even go for it most of the time because he's using the reflex.
Oh boy.
Yeah, this is sketchy.
Wait,
If you
why?
go for the extra hits, you might make it.
Oh
Now,
no.
when you see,
RV
R's get
probably.
ended there, and then Biz is actually using another attack before using a new R's. That's because if you go straight into another R's, you will not continue to stagger him.
Oh. Woo. That was so close.
Yeah.
Combo pluses. Don't
Nice
worry.
Excellent
improv.
job.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, I did not want to have to do that fight on the fly, but still got DM skip. I
Yeah,
guess.
because we
Yeah,
knew
there are
the
actually
reflect
about
guard
3 or
break
4
back
different
then.
strats
yeah.
for that fight, based on whether you want to use combo pluses or not. But I know both of these runners are used to using the combo plus strat, which abuses Combo Master. To be able to adapt quickly on the fly there is really impressive, and kind of shows the experience Biz has with this category since
Specifically that
the
fight.
2 combo plus strat didn't always exist.
If Marluxia's my favorite fight, so I know like a ton about it. So like I was prepared to deal with whatever happened.
Okay. Room safe here to save all of the menu.
Technically,
changes
I'm
later.
on
That's
call
why we're
now, but
keeping-
I'm
that's why we
good.
keep moving
I
back
should
and
be
forth
good
between
for
the
now.
screen.
Yeah, so Bloody is doing Zex and Demi next.
We're
Damn, he's
gonna
doing
be
the 2 boring
burning these
fights.
guys
Nice.
to death.
How nice of
Getting
him.
deathless at this point in a marathon run.
I guess to be fair,
Zex.
Zex isn't technically boring.
bad. You're
gonna
Demi's
jinx
the
me.
boring one.
That's fine.
Hopefully not
I'm-
in this
I'm
fight of all
joking.
fights.
It's probably
like,
good to link
normally
those 2
Zex is
together though,
supposed
because
to
they're
bring
like
you
the
into
same
Bookworld,
setup,
but,
really. For
we have a
the
strat to
back
skip
then.
that if it doesn't go wrong. And we sent the party members to.
You just do duck flares and
Attack,
Thundergas now?
when
How
go
do
all
you
through Goffy's
link those,
tornado,
how do you-
actually
how does he
not
not break
have
out of
value if
that?
You attack them while he's attacking.
Because
so you see that
Duck
in
Flare, I
effect.
imagine, would launch him. Or does Thunder break him out
So
of his
right
counter?
here- well,
Because I thought he
eventually-
couldn't break him out of that.
So now he's not getting any
It
revenge
does?
while
Holy
he's doing
fuck, I gotta
tornado.
see that.
So
I
he
can
can
go
go
ham.
Yeah, you can
I
go
thought
ham
that
with
was like an
fires.
impossible to
And then
break
he's gonna go into final
retaliation.
form, when he gets 5 bars and then just wreck him. You wouldn't be able to do this with the double final form strat without setting them to relentless attack, so that's crucial.
True. You thought we used to pause during form transitions?
Believe it or
Not.
there's
It
an
depends what it
entire
is, but
universe
not
that we just
much.
skipped through that
On the
fight.
PS2, it's pretty
Yeah, a
natural.
lot of people have
Time,
trouble with this fight casually
wait, you know,
because Bookworld is
you have usually
very
time after a
careful.
form to
Who
punish.
doesn't love
PS3
I believe
version
about
had to
9 or
pause
so
buffer
different
because it
moves
took
out
too
of the
long.
10 that Zexion has are in Bookworld, so
This fight is probably the one
ridiculous.
that I'm most concerned about. This it's
Oh,
it's really
that's
volatile,
complicated,
like,
Sonic G's.
trying to keep this guy like
Yeah.
you know from attacking in the
There
first
are
place
times on
when he can just
PS2 we
break out and
do
destroy
we
you
would pause
instantly.
buffer if we
Yeah,
wanted
so,
to be safe on
unlike
certain
the regular
things, but
version
it
of this
depends.
fight, we have to go through multiple waves. of
PS3 is like a
clones.
requirement
So that was the
though,
first wave.
otherwise
There's 3 more to go
everything
through.
recovers.
So the best way to dispose of them is what we're doing. This wouldn't change at a higher level. We would still be using Wisdom Form.
Now, you can't just hit these guys to activate Wild Dance. The clones actually have a little bit different properties, and they're a lot more resilient. You actually have to use Blizzaga in order to activate that if you want it.
Yeah.
But the best way to just kill them instantly is by just using Firaga with Wisdom. Wisdom is way more efficient.
Yeah. We don't have second chance in once more, so if the clones did attack us, we would die. So we have to be very careful not to like accidentally throw out a wrong spell or attack them physically. Fire is the only thing we really want to do to them.
Yeah, Wisdom Form actually allows
This is
you to
still,
keep
it's
moving
funny
while
how
using that
many of these
fire,
strats
just
I
that
still
kind of
do
little
like
bit of
this
a
because I don't
dash
run
attack
like
to it.
modern data org
That's one of the
strats.
reasons they use that in this fight, so you can quickly get around and hit as many clones as possible. And again, we see the use of Goofy Tornado here to be able to continue using fire full combos instead of just one hit.
So Goofy Tornado allows me to do this.
Careful of the wall. Yeah, same thing as...
Yeah, except for
that
against
too,
the wall,
basically,
yeah.
are just like wrecking them. And you know, something interesting about Wisdom Form is the first Firaga of it adds revenge value, but they can't retaliate for some reason. It's just the weird knockback.
For some reason, yeah, I don't know if we know. Just for some reason.
So this fight
kind of
also
cool,
kind of
right?
relies on Goofy a little bit. You want him to use 1 to 2, maybe 3 if you're incredibly lucky, elixirs during this fight. Goofy is incredibly random. There he just used 1, so that's really nice. But if he doesn't use any, you could potentially run out of all of your Mega Elixirs because you can only stock so many. I believe it's 8. Is it 8? 9. I don't know.
DM
but,
to
you
the
can
current
only stock so many
that
Mega
is
Elixirs.
extra.
And you
Oh,
have to
okay.
use all of them in this fight.
Yeah, he's really good on Mega Elixirs. There's no
Yeah, I
way
might
you
want to
can
look
run
at that
out.
for fun.
Yeah.
So 99 clones in 30 seconds.
I don't know if I'll ever run
Yeah, a
like
lot of
data
people
org
also
on a
have
serious
trouble
level
with this, but
again
Wisdom Form
because I kind of got
Firaga
burnt
is,
out
the
on
best
the
way to deal with
2FM
it.
data org runs.
Especially as he's in the corner.
You can't kill Demix.
And I'd have to relearn. I'd have to learn all the new shit. And
This is one
with
of
the
the only
RNG manip, I think it
2DMs
makes it a
you can't
little less
skip at all.
fun for me.
Yeah, you can
Even though
1
technically
HP
you would
and
think,
keep
yeah,
winning
if you're
and
a
keep
runner,
winning,
you're like,
and it
oh,
will
don't
not
you like
matter whatsoever
consistency?
until
You know
do
what I
that
mean?
final one again.
Alright, no combo. We already have combo pluses on.
Decisive Pumpkin.
Decisive Pumpkin, that's it?
And Highest
That's right.
Ribbon.
Oh, highest ribbon, okay. I would have forgotten that. Alright, so we're down to the last set of 2 fights, which is technically 1, which is Xemnas.
Oh.
Xemnas has 2
We already
forms.
did all the others. Jeez, I'm like, who else is left?
A lot of us dread this fight simply because...
Yeah, this run's pretty fast now, jeez.
If you lose to Final Xemnas, then you have to start from the very beginning with Xemnas 1. So it's not necessarily that the fight is insanely difficult.
It's
just
kind of
that
nuts
it
they
can
let us
one-shot
do
you,
this. When you think
for
about
sure,
it, they
if
let
you
us
mess
do this
up,
incentive
and,
at GDQ,
if
and it's
you
like a
die,
40-minute
then it's just a
estimate
disgusting amount of
incentive.
time loss.
I don't know if they do.
That's
Do they
fine.
usually do that still?
Yeah, and Xemnas 1 has a pretty consistent strat, but part of that strat actually involves you most likely getting hit, so it's still an
But
incredible.
it was. I'm glad we got
Yeah,
to show it
that's why he
off.
wants
you
all
know?
the ribbons he
Xemnas
wants.
is terrifying. Don't be surprised if I die to it. There's a couple cheap things that can like happen in there, so I'm gonna try to play it safe as I can though.
Super safe. Okay, I see. I do the same thing here still.
Basic combo is going to be
It's like I
it's going
didn't
to be reflecting
run this
Xemnas'
category
attack,
ever again after this
using a
marathon, and I
slap
just do
shot
the same
carries
shit.
combo, which will allow the first reflect to deal damage, reflecting again, carrying the combo, and using another slap shot, and then following that up with the guard break finisher. So this is a really intense kind of loop, alternating between a spell, an attack, and a spell and an attack.
I don't know why I
and
did that
if everything
explosion.
goes
I should've
well,
known that wasn't
actually
gonna
deals
work.
a lot more damage than if you just comboed him normally. Getting hit there is what normally happens, and he uses Trinity in order to make sure that he stays safe throughout the second half of the DM.
Well, I have full drive,
It is
so I'm
unfortunate
good, right?
that Xemnas decided to use 2 DM so quickly, though.
Being a little safe there.
Why am I being safe? This is easy. I could just go crazy and be fine.
So once you hit right around 5 bars...
I don't know why I keep doing those
Yeah,
explosions.
it was like right on the fringe.
Yeah,
You can
I
never
was
be
pretty
too
confident
careful.
on that one.
So even though Xemnas had 5 bars of health left, he is going to get down.
No,
to
I
1
don't know
HP
who these
from
two
his move.
losers are.
Yeah.
That's why we don't skip it.
If you nail him with finish, then it just instantly puts him at 1 HP.
I just thought it'd be a fun watch.
I'm really glad we have to do this RC in both runs.
I really want you guys to know I like this RC, just so you know. Oh, no Trinity? No Fire Trinity? Where's
Yeah,
the
that was the
swag?
first half. We still have to get through Final Xemnas, and he does have a way to kill me in probably 1 hit if he wants to.
Yeah, believe that or not, that was the easy half.
Yeah, that is surprising you got that name on Twitch.
Oh yeah, that was the easy fight. Do you have Riku's ability?
Took all that off.
Okay. That'd be good.
And he's on Sora attack too.
So this fight is actually revolves around RNG more or less. There are 2 attacks that Xemnas can use here at the beginning, or during this beginning phase, rather. That is a very precisely timed dodge roll. You actually gain invincibility frames during dodge roll like that, and if he uses that vine, you actually will get 1 shot, I believe, if you don't.
Wonder what
time
kind of
the
luck
dodge
I
roll
got
properly.
here. I'm glad I got to do finals Xemnas because I actually have fun with this fight.
Combo Master
Because it's
again
like a lot
lets
of
you use
reaction and
Reflect
shit.
here into a sliding
Instead
dash to
of
carry the
everything.
reflect
Well, that's,
damage
yeah, like I
towards
said,
those
if you're doing the
enemies
actual
instead of
strat,
where
it's all
he summons those
predetermined now.
orbs.
Oh, that was close.
He also has to make sure that he keeps his positioning so that he does not knock
I
Xemnas
could have
out
went a
of
little
bounds,
more to the
or
side
he can't
there.
continue the loop. So this is a very
I'm being a
technical
little
fight.
weird. I would definitely have dodge roll to the right here. Damn, this is pretty good luck for a marathon run, I know.
This is really nice. I believe you want the orbs over the vine.
No way.
It's fine, it's fine.
I know. It was just looking so amazing.
Thanks to the ribbon, I don't take a lot of damage there.
Yeah, some of these hits are actually intentional. He can get lucky and parry them, but he wants the reflect damage to land on Xemnas. So instead
I guess
of
I didn't want
continuing his
to
reflect
provoke
combo
anything.
and
I guess that's me
parrying
being
all of
safe.
the lasers, he's actually going to intentionally
Because the lasers are
hit
obviously
or
easier to
lucky
handle
parry,
than
but
botching
still
a
make sure
throw
that he
move.
lands the reflect damage onto
Alright, is
Xemnas.
this it? Just gotta land the combo. Yeah.
Also, only one of those 2 versions of Xemnas takes damage.
Dude, Deathless.org and Marathon. Love to see it.
Yeah, so
I
assuming,
didn't
expect this, dude.
assuming Biz doesn't drop his controller, this will have been a deathless Data.org run, which is
Yeah, Riku fortunately
incredibly
is almost full on HP. I was a bit worried.
Didn't mean to smack the mic. Yeah, this run still this run and the any percent both hold up pretty well, I think, in terms of entertainment. I think still good commentary. I agree with people that still say it has good
I think
commentary.
we need to go with
we
some
didn't
The
die.
strats are still,
that's-
you know,
that's true.
who cares? It's for its time. It was good.
What do you want to do?
It's still a fun watch. I
Alright.
think.
We'll sacrifice Spike.
Alright, so time once again is coming up.
It was
after
really
this,
interesting
final
to
kill.
watch
Are you
this
going to do
again
anything?
with the perspective
Uh,
of what we know
Yeah,
now
I'm doing it.
about
okay, I'll do the
everything.
swag finish.
10 years later,
You're doing the swag.
I have to.
most stuff has changed for the main run, I guess. That org's like
Both
completely
runs,
different
man.
now. But
Yeah, dude, this is pretty crazy.
Spike does a fight. Oh, that's right. I think because we
One
did
death
Deathless, I
across
was like,
2
here.
runs that are
I don't know if
littered with
Spike
death.
agreed to
I
this
literally
beforehand
did
or
the
not.
worst out of all of us. I feel terrible.
You probably had overall.
Attempted
best
data
fights,
Roxas. I don't know if he agreed to this ahead of time or if we put him on the spot. I can't remember.
though. Alright, let me not instinctively use session here.
Is there no on-screen
So
timer
whenever
for this
we
run?
round
There
out
is,
the
but it's
record,
cropped
don't
out on
usually end
my
the fight with a
thing
little
because I
bit of,
can't
not
do it.
bad. Little bit of
I didn't want to
swag
screen
over
cap the whole thing because it would look really scrunched up, I think, more than it is
Time.
already.
time.
All right, is that the end, though? Or does Spike get the shine? Oh, okay, we got a few more minutes. All right, hold on. Let me,
Spike do one fight.
Oh, here we go.
Just to show how tough it was since
We
we
would have done
kind
this
of
at the beginning, but we had to do RNG manipulation. Whatever you
John, just while we actually
He's actually
end of
setting
the
up for it and
category,
everything.
also at level 1, but it can also take an
Spike
hour
probably,
and a
I don't know if Spike has ever done
Shout out
this
to
fight.
Yeah, that's his baby, and
I
it's
mean, he's
kind
done
of
like the
just
normal
crazy, some of
Roxas,
the
but
arbitrary
I don't think he's
categories
ever
that
done
come into this
data
game that
Roxas.
have gotten so much
You're gonna do
attention.
Roxas.
Okay, so to note, I've never done these. This is blind as poop. So let's see how we do.
Also of note is he does run crit, so he does know the normal Roxas strat.
I'm gonna give you one tip, and that is
Yeah, I had to
guard.
point that out just to make. I was like,
do the,
you know, it's not his first time playing Kingdom
Don't
Hearts.
do the crit strat. All right, let's go.
That's so funny that we just threw this in because we had the extra time. Damn, alright. And he's dead. The finishing leap was the mistake.
I felt pretty good about that.
So, that was Kingdom Hearts 2
he
Final
played that
Mix.
off pretty well.
I hope you all enjoyed.
Yeah, like how everybody clapped, yeah. Funny. I'm glad somebody mentioned that because I definitely forgot we
25 or
had
so
him do
people
that.
sitting in TeamSpeak at home that were probably killing all of their sleep schedules wanting to watch this run. All of them did an amazing job, and we
Damn. All right. So yeah, that I was really happy with that run. Once again, we purposely did the trio relay run because we all wanted it. We were all running crit actively at the time. We didn't want to have, we wanted to pitch together, and, you know, because, like, otherwise I probably would have pitched, like, level 1 instead or something, and it's like, let's just do it together. We all get to have the chance to run at GDQ. We all get a chance to commentate and all that shit, and so I think it was the right thing to do, and 10 years later, I still feel like it worked out really well for us and our community, the way we handled it. Because, like, we handled it I feel, professionally, and it just, I think it gave us a good rep with GDQ and kind of repaired the bad rep KH had before this run. Level 1 relay in 2026. I don't know if we would be up for that now, because, yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I feel like I would never right to do that because I don't pitch anymore. This was when we were all actively wanting to pitch runs. I wouldn't want to, like, I wouldn't want to be like, all right, let me decide to pitch for the next GDQ, and if KBM does too, like, maybe we're going to force, like, a relay run again. It's like, nah. KH had a bad rep with GDQ. Yeah, years before the 2015, there was a really messy All-Worlds KH2 run that was, it was kind of improv a bit, I think. Yeah, it was improv All-Worlds and improv Sephiroth, which was quite a mess. I'm pretty sure Sephiroth was also added into the run when he shouldn't have been. And it's like back then there was not really much for strats, like, because on the KH2 English, because it wasn't 2FM, it was KH2 English. It was like basically just knock smash everything, and then whatever you don't knock smash, you Valor. And it wasn't, you know, it was basically the run. So it was a bit messy, and it just made it look a little bit bad as a run. I'm not trying to like shit on the runners or anything, because, like, you know, back then also, like, things weren't as serious, like, as they ended up being. But that's what made us look like they were, like, second guessing if they wanted Cage to return, thinking it was going to be like that again. That probably happens with any game that on GDQ that has, like, a bad run for, like, its first time. Then the second time around, they have to really think, probably, like, do we really want to take this game again? So we worked hard to get Kingdom Hearts back in, and it worked because after this run, we ended up, you know, I think, was it Zetris or Mist got, like, 1FM in after that, like, Proud or something? And then eventually we got all the level 1s in there, too, and all that stuff, and BBS, I think. I can't remember everything that's been there, but it's like, you know, it was cool to see that we kind of repaired the image, but... Yeah, we had to do our best to prove that it wasn't a train wreck run. We were like, no, trust us. We can do well in the run now. The run is pretty optimized. Back then it was. Yeah, Zetra. I had fun commentating the Zetris run too. I remember that. I don't know if I want to watch other people's runs. Oh yeah, it's in the. You guys can't see it, but it's in the related. Zetris did. It just says 1.5, but I'm pretty sure it was Proud. I like the title of this one. You can't see it either. It's like Kingdom Hearts 2 by various runners on the official Games Done Quick channel.